got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
.105.3 The Fan.
8 seconds to go. The Pacers are not going to call a timeout. Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 0.3 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
Thursday night thrillers everywhere to start off the Friday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Let's get you to your weekend with some crazy-ass sports to talk about, beginning with Game 1. And the announcer said it on Pacers Radio. Tyrese does it again. Teams were 0-182 in the NBA Finals, entering the scenario of trailing by 9 or more in the final 3 minutes. It's now 1-182.
I was just hoping to get a cover.
You did.
I did. At the end, it was like there was a handful of minutes left. I'm like, all right, you know what? They're teetering. It's like it's 12, it's 9, it's 8, it's 10. It keeps going. Every answer,
The whole game.
every answer that Indiana had, every response Indiana had, Oklahoma City had an answer for it immediately. And I was like, just get me closer. And then it starts to get to 6, and I'm like, I feel a little bit better. Let's get this clock ticking down, though.
Bobby, what was the stat you had on it just remaining the same lead throughout the entire game, it felt like?
We couldn't shake it from being a 9 to 13 point lead. So from 4:14 left in the second quarter until 9 minutes left in the fourth. So 19 minutes of game time consecutively. It was between a 9 or 13 point game. Every single time they were just matching shots. And anytime somebody had a chance to either cut it closer or get it further apart, somebody would always brick a shot.
How many times now has this guy done this?
He is 13 for 15 this year on tie or go-ahead shots in the final 2 minutes of the game.
It's pretty good.
There's literally nobody like that we've ever seen. Nobody's done this before.
Ever.
No, nothing close.
And everyone's going to launch into, is he now a superstar? He doesn't have superstar game, and he's not a superstar talent. His game is making other people better and kind of chiming in here and there when he wants to or can from a scoring standpoint. I bet his under last night because of the numbers we went over yesterday, and that ended up hitting pretty easily. But in this moment, he channels the Reggie Miller.
Yeah, that's who you want. Because, all the guys that made big shots for Indiana down the stretch, it wasn't him. I mean, he made a big one.
Yep.
But the amount of threes they were making, other guys, and here comes Halliburton, though, with the game on the line. And, you see Carl.
Sorry, go ahead.
You see Carl. He didn't call a timeout. He's like, hey, we're just going to go. We're going to go and put the ball in the hands of our guy.
These two no-names they have in Neesmith and Nemhard. Is it Nemhard? These are championship role players.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Neesmith at the end, he had like this and one dribble showcase pulling up for 3. He ain't scared. These guys defensively throughout the entire playoffs, they were talking about making life miserable on the Cleveland Cavaliers. We saw it last series against Jalen Brunson. These are championship-type role player guys. You got your sneaky double-double from Pascal Siakam. Miles Turner drops in 15 and 9, and the Pacers make y'all look good in your prediction of it either going 7, of it being a lot closer than myself, Kevin Hagelin, and basically the entire NBA world thinks. So, does last night, Bobby, change your mind? I keep going back to Oilers Stars Game 1. Does last night make you feel even better? Or are you saying, OKC was the better team throughout, and this was a miracle finish?
No, I mean, the Indiana won the way they've continuously won throughout the play. Like, they did this to the Knicks. They've done this to other teams. Like, this is how they play. Like, they'll just kind of hang around, and then when crunch time comes around, they'll turn it on. It's it hasn't changed anything for me yet because I thought they were going to split, leaving OKC. If they win the next game, then yeah, we're talking about, all right, this is Indiana series now. But no, I think that this is kind of the MO for Indiana. So if they're going to win games, they're going to win them looking a lot like this, I think.
They did not play a great game. Like, be fair, but they did not play a great game. They had a great finish. They had a really good fourth quarter. But overall, it was just,
They led for 0.3 seconds. 0.3 on the other side, 46 minutes and 26 seconds.
Yeah, and this, this kind of game throws off my pH balance of sports a little bit because it's like I knew who the better team was last night. It wasn't Indiana for 3 quarters at least. And the reality is that this is, and Bobby's right, this is how the Pacers have won all these games in the playoffs. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
I think generally if the stat is you led the game or you turned the ball over 66 times more than the seconds that you led the game, like usually that's not going to add up to you winning a basketball game.
19 turnovers in the first half. 19 turnovers. They end up with 24 for the game. OKC turned it over 6 times. 6 times for the entire game.
Can't lose that game. You can't lose that game.
How many times has a team lost that game, period? Like you say you can't lose that game. I don't know if people have lost that game.
Yeah.
You turn the ball over that much, that's the reason why Indiana dominated New York. Was Indiana forced turnovers and scored a ton off turnovers. ESPN had the stat last week. I think it was during the Eastern Conference Finals. It's like Indiana outscored New York by like 100 on points off turnovers in that series.
They're never going to turn the ball over that much again. They're probably never going to force that few of turnovers, and they still want to win it.
In OKC.
Right.
Tyrese, how does this keep happening?
There was never a disbelief as a group, honestly. We never think the game is over, ever. Honestly speaking, ever. Like that never creeps in. I think we just keep talking as a group is how can we walk this team down. So it's at 12 going into halftime. We talk about if we can win 1 quarter by 6, 1 quarter by 7, we'll be in a great spot. We got to a 6-point game at the end of the third quarter, and Shea hit a 3. But we liked where we were. And then they went on a big run to start the fourth, and we just said, okay, it's at 15, let's get to 10. Well, we got it to 8, they called timeout. So we just stayed with it. So this group never gives up. We never believe that the game is over until it hits 0.
The last team to rally from down 15 in an NBA Finals, Game 1, 2011, Rick Carlisle.
He has the last 4 in conference final or NBA finals of those 15-point type comebacks.
The last 4?
Yeah, he did one this year with the Knicks. And then he did one against OKC in 2011. So these are the last 4 of those.
He is. That's the big difference for me in this series. The X factor in the series that could potentially bail them out. Because talent-wise, Indiana's not on OKC's level. They're just not. Like, you watch that game early and you're like, the start of that game when it got 7-0, like a minute and a half in, it was like, this could get overwhelming really fast. But they chip away. He keeps them steady. He's always got a really strong game plan. Carlisle, to me, is going to be the factor of does Indiana win or not.
Oh, he's getting so praised on social media, rightfully so, that he's the best coach in the last 2 decades. He's which that's been out, or just the fact that he is such a stabilizing force, and then the fact that he kept them so poised and did not call the timeout, just a clinic.
Indiana TV, screw this up, Bobby? Local coverage?
Yeah, so Indiana TV, they're going down. They didn't miss the final shot, but they are down to the last minute, and they're bringing the ball up the court, and they just jump to a news tease of coming up on Fort Wayne's top news.
Well,
and and it was not even one of these quick promos. It's not like one of these fast little like, why a area teacher did blah 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 news at 10. It wasn't even that. This was a 30-second promo to when they came back to the game. It was 110-109 with the Thunder bringing the ball up, and people in Fort Wayne were furious about this.
As they should be.
Yeah.
I'm going to honestly need your help. I was not drinking last night. I thought about it multiple times. If Corey Seager got a damn hit, I was going to celebrate with a little drink, with a little pre-made old-fashioned. So I am going to need your help. I blacked out. I totally blacked out. I cannot tell you play to play, and I was watching all of it, what the hell happened.
The set by Garcia and the pitch. Bouncing ball right side. Semien far to his left has it. No one covering first. Coming in to score is Aranda. The throw home. Caminero is safe at home plate. And the Tampa Bay Rays come from behind, score 3 runs here in the bottom of the ninth and walk off the Rangers by the final score of 4-3.
Help me. I totally blacked out.
God hates the Rangers.
Yeah, where do you want to start? Do you want to start with inability to throw strikes? Do you want to start with just a brain fart? I don't even say a brain fart from Josh Young. I don't even want to call it that. He made a tremendous play at third. That ball took a hop on him.
Yeah.
And he had to backhand it.
The glove, yeah, it was like a behind-the-back pass.
It was behind-the-back backhand. You know how hard that is to do? Your hand doesn't bend that way. Your elbow doesn't work like that.
Very hard in that moment. That split-second moment. I know Bassick was saying you have to go to first no matter what right there because you're not getting a play at second, but who knows what you're thinking right there in that millisecond.
So, obviously, we were not able to see.
I know what he was thinking. He was like, is there something at second?
Yeah, we were not able to see how, whether they were holding the runner on at first or not. So, whether they got a big lead or not, right? And Bassick said he had a big lead.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if they were holding him on.
And I wonder how often the other infielders, like the third baseman, is looking at the runner lead in that situation versus thinking the outs, the play to go to, the base, the score versus the lead. I wonder.
Obviously, you're thinking the outs, where you want to go with the ball. Hard hit ball going here, soft hit ball going there. So, like a hard hit ball, theoretically, second base could be is an easy play, right? It's a short throw. But with the lead, I mean, how far? What are they looking at? And then he hesitated very slightly. He looked at the second, realized the guy was already on the bag, threw to first. I mean, there's a chance he may not even have gotten him at first anyway, because that guy was booking it down the line. He probably would have, but it would have been about a step. So you get that play, and now all of a sudden it's 3-2. And then there's a ground ball to the right side, and this is where all hell breaks loose. Because you got Josh Smith playing first, and he's playing way off the line. And the ball's hit to his right. And there's a spot where you're like, okay, I'm playing first. Anything hit to my right here, I have to go get, or I'm so far away from the bag, I've got to get back to first. Because if he just got back to first, game's over. Game's over. But he didn't. And then, obviously, it takes the pitcher, Garcia, who's a lefty, falls off the mound the other way. So he falls off to third. So he's already like 2 steps the wrong way, has to change direction. And where that ball's hit, he may have thought, it's going right to second base. So Josh is going to go cover. And he didn't. And then Semien did the same thing Kumar Rocker did, which is basically not pay attention to a runner that never stopped at third base.
Yeah, this is about as bad of an ending to a game as you can have.
Crushing.
And as unlikely. And
you get swept.
Yeah, and it sucks that, it feels a lot like...
I'm starting to get mad at them for still being within striking distance at 4.5. I'm starting to get angry. Like, just put them out of the misery and let's not have a buy-sell debate anymore.
I was joking during crosstalk yesterday when I said the one thing I would like to see is I'd like to see somebody fail to cover first base again and score, just to hear how Mike would react to it after Mike was upset. We got the scenario, and it wasn't even... I felt bad. It's like once I got the scenario, I mean, obviously it sucked that they lost. But once we got the scenario, I was sitting there and I was going, I just feel bad for Mike. This is the way it sounded when Mike and Dave Raymond called it last night.
Here we go. Bouncer, right side. Semien is there. Garcia was late covering, and now the winning run to the plate. Oh, no!
2 infield ground balls win the game.
With 2 out. Rangers going to challenge.
He was safe.
So good. Mike was just that was devastated, Mike. As we're interpreting Mike, that was Mike just like, what are we gonna? Are just all hell gonna break loose against us at every turn?
Well, he was dead silent the pitch before. Like, I don't know whether they were setting the scene or he didn't have anything to say or he just wanted Dave to go ahead and set it up, but he was dead quiet like the pitch before because I was waiting to hear a prediction or this is how you need to pitch to him. This is what you need to throw. But we heard it there at the end as the Rangers, with absolute devastation, back-to-back games that have them get swept in Tampa Bay, and they are now 5.5 back in the American League West, basically tied with the Angels with the armpit, a game and a half up on Seattle. What a night. And Pepe, were you watching the softball again? As this thing got tight and close?
Dude, the offense finally showed up late in the game. It looked like another pitcher's duel back and forth through, 4 or 5 innings, but Texas Tech came through with the bats. Texas made a couple mistakes in the infield, and they barely win. Tech won 4-3, and now we get a game 3 tonight, baby.
The bats finally came through for Peyton.
They did. The Tech pitcher's a fraud. The Tech pitcher's a fraud.
You don't like her?
Nope, she's a fraud.
Oh,
fraud how?
She was
She's a
bailed
rich
out.
fraud.
She was bailed out at the end of that game last night. She should have blown that one. She should have had the Rangers result. She just got wild in the crunch time. That's not a crunch time performer.
The Aaron Rodgers saga is finally over, or is it just beginning? The Pittsburgh Steelers have a new quarterback around the NFL and the home of the Cowboys next.
Uber Eats has low food products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, let's take you around the NFL with the breaking news yesterday. 80 days into the offseason, the drama queen, drama king, that's an insult to women, finally has made his decision. Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler. And RJ Choppy, you said we get to now monitor another coach and his power.
Come back with a bowl.
So obviously, Mike Tomlin is the GOAT of probably motivation in today's NFL. I don't think there's a better motivating coach in the National Football League today than Mike Tomlin. There's no other reason why his very mid Steeler teams are constantly 9-8 or better.
Because culture matters.
He's such a motivating force.
Mm-hmm.
And now that's going to be kind of tested because his authority is going to be tested. And his coaching patience is going to be tested because Rodgers will say probably the right things at the start, and then he'll just eventually do his own thing because that's what Aaron Rodgers does. And this is without a doubt probably their best option at quarterback over Mason Rudolph, over anybody else they want to bring out there. So from an actual
would you rather have Rodgers or Cousins?
Rodgers.
Because of the injury?
Cousins didn't look like he could play college football after that. Remember after that Cowboys game, what was it? He would no touchdowns, 10 interceptions over his next 3. He just looked broken.
But because of the injury?
No, because he had played even better earlier in the year. It just looked like by the end of the year, something had broken with him. I don't know.
Tom Pelissero reports that Rodgers will fly to Pittsburgh today and sign before next week's minicamp. So I don't know what the Pittsburgh airport looks like. Zach Wilczuk would know, but everyone will be on the ground, I'm sure, with all the video recorders waiting for Rodgers to walk into the facility just like he did last year or 2 years ago with the Jets. So he's 41. He's going to play his 21st NFL season, and Pelissero reports contract parameters had been in place. He told teams publicly he would play for $20 million, and they need to finalize the contract. So I'm assuming, although it's dangerous with him, Aaron Rodgers is going in there for $20 million.
Okay. I mean, that's surprising that it's that low. You know, it's surprising that it's that low. He's got them by the you know what. And they have him too, because if he wants to play, this is like the last option. But he really has them because their options are him or Mason Rudolph.
I don't think he's going to be a pain in the ass this time. Because I think when we read that article from The Athletic that detailed all the ways the Jets were just a mess, and he was like, we can't even give a game ball away properly in the locker room without this kid coming in here snatching it and going, hey, yeah. So like, I think Rodgers probably went out of there, and it was a little bit sobering to just go, honestly, kind of the thing McCarthy dealt with, like, oh, it's different than Green Bay. It is not the same everywhere else, and Pittsburgh kind of is AFC Green Bay. And so I think he's probably longing for, let me get back to that kind of an environment.
Give us your homework. We're going to reverse bodies today and minds.
Yeah.
Give us your homework on why you think this could work.
I wanted to look. First off, I pulled up his numbers yesterday. His numbers were a lot better than I remembered that they were last year. So he was 28 touchdowns, 11 picks, 6.7 yards per attempt. I thought all those numbers were worse than that last year.
Same.
It's not top tier, but it's not the worst at all. Like, you can win with somebody playing like that. In fact, so I looked it up. The times that a Pittsburgh quarterback has gotten at least 28 touchdowns, 11 or fewer interceptions, and 6.7 yards per attempt, it's happened one time in their entire franchise history. It was Ben Roethlisberger in 2014. That's it. Wow. So, I mean, this is, if they get that level of play that he showed with the Jets last year, that's as good of quarterback play statistically as they've gotten in a while. So if you break it down to just the final 10 games and look at the last 10 games of the season, so give him 7 weeks to adjust, coming off of the Achilles, everything else. Over that time, he threw 18 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. His passer rating was 97. All of those numbers were top 10 in the NFL during that time. In fact, over the last 10 games of the season, which is the majority of the schedule, that's, first 7 versus 10, he had more touchdown passes, fewer interceptions, a higher completion percentage, and a higher passer rating than Josh Allen, who won the league MVP.
Wow.
And that was over the majority of the season. So the fact that he puts up all these numbers in an absolutely awful situation with the Jets, and
it wasn't an awful situation personnel-wise.
Oh, no, I don't mean personnel-wise. I mean just everything that went with the Jets.
Well, how much do I blame him? It's one man versus a short time period, 1 year while you're out. He was supposed to be a culture fixer. He was supposed to be someone to go in there and wipe out and clean out all that crap that they had. He couldn't even get along with Garrett Wilson.
Right. Yeah. No, this is it. There's no doubt about it.
But weapon-wise, no excuse for them to be as bad as they were because they tried to load up for him.
They had weapons on offense, and they had a really good defense. Like, there was no reason. They had names. I mean, they had names on both sides of the ball. There was no reason for that.
It's a little, though, like what we're learning with the Jets. It's a little like in years past when it didn't matter if Cleveland had talent. It didn't matter if Washington had talent. Like, they were such a broken organization, it wasn't going to work. And the stuff that was written about Woody Johnson and just how involved and insane he seems to be. Like, yeah, what we learned was Aaron Rodgers can't fix a culture. And so he needs to be in the right culture. He's definitely not the leader or the tone setter. But what I think we also learned was I don't know how much of a shot he had culture-wise for that to work with the way Woody Johnson is. I'm not a huge Aaron Rodgers fan at this stage. Like, I don't think he's great anymore, obviously, but I at least
over under 9.5 wins.
Over.
Okay. Here's what Vegas thinks. Odds before Rodgers signing to win the Super Bowl, 45-1. Odds now 40-1. Odds to win the conference before, 22-1. Now 20-1. To win the AFC North before, 5-1. It's still 5-1. And then to make the playoffs, yes, before the signing, yes, they'll make the playoffs was plus 160. No, minus 200, RJ. Now it's yes, plus 145. No, minus 175. The win total remains at over under 8.5. But the juice for the under moved from minus 140 to minus 135. So some improvement. People thinking they will be slightly better.
All right, so here's their schedule real quick. Jets, Seattle, Patriots.
Nice.
All right.
Nice to start.
Mini, Cleveland, Bengals, Packers, Colts, Chargers, Bengals, Bears, Bills, Ravens, Dolphins, Lions, Browns, Ravens.
Where is that Green Bay game?
Home. Okay. Night game. October 26th, night game. It's
that would have been fun. Mm-hmm. That's a chance for all the networks, and Stephen A. can't keep track of what fan he is of who.
Stephen A. is Pittsburgh.
Like Dallas, there's a chance there for a nice start at 3-1 or something like that. If I remember that correctly,
there is Jets, Seahawks, Patriots, Vikings. 2 at home, 2 on the. Oh, they got the Browns too. So I mean, look, they theoretically could be 4-1 going into the game against Cincinnati on the road, and then you've got Green Bay right after that. I mean, so it could set up really like a nice start. They got a brutal end. They got Buffalo. They got Detroit. They got Baltimore twice in the last 6 weeks.
So
that's tough end.
So Vegas has as the favorite under 8.5. That's minus 135. You said, okay. So I don't. Again, when we talk about Tomlin and just following history, if that's the favorite, if that hits, that means Vegas is saying we think something's going to happen with Pittsburgh that has not happened in 18 years, which is Mike Tomlin finishing below 500. That has never happened in his career coaching for the Steelers. So to me, it's Pittsburgh is automatic bare minimum 8-8. Or 8-9-8 or whatever it is now. They're a minimum of that. So I think saying 9-10 wins, that's a pretty good bet for Pittsburgh.
All right, let's take you inside the NFC East. Again, the breaking news yesterday, Aaron Rodgers finally signs with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'll be interested to hear why it took so long and what he has to say about whatever country he visited. We got some drama, hopefully, with Dan Quinn and his wide receiver.
Yeah, so Terry McLaurin had showed up to OTAs in Washington, and then he bailed, and he left. And he is apparently unhappy with his contract situation, which makes sense. So he is right now outside, I believe, the top 20 on highest paid wide receivers. He's in the final year of his deal. He's paid on average less than Michael Pittman and Calvin Ridley. They're both paid more than him. And this is while McLaurin has put up consistently some really strong numbers.
With bums.
Yeah, with complete bums back there. It's him and Devontae Adams over the last 5 years. It's just Devontae Adams and Terry McLaurin are the only receivers in football who have 75 catches and 1,000 yards each of the last 5 years.
Wow.
And that's done with a rotation at quarterback that's been a mess. Everything else that's there. So I don't understand why Washington would be difficult on this. This shouldn't have even got to the offseason program, I don't think. You should have gotten an extension done for McLaurin.
He's 30, or will be in September.
Yeah, which receivers generally are not. 30's not a breaking point a lot of times for receivers. It's usually about 33.
It may not be a breaking point, but you're in that kind of weird range where you're starting to lose a step. You're starting to lose a little bit.
He doesn't have a game. He has a game that maybe could
he doesn't
go
have a game.
better with. He does have a game. He's one of these culture guys. I got to pay before it gets to this. He's a Bobby Wagner on offense. He's been a good soldier. We're kind of reminding me when I was in D.C. covering Santana Moss. All right, Santana Moss wanted to be there. He was trying to be a Redskin. Terry McLaurin actually shows some pride in being a Washington Commander, which is insane. But he's got one of these games where he doesn't rely on crazy explosiveness, so maybe that goes a little bit better with 30. I understand your point with the age, but this is one of maybe your leader. Not one of, maybe your leader that you shouldn't disrespect too much.
The one other thing is, well, I guess two other things. One is, you brought Debo in. Now you've got two old guys. I mean, he's almost 30.
Well, then that just makes me question if Washington's truly changed. If Washington's going to do things like bring in Debo and be like, all right, let's pay this guy who's got a much longer injury history. If we're not going to basically show respect or pay homage or whatever else to what McLaurin's done, sticking through a franchise through some of its darkest times.
Well, what is McLaurin asking for?
Yeah, we don't know.
I think McLaurin, and we don't know what it is. I would guess McLaurin probably wants to just be closer to 30. 5 to 10. He wants to be top 5 to 10 highest paid receivers, I would guess. But
no one has ever confused him with the top 5 ever.
No, but I think that it's just the cycle of the way things get paid and how it would reset. And if you look at the margins, the margin for number 1 to the number 6 highest paid receiver is a big gap.
You have to, though, because you've got a cheat code at quarterback. And this is the formula. When you have a rookie deal quarterback, you can overspend to make the whole team better.
Forget about Pacers versus Thunder. Forget about Panthers versus Oilers. The battle everyone had anticipated finally broke out yesterday. Did you get involved with Elon versus Trump? My favorite topic of the day, next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Feedback #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The two thrillers that sent you to bed last night, or maybe it kept you up. We'll get back to them at 7 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. A Rangers-Royals final ticket giveaway in the 720 Expressway when we go commercial free. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. 2 days ago, my wife sent me an article saying that Elon Musk was criticizing the big beautiful bill.
It's a big, beautiful bill. A wonderful bill. Very big, very beautiful, very, very much a bill.
And she told me in her text commentary, I think these two are going at it. And I dismissed it. I was like, no, they're boys. Elon said this is as close as a heterosexual man can be in loving another man. I don't believe it. No. Then yesterday, Tolo D sends me a tweet from Elon Musk saying that Donald Trump is on the Epstein list. And I was like, this has to be a joke. Let me delve into this a little bit further. Then I turn on the television. Breaking news. I was like, oh, they're going to talk about the travel ban right here. Let me get caught up in the world. No, they're covering Elon versus Trump on social media as the big breaking news story. And I could not get away from this until Rangers' first pitch. This was incredible as it exploded out in public with Elon Musk just went nuclear, whatever. However you want to say it. He went nuclear. He said, let's come up with a third party. He started calling out all the policy that Donald Trump came up with in this bill. What ticked Elon off, my dad took advantage of this. And you know this if you bought a Tesla, you got a big tax break. I think it was like $7,500. So you were incentivized to get a Tesla because you would save about $7,000 in money because you're helping the environment. Well, Donald Trump took that out apparently of this bill, and that set Elon off. This was crazy.
Now the part of the problem now is like this is actually going to help Elon because everybody, all the left that burned his Teslas are going to go buy them now.
Yeah.
Now it's like you just.
I
pay
see
for one.
some Teslas next to the T on the back. It would have an Elon crossed out.
Yeah.
So they'd be like, "I'm not supporting him."
You just put a I didn't vote for this sticker on there, or a rainbow sticker, or something like that. Some sticker that shows that you don't like the administration, and then they'll save your Tesla.
Well, it did not help his stock. I think he lost like $15 billion or something yesterday as the stock dropped 15%, and it absolutely plummeted. Elon got a golden key to the White House last week, but then he started launching. I mean, his Twitter was a must follow. Without me, Trump would have lost. He's so ungrateful. Again, calling for the third party. And then he said, time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT.
Suckers and losers.
I mean, didn't this feel like this was eventually going to happen?
A lot of people called for it.
Like I just feel like you're talking about consistently, regardless of how you feel about Trump, consistently there is the track record of he has relationships that have, since he's been in office, they turn usually about after a year. Whether it's people like Sessions or Christie or other people that he's worked with, it usually turns. Elon is a very volatile personality. I'm buying Twitter. No, I'm not. Oh, I'm being forced to buy it. Fine, I'm buying it, and now I'm gonna do this and that. And he is very.
Changing his name.
Those two together when they are aligned, it was gonna go great, and they were gonna probably just see things so similarly. But you knew as soon as there was any slight difference, neither one of them will give in on this. This will get bad quick, and that's what happened.
It did. It was I think it was supposed to end anyway after 90 days because that's by the law because he wasn't an official employee. So
with
once
Doge?
Yeah, with Doge. So once that happened, and Vivek ran out of there real quick. Remember him? It was him and Elon were together with Doge, Vivek Ramaswamy, and he was gone after a week. I couldn't keep up with and this is the problem with today's internet. I don't know what's real and what's fake anymore. because it's so easy to do fake tweets, like these fake Trump Truth Social posts that he put out yesterday that were everywhere.
Yeah.
I was dying laughing at these because I'm like, I can't say for certain that he wouldn't say those things.
Right.
Right? Like,
I was trying to gauge Trump's return fire, and it did not feel as aggressive as he normally goes. And part of me was like, ooh, is he going to try to fix this? Is he looking at it as a spat? Does he have a little fear of Elon and everything that he can do?
Of course you should, because that's Elon.
Bobby?
Yes. Bobby is because Elon is a computer whiz. He can find anything on the internet.
Yeah.
And he could...
And probably knows where some bodies are buried.
He could create
Several.
AI things. He knows where bodies are buried. Like, he's scary. Like, even if... Because you could never know. Like, Bobby could make stuff up about you and make it real because of AI. And I bet you Elon would do the same. I would be more petrified of Elon than Putin.
No, this whole thing is... There's allegedly a piece that's being brokered. There's reports out there today that they're supposed to meet, and they're supposed to
and
put
who
in
is initiating that?
It said Trump's aides have scheduled a meeting to broker a peace, and it's something that...
See, that's something he never does.
Well, because this is people on his side, like even the big time supporters of Trump and Elon and everybody else. They're all on social media, or the feedback has basically been like, "This is a bad look. Like, let's not sling mud with you two very public. Like, let's calm this down a little."
Read that fake.
There's a fake Donald. I assume this is Truth Social. Truth Social's the red check mark, I think. And it was Trump saying his post. That totally was a Nazi salute that Elon did, by the way. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. They all know it.
817. Who gets choppy in the divorce, Trump or Elon?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then someone did a fake Elon where I had to go look this up to see if it was real. Elon talking about what Trump and Vance actually do.
Oh God, where they're just locked themselves in the
He's
closet.
like, they don't really do any work. This is fake. They sit in a closet and he makes Vance say louder or something.
Make America great again.
And he goes louder.
Louder. Great again. It's great again.
And Vance is supposed to do a podcast with Theo Vaughn yesterday. I think he tweeted like nothing to talk about, huh?
This here is they've got to do something today. If this would be the first time already that we're looking where Trump's base would have been shaken by an interaction he was having. It feels like where they're like, no, this has got to get corrected. This isn't good.
Dude, he's retweeting everything, anything he can do. Going at Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House.
Is Elon doing that?
Yeah, going at the numbers and how things are going to collapse.
He doesn't sleep. He's a machine. You have to be petrified of him.
Yes. So there it is. Elon versus Trump. What is going to happen today? All right, we go morbid here, really morbid with a bunch of things having to do with death. We got King of the Hill bail, your boy Luigi, the Cheers heart attack, Washington State dad. Take it away, Choppy.
Oh, man. All right, let's start with the King of the Hill, the murder suspect.
Both you guys were very interested in this story.
So, yeah,
Love
this is Jonathan Jost, and he's the King of the Hill actor. He was the voice actor. Was it Johnny Redcorn?
John Redcorn. Mm-hmm.
So he was the voice actor for him, and so he was shot dead in his neighborhood by his neighbor, and they have released the neighbor on bail. I was like, okay, all right. I don't know. Is that common?
You don't typically get a lot of bail for murder.
$200,000 bond and released on house arrest the next night. That kind of surprised me a little bit.
I think there's probably enough information about the spats that he had with them and other things that made them go, all right, there's a reasonable enough potential here for this that all right, we'll let bond be posted.
So that's that, and that's scary enough on its own. Just thinking that there's a killer out there, even though, like Bobby said, there's probably enough information out there. But he got a $200,000 bond. George Wendt, who was on Cheers, he died about a week ago. They said it was a heart attack. They said it was a heart attack was the cause of death for him. Do you want Luigi or the Washington State dad?
Washington State.
All right, Travis.
No offense to your people.
I get you. No. Travis Decker. He is the Washington dad wanted for murder of his 3 daughters. Jeez. This is a disgusting story. He was found
maybe go back to Luigi
on doorbell footage walking up to an unidentified home, knocking on it before sliding his hand up and down the surface. Very strange. And the video was from before the killings, but released the footage as they are more recent images of him. So they're trying to find this Decker. So he has a military background. He is a military-trained suspect, and he kidnapped and allegedly killed his 3 daughters, 9, 8, and 5. They were discovered on a remote campground near his abandoned truck. So they don't know if he had another vehicle waiting there and he fled. But here's the kicker. They think he can survive for more than a month on his own. It's the summer. You have to worry about the snow and the cold. He can eat off the land. Like, he is trained to survive out there. And this sicko, like, took his kids for, his custody, his time with them, took him to camp. And
is this a national story?
Yeah,
starting to get that. Yeah,
this is like the Chris Watts story from a few years ago. And the Chris Watts story is one that's I can't read it. I can't read details about it. I read a few. There's a detail in the Chris Watts story that I heard years ago that it's still like I can't get it out of my brain, and it like makes me shudder every time. This is the same sort of thing. I don't want to see any information about the story. I don't want to know about it. It just makes me feel sick.
They're saying he's 5'8", 190, black hair, brown eyes. He's homeless, living out of his truck, multiple arm tattoos, and a ponytail. So
Luigi.
All right, Luigi. Luigi's manifesto.
We need Luigi for this guy.
His manifesto, December 4th, 2024 is when he killed Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare. And in his manifesto, he writes, he wants to extract human life force for money. Say what you want to rebel against the deadly greed-fueled health insurance cartel. Do you bomb the headquarters? No. Bombs are terrorism. And then he goes on and he's like, this is targeted, precise, doesn't risk innocence. That's all what he was trying to do here. But he's like, I'm glad that I procrastinated because it allows me to learn more about United Healthcare. And then that's why he took so long to do this. Their release of this thing, I mean, he's going to have...
What's your defense for that there, Luigi?
once
the manifesto comes out.
There's none.
Yeah.
Right? There's none. There's no defense for this at this
Mario
point.
did it.
There you go. He's like, this is a real blow to the company's financials. He wants to, really hurt all these companies. And it was like, this was supposed to be just the beginning.
Another Texas Rangers meltdown. Are we not criticizing Bruce Bochy enough? And how have you changed your mind about Tyrese Halliburton, if you have at all, after he did it again last night? A couple of thrillers on a Thursday. We talk about it along with our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week. Next on Sean and Art.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Whoever gets it's going to have to shoot it immediately. Caruso from the near side hash. Flips it toward the goal, and Turner tipped it. The game ends with Indiana winning 111 to 110.
Is that Pacers radio?
That is, yeah.
That was the final call on
Not
Indy
excited.
radio. Not excited.
Job's not done. They're going very Kobe Bryant.
That's right. A shocker in OKC as the Thunder basically led by 10 throughout. They were up 9 with 3 minutes left. What do you think was like the big play where you're like, uh-oh, was it the Miles Turner accidental bank 3?
Yeah.
Was that where it's like, okay, did that may have cut it to 4?
I thought it was 110, 107 maybe at that point, something like that.
I don't know. It felt like it creeped up. Like there was the whole time I was watching, I was just like, all right, Oklahoma City's going to win. And then it wasn't until the last minute where I was like, oh crap, this is slipping again.
There weren't like a couple of PTI is going to do it today, right? PTI. Did Indiana? I ran the horns not. Did the Pacers win or the Thunder choke? We don't have like one or two. I don't have one or two Thunder choke plays that are jumping out in my mind.
No, like Milwaukee was it Milwaukee against Indiana or Indiana against Milwaukee, where like they had like, I think it was Milwaukee, where the ball went through the legs of one of their players. He had a wide open three, ball goes through the legs, and I guess Indy came back and won that game. Like there was some chokes in that. There wasn't that in this game, I don't think. I didn't notice any, at least.
I mean, it was just
Oklahoma City.
It was missing shots. In the last 4 minutes of the game, they made one shot.
Wow. And that was the Dort layup.
They made the one layup, and then they had Shea made some free throws. They scored, but they didn't make a shot other than just the one in the last 4 minutes.
And I thought Dort was going to be the X Factor MVP with all the threes that he hit, and then that amazing block when he kept going up. And I'm like, he's too thick to keep going up and up and up, and he did with a tremendous block. But Indiana hit every single big necessary three, and yeah, that Turner three cut it to 4. Tyrese Halliburton and his legacy and his status in the game is being discussed after he hit another game winner. How do you think about him, and how have you changed your thought about him?
He is, I mean, look, he does, if you go back and you watch the last 10 minutes or whatever, most of the comeback was somebody else scoring.
Yeah.
But when it came down to it, they knew exactly where they were going with the ball. It was going to be him. He was taking that final shot. But the guy is just cool, man. He is just cool.
But what are you thinking of him in terms of his status in the game?
This is how your status is raised. It's stuff like this. Like, is he a top 5 player in the NBA? No, he's not. He's not. But he is probably a top 3 player that you want with the ball in their hands at the end.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. He's hard to gauge because he is so clutch. His numbers are good across the board, but he's also like I wouldn't.
He's nowhere near a lock to score like 25 in game 2.
No, and I wouldn't. If Tyrese Halliburton was traded to my team, I wouldn't just think like we're instant contenders. Like I don't think he's just going to carry me anywhere.
Old school people would say, this player cares about scoring. Tyrese cares about winning.
You know who? It's not right. It is not the play style at all. Like they're not the same player in the sense, but in terms of just how difficult they are to gauge, it's like he looks like one of the best players, but I can't really quantify. It reminds me of Ginobili back in the day. How Ginobili always felt like one of the best players in the NBA, but it was also like it doesn't look like it matches up, and I don't feel like he's ever going to carry a game. It just. But he's a good passer. He'll score a little bit.
He'll make winning plays.
Yeah. That's a good comp. Tyrese afterwards says, we hear you on Sean and RJ in the crosstalk doubting.
After you have a run like last year, and then you get swept in the Eastern Conference Finals, and all the conversation is about is how you don't belong there and how you lucked out to get there and that it was a fluke, guys are going to be pissed off. We're going to spend the summer pissed off. And then you come into the year with all the talk around how it was a fluke. You have an unsuccessful first couple months, and now that's easy for everybody to clown you and talk about you in a negative way. And I think as a group, we take everything personal. Like as a group, it's not just me, it's everybody. I feel like that's the DNA of this group. And that's not just me, that's our coaching staff does a great job of making us aware of what's being said. Us as players, we talk about it in the locker room, we talk about it on the plane. We're a young team, so we probably spend more time on social media than we should. But I just think we do a great job of taking things personal, and that gives this group more confidence.
Oh, what a great answer. What a tremendous quote.
He sounds like a coach. Like the way that he talks about that, like you hear his approach, the way that he, just in general, the words he uses, the way he speaks, the fact that, my goodness, that sounds like 20 years of bourbon or something on him too. That's just that raspy throat. He sounds like he's 45 when you hear him talk.
Him coming out, Choppy, how good, how lauded, how hyped. I seem to remember, I think Bassick said the Mavericks loved him. Like they were really hoping for him coming out of Iowa State. How good was he? How far did those teams go?
I don't remember how far the teams went. Iowa State's got they're one of those programs that just has a random Elite Eight run in them all the time. I don't remember how far they went. But I mean, he was a good player. He was like, but a lot of his game was the same as it is here in the NBA. I don't remember him being an elite scorer, like a 30-point-a-night guy, 25-point-a-night guy. He was a good player. They just did things that won games.
Carlisle gave an interview in 2023 or was at a press conference. He was talking about Halliburton, and he had mentioned that while he was in Dallas, he's like, we thought Halliburton was the best player in the draft that year.
There it is.
And he said they had actually tried to trade to get him. He said we were desperately trying to trade for him, and just we couldn't get it done.
He ended up going 12 to Sacramento out of Iowa State. So there it is. He strikes again, and Oklahoma City tries to rebound from game one. How the hell are the Texas Rangers going to rebound?
The set by Garcia and the pitch. Bouncing ball right side. Semien far to his left has it. No one covering first. Coming in to score is Aranda. The throw home. Caminero is safe at home plate. And the Tampa Bay Rays come from behind, score 3 runs here in the bottom of the ninth, and walk off the Rangers by the final score of 4-3.
All I tweeted was, oh my God, and Ranger fans threw their keyboards up in disgust. Chris Young is a you-know-what for building the worst bullpen in baseball 2 years in a row, worse than Nico. Trevor, sell everybody. Shannon, this is coaching at this point, not covering first twice in the same series. They suck. Epic Mike Bassett crash out is coming. Let's talk about Bochy for a second, because in any other sport, RJ, especially around here, final seconds, final minutes, details, 2-minute, execution, a mistake, we take that to coaching. We take that to coaching in football. You don't have the details covered. What about in baseball? We don't think of it the same. Why not, and should we, especially after it happened the game before?
Right. Well, I mean, I asked Banny this one time.
You also have a week of football practice in between versus baseball, right? It's all supposed to be done, I guess, in spring training.
Like pitchers do their PFPs, pitchers fielding practice, during spring training, right? The coverage of first, all that stuff. And I asked Ben, like, how often do you do infield practice, stuff like that? And he said every homestand. Do it once a homestand.
Which makes so much sense. Why would you just work on something so important, spring training, and then not for 162?
Yeah. Now, I have no idea if that's the norm. Was Banny a little heavy-handed at times? That was the rumor. So I have no idea if that's the norm. But that's what he said they did. They did it every homestand. They would do a little bit of just some refresher stuff. You know, yesterday there was that final play. You had two things working against you. You had Josh Smith at first playing off the line, where he should have known the ball is hit to my left, I go get it. The ball is hit to my right, I go and cover first. Because any ball hit to my right, I'm far enough over that Semien was going to get to it. And I know on the post, is that Brad Miller who's with Jared? That he said that your number one job as a first baseman is to make sure the ball doesn't get to the outfield in that situation. Which, look, I'm not going to argue with him on that. That's, but it's just like if he had just gone to, he should have known how far right to the right he was, that Marcus was going to get to any ground ball. And as long as I get to first, there is no tying run and there is no winning run. So that's part one. Part two, Garcia's a lefty. When he throws that pitch, he falls to the right. He's already 2 steps further away from the bag that a right-hander would have been. Especially a closer. Like a right-handed closer is putting so much torque into it, except for Rivera, who is just a smooth. Most closers are throwing the ball so wild that they are falling off the mound. I mean, he would have been halfway to first if it was a righty. So they had two things working against him there in that final play.
Do you give Josh Smith any sort of a pass at all? The fact that this was the 8th game he's played at first base.
Yeah, that's another part of the problem. That's another part. They got a utility guy playing first. I mean, you're going to have. If this was somebody who had played. This is Nate Lowe, who had played 1 million games at first base. I think it's a different story.
Kumar Rocker optioned to AAA. So Chipotle, he's moving down after the rough start against the Rays. I guess I'll throw out some good news. Jack Leiter, Bassick, you guys were commenting over Mike's euphoria, saying Jack Leiter is becoming a star. It was only a 5-inning start, but he lowered the ERA to a 3.48. And the biggest piece of hopeful news, Marcus Semien. He goes deep twice yesterday. In his last 7 games, he's been hitting across the slash line, 444, 545, and 722. Ooh. He entered last Friday hitting 173 with a 485 OPS. At the moment, 207 with a 600 OPS. So hopefully Marcus has broken out of it.
Man, that'd be great. That'd be great if he was. And to see him start to hit the ball well is fantastic. And the most important part is he's taking advantage of mistakes. You're not gonna feast off of pitchers throwing their pitch. You're gonna feast off of being able to make them pay for a mistake they threw. And the home run to make it was it 2-1. That was a pitch that missed by 6 inches. You've got to nail that. You've got to hammer it. And
Bobby, are you more encouraged by Marcus or Jack?
So Marcus, they're both really encouraging me because Marcus is a situation where we've seen June is a lot of time where he starts ramping it up in his time during Texas. So I'm hoping this is just all right. This is following the path that Marcus has. That's optimistic. The sequence last night when Leiter had 1st and 3rd in the 4th inning with nobody out, and he gets 2 strikeouts and a pop up to the catcher. That was as encouraging a thing I've seen from Jack Leiter yet. That was just and he got off the mound. He was cool the whole time on there, and then he got off, and you could see he was like, "Yes, got it." But I mean, that's the kind of thing that would have broken him last year. That scenario, 1 run, 2, maybe 3 are scoring because that's just how he had collapsed in innings before. But man, he was dialed in as soon as he got to that 1st and 3rd, nobody out.
All right, there it is, a recap of a crazy last night in the sports world. Game 3, the decider in the Women's Softball World Series will be this evening. Someone will get their first national championship between the Longhorns and the Red Raiders. By the way, props to the ladies because Game 1 drew 2.1 million viewers. Most watched Game 1 ever of the Softball World Series.
Wow, good for them.
Most watched ever. It peaked at 2.8. Of all the brand new coaches in the NFL, who's got the best new coach quarterback combo? We take you inside the Star on the home of America's team with our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week. So stick around to win that next.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Semien sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
Time experts and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We are officially commercial free up until 8 o'clock. We have our final Rangers Royals ticket giveaway of the week to hook you up for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And Bobby, you met a lot of them yesterday with G-Bag.
Yeah, this is right here, by the way, that I'm holding on the fan cam. This is evidence that G-Bag does give things away. I managed to snatch one of these, throw it in my backpack before the fuzz saw me. But this is evidence that they also give things away. Not nearly as well as we do.
No,
but they give things away.
About? But someone told me at 5:19. I didn't go back and listen, but Broadus took another shot at me, something like that. So we got the most loyal audience, I believe.
Let me see that one. Let me see that one. Because, you know, the one they gave...
Oh, Choppy.
The
one,
one,
you may as well cover first base.
The one that they gave us, the red ones at the firehouse, they were lasered in. All right, our logo. Now, the best part about this one is it's a sticker, so you can peel the G-Bag Nation off, and it'll just say the fan on it. It'll just say 105 The Fan.
I did have a listener come up to me, Devon, and he said he met us at the very first firehouse we did back in DeSoto in 23. And he said he had never even heard of the station when he showed up to that. He just knew there was something going on at the fire station. It was around the corner. And he said he discovered us that day. He said he's listened to the station every day since. He's like, now it's all I listen to.
Right.
So it's good. It's good to know that we're out there making a difference for G-Bag, bringing people to their remotes.
And shout out to Panther City Chris. He just sent me the video getting the Yeti ready to fly to New York to cook barbecue and taking the homies with us with the 105 The Fan sticker. So shout out to them. Also, congrats for making the Texas Monthly Top 50. Panther City has always been there listening and supporting, and they also support Jared Sandler's charity. All right, let's go inside the star. And Brandon Hurtado, I believe, is going to be lurking around here to record another barbecue tip of the day around 9 p.m. Maybe we'll go ahead and get him to sit in to vote on worst take. Possibly, if Brandon Hurtado makes it up in time. Inside the Star, in case you did not know, we are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, and we have a list and ranking of the new coach quarterback pairings.
Right. So now you're going to have, obviously, Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. Like,
yeah, you're going to have to add that.
You're going to have to add this one. But as it stands,
and who is this list from? It's important to identify who wrote this list.
Cody Benjamin.
Cody Benjamin, who is.
He's our nemesis right now, right?
Yeah.
Is he our first week winner of worst take?
Yes, he was. And then Cody Benjamin has routinely made some lists that we get angry at.
Okay.
So let's see if this one makes us angry.
All right. So in descending order, number 13 is
13. There's that many new coaches?
Coaches or quarterbacks.
Just a new combo at coach and quarterback.
Okay.
The Saints, Tyler Shuck and Kellen Moore.
This is already dumb. This is dumb. Why? Tyler Shuck was one of the more, look, he's injury prone, everything else, whatever. But Tyler Shuck is one of the more pro-ready quarterbacks that we've had recently in terms of his play style, and Kellen has shown consistently an ability to work well with quarterbacks. So this, it's just flat out there. There's
okay. When he goes up the next 12, then you tell me who you would put that combo over.
I'm certain it'll be over the next one.
All right, the next one is. See, I disagree with this one because I don't know that you can. First of all, I don't know that you can call this a new coach quarterback combo because I think these guys have already played and coached together. But it's Joe Flacco and Kevin Stefanski.
Okay. Joe Flacco and Kevin Stefanski.
Some upside with Shuck and Kellen Moore. That's better.
Yeah, but I think next year, if I had to put money on who will have the better statistical season, it would be Joe Flacco. Now, I don't think Joe Flacco is going to be playing all those games.
He'll play five, right? He'll play 5 games.
Yeah, but Joe Flacco is going to have better numbers, I would think, than Tyler Shuck. But you watch Shuck.
Well, and
and Greg Cosell.
As we go through this list, I think you're going to hear.
It's hard for me to separate in my mind your Kellen homer as
right. As we go through the list, I think you're going to hear though a bunch of different things where it's like, okay, well, that ranking makes sense if you're viewing the list through this lens, but, well, then why did he put this person over here if he's doing it through that lens? It just seems inconsistent how he's judging. This is where I would place
All right,
him.
I don't have a problem with number 12
Okay.
over 13 so far.
Number 11, Titans, Cam Ward, Brian Callahan.
Okay.
I don't have a
Projection.
problem. It's projection.
Projection. Callahan has had a Pete DeBoer goaltender type of relationship with quarterbacks early on, but
Number 10.
He crapped all over Will Levis.
yeah,
right?
like really bad.
Number 10, Russell Wilson and Brian Daboll.
This should be last.
Why?
Because Daboll has shown he's not a very good coach. Daboll's shown that he isn't developing quarterbacks very well, and we've got Russell Wilson, who we know exactly what Russell Wilson is, which is nothing that's an advantage at this stage of his career.
Yeah, but he could be better than Tyler Shuck or Joe Flacco or Cam Ward seasons. Russell Wilson's numbers last year, I would probably bet being better than those other guys. So therefore, he would belong higher on the list.
Right, but
Brian Daboll has also had Daniel Jones, which if you want to kill him, don't maybe defend Brian Daboll too much. But if you wanna sit there and kill him, you can kill him. But you can also say he had a bum that people laughed at when he was picked that high.
This is about where this is like 10 out of 13 is about where I would have Kellen and Shuck. But again, it's just because if you look at it and go, we definitively know what Stefanski does when he works with quarterbacks. We definitively know how Daboll has had massive trouble since he got to New York establishing any sort of an offense. And we know what Russell Wilson is when he gets in those situations, which is at this stage of his career, he's not an advantage. If we're talking about upside and he could be, like we're saying with Russell Wilson, well, Shuck could be too. We literally don't even know with Shuck yet.
Number 9.
It's this guy's list.
Yeah. Number 9.
I'm ready to argue with you today.
I know.
You've had way too much free time on your hands. I had almost jump out of the text messages yesterday. The three of you, and then this morning, I was screaming at the gas pump. Like, we're 2 minutes away from being together. Please, God, just talk. Peyton, you too. You're guilty of it as well. You and Bobby, you guys don't stop with my phone. I'm already at like 75% waking up 3 hours ago because you guys have way too much time on your hands with the text chain.
You really need a new phone if you're already at 75%.
I'm exaggerating.
when I was sending the text and I said, I can't.
This was all about Bobby's car phone holder.
Yeah.
And it was just bing, bum, bum, bing, bing, bum, 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 bum. And I'm like, stop. We're going to talk about it in 5 minutes together.
It's Friday, Sean. I'm excited.
When I
wish you were more excited on Tuesday.
When I texted the joke that I can't have the phone holder because how would I dangerously text and drive?
Right.
I dead serious always typed it there. I was like, and plus, who would annoy Sean with text notifications that he's not replying to? Because I knew you were sitting there irritated by every one of those.
I'm focusing on all the crazy traffic every single morning, and you guys somehow are just beep, 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 especially Bobby.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 9.
On what list?
Number 9.
This is the ranking of the new coach quarterback duos of 2025. There are from Cody Benjamin of CBS Sports. The Jets, Justin Fields, Aaron Glenn.
Ooh, so there's some Justin Fields love that is trying to be sold. His PR team is good. I mean, he got hyped up in Chicago for a little bit. Are you buying that we could see a much different Justin Fields now that he's in Bible study?
No. No, I mean,
I'm not either.
Fields has been such a massive disappointment, obviously, but just also in the play style. He didn't look like this poor of a passer when he was at Ohio State. And the issue here for me is that, again, we're talking about Justin Fields has not been very good, and we're like praising the combo or looking optimistic at the combo of also a first-time defensive head coach. Like what is Glenn going to offer to Justin Fields in terms of development that he hasn't gotten already?
That's true. Who's their OC? They got. I have to go look.
Probably somebody who has been in the league for 40 years and just runs the ball.
Yeah,
all the
probably
time.
is. Number 8, Seattle, Sam Darnold, Mike McDonald.
Okay.
It's good.
What was that?
Very. It's Yamo B there.
it's a Michael McDonald reference. Again, same sort of thing. Mike McDonald, you're talking about. It's a defensive coach. Darnold was really good last year. I don't know how much stock I'm buying in him away from Kevin O'Connell.
Or away from Justin Jefferson, even though he has nice receivers. Who will have the better? Well, I'm sure you're going to get to this guy on the list with Geno, but who's going to have the better season between Geno and Sam Darnold? Geno does not have as good of weapons, but Geno has shown to be a consistently better quarterback.
Right. Yeah, I would think Geno has a better year. I I don't trust Sam. The last 2 games of Sam's season really stand out to me.
I know, but that seems like such an unfair.
It's so unfair.
The guy was an MVP candidate, and we are all killing him, hanging on to 2 games.
I felt so happy for him. He had a great year, career resurgence. Chalk one up for the big square. I mean, he's the Lego guy head.
He's got a Minecraft head.
He has a Minecraft head. He really does. So, what?
No, I was reading down ahead of this list because I had read it the other day. We're going to have to talk about something when we get to the end of it. Cody Benjamin has pulled a fast one on everybody.
Number 7, Patriots, Drake May and Mike Vrabel.
Your boy, Bobby.
I like Drake May a ton. Vrabel,
Joe Milton backstabber.
Vrabel concerns me for young quarterback development just because I know what his philosophy is.
Yeah, this is kind of stupid to pair up with the head coaches who don't have
the side of the ball,
the hands on the offense, the side of the ball. That part is pretty. We're gonna have to get this guy Cody Benjamin on for an all-out war.
There you go.
We're just gonna have to destroy. No one knows who he is. I've never seen his face. We're just gonna have to get him on for the fight.
Number 6,
we'll be like Pablo Torre, Bill Simmons, and that.
Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohn. Duval.
I think this pairing should be higher. Lawrence still is somebody who's kind of in a make or break. He's got a high upside. Liam Cohen has been praised as somebody who comes in and gets the most out of quarterbacks. Like that, he's bounced around from spot to spot, but he's generally been thought of as one of the better quarterback developers. I think this probably should be higher.
We need to. It wasn't until last week I forgot that Brian Schottenheimer was in Jacksonville with Trevor and Urban. We have some. Well, I'm not going to get into it right now, but we need to talk to Brian Schottenheimer about what happened there because that is not a glowing thing to have on the resume. We talk about the Jets. We talk about Seattle. We totally skip over Jacksonville and T-Law.
I think that most of us, at least I do, let me rephrase that. That is a complete redshirt year for everyone involved.
Well, he also
I don't blame Shotty. I don't even consider that to be Trevor's rookie year. Like that was a redshirt year. Everyone.
You're
gets
talking
a
about
pass.
just because of Urban.
Because of Urban, everyone gets a pass with that.
So and Shotty was when Shotty got hired, we had gone over the numbers of him as a play caller. So Shotty was the quarterback coach initially, and then for the final 3 weeks of the season, they'd fired the offensive coordinator. He got elevated and was the coordinator. And the last 3 weeks, Jacksonville's passing game output jumped with him calling plays.
Oh,
number 5.
It says passing game coordinator here. So are they saying that's offensive coordinator? Or are we separating it?
No, separating out. The offensive coordinator was Darrell Bevel that year, and then he got fired.
Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin, number 5.
Oh, they put it on there.
They put it on there.
They've updated it.
Bobby is going to probably agree. I'm selling Rodgers, even though I was buying him over the past few years. Bobby was selling him. Sounds like you're a slight buy. I'm not believing it. I think it was a lot of garbage stats towards the end. It was a lot of Devontae feeding to try to set the little stupid fake records and get numbers on both sides. They were already out of it. The numbers are more surprising to me, but I was watching them a little bit closer than others because I had Devontae on my fantasy football winning championship team. Pay. So I am not buying Aaron Rodgers.
I'm not like a full buy. I'm optimistic about what Aaron Rodgers can do within Pittsburgh specifically. It's the player team match. It's the fact that he'll have DK. It's just I think that the fit is a good one for him to maximize whatever he has left.
Number 4. Caleb and Ben Johnson.
Ooh, the hype. Bobby wrote an essay. I thought it was probably AI doing it.
What?
But, man, the Chicago Bear hype is full throttle.
This is... I hadn't realized how sickening Bears coverage was going to be this year. But you forget, Caleb Williams is the golden boy. Ben Johnson is the golden boy. So... apparently he led they had mandatory minicamp. He led a game-winning drive, some 94-yard drive in minicamp the other day. And these were some of the headlines I saw coming out of this. This was a minicamp practice that doesn't allow real contact. Caleb Williams leads clutch drive, all caps on clutch. Caleb Williams' 90-yard drive spells trouble for the NFC. Caleb Williams shows off the clutch X factor in minicamp. The Athletics write-up was like this dramatic retelling of like a Civil War battle or something. A booming punt from Torrey Taylor hit the soggy grass inside the 10-yard line of Field 1 at Hallis Hall. It bounced into the air and was quickly downed. The Bears first-team offense took the field pinned against its own end zone and with the game to go win. And then it goes through this breakdown of everything he did. And then they noted that by the way, there might be some sacks to account for when the film was reviewed on that drive because they're not allowed to sack the quarterback. And it's like, all right, well, that doesn't sound like it was a real drive then. So
yeah,
it's just slobbery love for Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson in Bear circles.
I'm buying it. Not all that hype of an OT minicamp drive, but I am buying the genius of Ben Johnson going along with the nails of Caleb.
Is that low to you then? 4?
No,
okay.
It's not low.
Well,
I got to hear the other 3.
They have already not just updated this list with Aaron Rodgers. They have changed the top 3.
This was my issue. This is what I was looking ahead to. Cody Benjamin, when putting the Aaron Rodgers in there, he has shuffled and re-ranked people with no new information. So the original rankings we were complaining about, he has already changed who's number 1 and number 2 and number 3.
Because number 3 used to be number 1. Geno and Pete Carroll. And they have been dropped with great prejudice.
I mean, the last 3 days have been really tough on them.
From 1 to 3.
They were 1.
They were 1.
That's not right.
All right, just give me the rest of the top.
Number 2, Vikings, JJ and Kevin O'Connell.
Okay.
And then number 1,
They were number 2 on this list a couple days ago. And now all of a sudden they've bumped up to 1 for what and there's no note in here that says the rankings have been changed.
None.
Nothing. This dude is
he's slimy.
Yeah.
I need to see a picture. I need to know a background. I need Bobby GPT to invest his weekend in this along with Jake Reitman football videos.
Oh! Look at that hair. Look at that hair.
We're making this guy famous.
Yeah, I mean that.
Look at that hair, man.
We're doing Pee Wee Herman's list every other week. All right, so
his bio.
So Rodgers, Tomlin. That's my mind first went to Rodgers, Tomlin, Dak, Shoddy. You feel that much better, of course, about the Cowboy combo, Bob?
The number 1 combo I'd have on this list, probably, again, if we're just looking optimistic and potential and other things like that, what could come through,
Bears,
I would say it's Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams is where I would put that number 1. I think Rodgers and Tomlin is an interesting couple, and then it's probably Dak and Shoddy.
I had a major problem with them initially putting Geno and Pete ahead of Dak and Shoddy. Now, I have because first of all, Geno and Pete had already worked together.
Right.
They're not new. Now, look, if you want to say they're new to that new team, sure. And they have worked together, and they work together quite well. So that's true and all. But if you wanted to put JJ and O'Connell, Caleb and Ben Johnson ahead, Rodgers and Tomlin, I wasn't going to fight you on that. But on Geno and Pete, yeah, we would have come to blows.
And he put Aaron Rodgers in here. The initial list had Mason Rudolph and Mike Tomlin. And Mason Rudolph and Mike Tomlin were like 7th on the list as a couplet. It's like, Rudolph? I don't care that it's Tomlin. Rudolph is in the top 7?
Let's hook you up not only on your home of the Cowboys, your home of the Rangers with our final tickets of the week.
All right, Tolos, right now, that's right. Call our number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Rangers take on the Royals on Tuesday, June 17th at Globe Life Field in Arlington. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 20,000 fans in the gate will also receive a 2023 World Series Final Out bobblehead. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, we're commercial free. Expressway. You know, something crazy usually happens every single day at 7:40. Congrats to the Tolos who have won this week and the one who is about to win right now. Let's clean out the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! The Diddy nod.
The Diddy nod.
The judge in the case threatening.
The judge is threatening to remove the rapper from the courtroom. He is, quote, looking at jurors and nodding vigorously during the testimony of Brianna Bongolan. She was being cross-examined by Diddy's legal defense team before jurors left for a break on Thursday. After they left the courtroom, the judge said, cannot happen again, or you're going to be sanctioned and removed from the courtroom. What does nodding vigorously mean?
Well, here's the way I read it. And again, this is just my courtroom brain. I think this was one of the Cassie's friends, and Diddy held her over the balcony of a 17th floor building. And while they were talking about this, I believe Diddy was kind of nodding and looking at the jury like, yeah, I'm capable of that, and yeah, that could happen to you too. Like an intimidation thing. I think this was Cassie's friend. I know that there was some girl who said he held me over the balcony, and there was too many people out there. He wasn't going to drop me off of the 17th floor.
So she filed a lawsuit against Sean Combs in December, seeking $10 million for emotional distress, sexual battery, and false imprisonment. So I guess she's saying she was held against her will.
I was taking it as he was like which would be a really dumb move. That can't be right. I was taking it as he was looking at them like, yeah, I did it, and yeah, I can have it done to you. And the judge is like, intimidation, you do it anymore, I'm throwing you out of the courtroom.
Yeah, that is kind of what it sounds like, is that but vigorously is such an odd way to say it. I have a big problem with this story, though. Like this is a concerning update to me, because I want to. Who's the outlet that you were reading that from right there?
Well, this was the aggregator. This is from Bro Bible.
Yeah, Bro Bible calling Diddy a rapper. Like I don't appreciate that at all. He's never been a rapper. As Suge Knight said, he's the producer, dancing all up in the videos, which you don't want that. Which, oddly enough, Suge Knight also held somebody out of window. He did that to Vanilla Ice way back in the day.
And Suge Knight apparently was kind of defending Diddy, saying everyone at these freak-offs knew what it was. So it was not some big secret. I don't know if that covers the people he brought in, and I don't know whether he hired, if there was an understanding. And I guess some people are also suggesting to open up the Biggie case in the midst of all this stuff. But yeah, he got scolded for making facial expressions at the jurors.
And you mentioned how stupid that is, which it's clearly stupid.
If he did it during that threatening story.
But like when you're
to the jury, to the people deciding your fate.
If you're somebody like Diddy, who has allegedly gotten away with so many of these different things, where he's basically been untouchable, he's been allowed to commit, like, I do wonder if it just all of a sudden changes your perspective on what you can get away with and what you can't. Like Aaron Hernandez, people talk about, why did Aaron Hernandez just think he could do what he did and wasn't going to get busted? And they're like, well, he had done a bunch of bad stuff before that had all been cleaned up or covered up, and so he got to a point where he just thought, I can do anything and it's not going to be a problem.
All right, so that's the that's the Diddy story, the part one of the Diddy story. Next one here. Do not plug in your USB while you're at the airport underneath your seat.
Well,
when you're in the waiting room?
I do that every time.
Yes.
The waiting room.
When you're in the, whatever they call it, the gate. When you're at the gate. When you're at the gate, in the terminal, you know, like underneath your seat, they've got those things.
Why are you telling me not to do that?
Because hackers have been hacking into these things, and they are stealing your data.
What?
You could use your plug, you know, with the prongs, right? The outlet. But just don't use the USB side and plug into it.
So this is like when they tell you the card reader has been tampered with.
Yeah.
And so like, don't put your card in there, use the tap, because they can't hack the tap, but they can hack the actual reader.
God, I love the tap.
Yeah, the tap's great.
So much
the
easier.
tap at the gas pump.
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding me?
Right.
Then I don't have to hold my breath. Is it when I get that sign and message, you have to go inside? I leave. I don't go inside. I go to another gas pump, or I leave the gas station versus going inside. Right. The tap, that grocery store, everywhere, amazing.
Tap's great. The Apple Pay or Google Pay, whichever you have, is great. But yeah, so like, don't use your USB or I guess USB-C.
And who's reporting this though? Because you always fear monger every week with all
TSA warned this in a PSA.
Okay.
The TSA and a PSA.
Look, I can see how that would occur. I would never just plug a USB into one of those things. I could be sitting there for 2 hours. It's going to charge 2% that way. That little just USB into one of those plugs, it never charges fast enough. At that point, I'd just be like, all right, well, then I might as well not even have the phone.
According to TSA officials, hackers install malware in a trend known as port jacking. Jeez. Juice jacking, they also call it. So cyber criminals ransom your device, steal your passwords. So be aware. Just use your battery, your own portable battery pack if you have one, which I always carry one with me.
Do you?
Oh my God, look at this thing. Yeah.
You have one too, right?
Yeah, I was trying to fiddle with it this morning. It's in the car. They're so valuable. The only problem is
that bad boy, baby, and it's solar powered, and it's got all the prongs.
And where did you get it?
I don't know, TikTok Shop.
Yeah, TikTok Shop. This man buys so much stuff from TikTok Shop that I've discovered recently.
Weight on that bad boy.
This thing is a hoss.
Yeah, just leave it out in the sun. It charges by the solar. You could set your phone in the back there
for the pool.
Yeah, now it heats up, so I don't leave it out too long.
Yeah. Wow, this is how much was this?
Like maybe $40 tops.
And it's a flashlight too on it.
Yeah,
or
it's a
whatever?
flashlight.
Dang!
Jeez.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
That is impressive. Yeah. Okay. So you got to worry about the hackers. I'm not.
Got a compass if I ever don't know where I am.
Are you? That's a compass. That's on it.
I don't know how to read this thing.
That's incredible.
Sean, you remember?
Oh, wait, no, that's a thermometer.
For
is
what?
it?
Yeah, it says it's 80 degrees in here. Yeah, it's a thermometer.
Oh, it's a broken thermometer.
Sean, you were concerned, or not concerned. You were, I guess, taken aback a couple months ago. You were telling us about when you had the deliveries, the like deliveries getting dropped by drone or whatever in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
So Amazon is
it
trying
wasn't
to,
in my neighborhood. When I drive home past the Walmart, it looks like an army that's being set up, and I'm like, what is that? Do you ever drive by that Walmart on the way to Rockwall, or you take a different way?
Yeah, Mesquite right there, like off of 30. It's I guess the left of it. Yeah.
Put that damn charger away. We talked about this charger enough. Oh my God, it's impressive. Props to you. It's blinding me actually.
Strobe.
But these things are humongous setups that look like an army is about to launch.
Well, it's going to be a real army now, like actual soldiers and everything like that, because Amazon has decided, you know what, the drone drop-off delivery, that's a little too uncomfortable for people. We need something that's a little more personable. So they are fixing this by, in San Francisco, they are testing humanoid robots to deliver packages. So they've got robot parks, quote unquote, where right now they are testing and developing literal like robots that are in the almost like the shape of a skeleton. They don't have like made to look like humans, but they're these like thin robots that are going to, as they describe it, get your package and literally sprint from the car to drop it at your door. So we are just a few years away from seeing robots madly sprinting up to our doors, which is terrifying to me.
It is terrifying. I'm not joking. I'm not a conspiracy theorist guy. The world's not ending with all these things.
That's what it looks like running at you.
This robot takeover is going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
There was a story the other day that AI models are refusing to obey orders to shut down, to the point of even threatening to blackmail programmers. So, like, we're installing human emotion into the robots to get them to act on their own. No. Stop taking it so far, please.
It's too much. They got to stop that. And like, you see robots.
I mean, they're not going to, but
no, they're not going to. But like, there are robots that mimic the movements. Like, there was a robot that was getting into a kind of a tussle with a crowd of people. And it's like, dude, that thing moved like a human.
Yeah, see, and here's the other thing. I really hate being on this side because it makes me feel really old. But I don't like being on the side where it's like, I'm not so sure about this technology thing. Because I feel like every time we've looked back on somebody who was talking about that in retrospect, we're like, okay, well, that was silly. Like, it was perfectly fine. So it does make me think, all right, am I being a boomer a little bit here? Being like, I don't want to see this. But it's just terrifying. Like, I don't know why you'd want a sprinting robot.
They're like programmed to know karate, some of them. Like, no. And the other thing I thought
Steven Seagal of robots.
Yeah.
Well, not. Steven Seagal would be programmed to go eat everything.
He is eating the robots, man.
The thing that I was wondering is about the insurance coverage, because one of these drones is going to fall on a car or fall on someone. Like, I could own Walmart or one of these stores that's doing this once that thing falls, right?
Possible.
I still haven't gotten any of the drone deliveries. Like, we've ordered stuff before for, I guess, none of the stores we're using use it, but like, I mean, I've seen them buzzing around town.
Speaking of junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan.
Speaking of Walmart and robots, they have the robot security in the parking lots now at some of these Walmarts.
Like, a robot will come escort you out of, like, what do you mean?
Like, they have these robots that are patrolling the parking lots.
And doing what? Like, what do you mean they're patrolling?
There's somebody, I guess, in the Walmart.
Oh, so it's like a camera just snitching on people.
It's basically a camera snitching on people. And it's like, but people are worried about it's taking their license plate number, or it's like just filming them when they're not asking to be filmed. So, yeah, these robots, these security robots, people aren't happy with them. But I guess there's a lot of crime in the parking lots of Walmarts. And,
kidding.
Right? I know. And this is what they're trying to deter.
See, this is it's all this different technology we talked about yesterday during Neighborhood Watch. How like Fort Worth police are using the microphones now that are like posted up in the air to triangulate where gunfire's coming from. You got robots patrolling areas, different things like that. So I mean, it's just it's the new wave of the future. Here, you want some more wave of the future? Choppy's very impressed with his little TikTok shop charger there. He would 100% get what China has developed. Other than the fact that it's from China, he may not.
China.
They have developed infrared contact lenses that are allowing humans to see in dark.
Oh, yes.
So, like, you got the night vision goggles. You don't need those clunky looking things where you just pop in these little contact lenses and you will be able to see it at night. Now, here's the thing. They say it's not good enough yet to completely replace, like, night vision goggles. It doesn't cut through that much. But if you're somebody who maybe at night you have trouble seeing a little bit when it gets dark. Kristen has that issue. The darker it gets, the more she's like, I'm having trouble.
She's always at the house like, we have to leave. I'm like, for what? Like, it's just getting going. She's like, I can't drive at night.
Yeah, I know. It's like
thanks, Blanche.
It's like a Shrek thing, like how Fiona, like when it would turn night or whatever, she'd turn into the little ogre or whatever. That's what she's trying to duck the light. That's what she's worried about. You're looking sideways. She's out of town. She's not here to do this.
Horrible comparison.
I would absolutely do these night vision contacts. I have one problem. I can't put contacts in my eyes.
So I don't think I'd be able to do it either. You mean like your eyes flutter?
Yeah, like I don't like anything in I barely can put eye drops in them.
So here's one of the problems.
You do it every day in the bathroom, same time every day still?
Every day, and I agree. I think I started my freshman year of high school, and it took me 45 minutes to an hour to put contacts in, and took me 30 minutes to take it out for about 2 weeks straight until I finally got it down, because my eyes, like you guys, they were so sensitive, they kept flickering as soon as I, kept moving as soon as I would get closer to it.
These are not perfected yet, by the way. They say that the problem is that they're a little blurry. So you are going to have to make the trade-off of, like, if I have trouble seeing at night, would I rather see things a little more lit up, but it's kind of blurry, and basically I'm without contacts during the daytime, or do I just say I'm going to take my chances in the dark? And so China's working on it, though. I'm sure they're going to have it cleaned up any day now.
Let's go to Tampa, Florida. A restaurant is suing a diner who left a negative review on Yelp. They apparently didn't like it when she called their meat quality, quote, subpar and their spare ribs dry.
Oh.
So they're suing her. Now, the restaurant's called Hale's Black Brick. Innovative, inspired, and seasonal new Asian food. They filed this lawsuit against Irene Ang. Now, Ang and her friends had tiger shrimp, lamb chop, spare ribs, eggplant, mushrooms, and chocolate cake. She's a Karen. Okay?
No, this has become such
Talk about the restaurant's a Karen.
Well, they're a Karen. This lady's a Karen.
She left a review.
She has left 660 reviews.
About them only?
No, in general.
Oh.
This was a 795-word review on Yelp.
Yeah, that's Karen.
That's Karen.
It's Karen-y. The restaurant is more Karen-y to me, though.
Yes.
This is the thing. Did you know, so when Portnoy recently had a run-in, Dave Portnoy from Barstool, he had a run-in with one of these pizza places. I always go jump and like, look, how are they getting killed right now? Yelp has started to, when Portnoy blows somebody up, they will lock reviews on the place. And they'll say, this restaurant is currently involved in a national story, and we are not allowing reviews at this time.
Wow.
And so I was like, I've never seen Yelp lock it down.
I don't like that at all.
Portnoy stuff has destroyed businesses before whenever they've gone sideways with them.
So this is the write-up. Probably will return. One of the better fusion restaurants I've been to, but the meat quality is subpar. The eggplant, mushrooms were wonderful. Tiger shrimp, tasty and succulent. Coffee was lukewarm, and the spare ribs were so-so. And the Hawaiian prime ribs were the worst. Way too much fat, and the fried rice was greasy. Now, I don't know anything that is abusive, arrogant, or disrespectful about that, but that's what they're saying in the lawsuit.
She said probably would return, and one of the better ones I've been to.
Yeah.
And you don't like food reviews anyway.
I hate food reviews. I can't taste what's in your mouth, and it's terrible. I always get led astray. We always go to a place, good food reviews, and it winds up, no, I don't like it. And then there's a place I've been told, don't go there. And we go there, service was great, food was pretty good. So it's like, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just an idiot.
Bobby has made up his Texas Rangers mind. If they don't start doing this, it's time to sell. We got the deciding game in the Softball World Series and the Colin Kaepernick of baseball. Some Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers after devastation last night. Next. But RJ, listen to my food review.
All right.
Of Brandon.
No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Look back to second. He kicks and throws, and this is hit back up the middle and into center field, a base hit. Caballero around third, scores easily. Stopping at second is Aranda. Caminero drives in his second run tonight, his 40th of the season, with a single back up the middle. It's now 3-2.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Rangers have had a good defense all year long up until the back-to-back calamities, right?
Yeah, they've been in, we covered this last week.
Well,
defensive runs saved. Texas was the number one team in all of baseball, and they had the leading player at like 3 different positions. So defensively, they've been really, really good this year.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It happened to them again with a devastating loss to the Rays, which leads to getting swept in Tampa. What happened, Bruce?
You saw what happened. We got the ground balls. We couldn't turn them into outs there. And it's hard to lose a game like this. We had an earlier game where, they didn't hit a ball out of the infield, and they had a big inning. And, again, late covering first, I think Smitty, he broke, and, he had no chance there. But anyway, we should have coverage there. And that's a tough one, man. These guys played well, and you hate to see it unravel there in the 9th.
Look, it's a loss on the level of like Oklahoma City's last night. Like, they just dominated the entire game. They should have won. And here they are looking at it, and it's like, oh, not only do we lose the game, we get swept, you get a couple of just inexcusable plays. And
that's the way baseball goes.
Whether or not that was Josh Smith making the wrong decision to go for the ball versus to cover, or not covering the bag from the pitcher standpoint, or not paying attention and worrying about what just happened if you're Semien versus just throwing the ball home, that was just a disastrous sequence. That is I'd be willing to, I don't know what the Rangers' win probability was going into the 9th inning.
Yeah.
But, when that ground ball is hit, I'll bet you if you were to be able to go back and you were to do a still shot, okay, and the still shot is that ball on the dirt, Marcus Semien right in front of it, with the batter 2 steps out of the box, and saying the Texas Rangers lost this baseball game on this play, would blow your mind.
Yeah, there's no excuse for it, and it sucks from a couple different angles that Josh Smith doesn't do what he's supposed to do, and he's been really one of your more steady players recently. Marcus Semien has a great game at the plate, and then it's reversed to where there's a mistake in the field. You've got the fact that Jack Leiter pitched as well as he did again, and Jack Leiter in his last 4 starts, 23 innings, his ERA is 2.38, and the Rangers are 1-3 in those games. It's not Paul Skeens like, but I mean it's not good. That's unacceptable, and it's so frustrating that you get some of the offense that you needed. It wasn't this big breakout performance by any means, but you got enough offense, you got the pitching, and then the defense let you down at the end.
877-881-1053 to express your Ranger frustration on the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorney text line. And Bobby, you have come up with your number. You have come up with the line in the sand for selling.
I know the exact date. The exact date where we're going to say...
The red letter date.
Yeah, this is...
In the history of science.
This is the day where we say... We know if the Rangers are buying or selling or what they should do. It's Thursday, July 10th. So, including last night, the Rangers had 32 games ahead of them when I was looking at this. So, they got 31 now. 19 of those games are going to be played against teams in the bottom half of the league in runs allowed. And 16 of those 19 are against teams that are in the bottom 10. So, given how porous some of the pitching is on the schedule ahead, it's really... Angels have not been good. Orioles have not been good. You got 10 games combined against them. You got the White Sox coming up. Given how bad that is, I'm not even saying a record. I don't care what their record is after the next 31 games. It's a number. It's a statistic. I need the Rangers to average 4.5 runs per game over these next 31 or they got to sell. Because the
what else do you want? I mean, that sounds like a ransom.
19 of those 31 games against those bottom half of the league pitching, those teams combined on average allow about 5.3 runs per game. And you're talking about, all right, Texas has already been way below average, so you need to start waking up against some of the good pitching teams in general. But then you need to take advantage against these awful pitching teams. And if you don't, you're not an offense I can believe in.
And they have the Nationals starting tonight. Congrats to the G-Bag Nation for whatever time they're going to work. Broadus won't have enough time for his little insults like he threw out yesterday at Tober Garage Door. You know, minus 46 jumped out to me when I was looking at the Nats in the standings. They're 4 games under. They're third in the NL East. And then my eyes went to the other red in the National League. There's only 5 teams with a negative run differential in the National League. The American League West has 3. Is that unusually low?
It is. But, with interleague play, the NL is much better.
Yeah.
The NL is much better right now than the American League is.
There's 8 teams in the American League that have a negative run differential, and there's 5 in the National League.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's troubling. It's troubling if you're an American League fan because, the AL is just not as good.
It's better if you're an American League fan.
Well, it's better.
I'd rather
it's
have
better
that.
for the teams at the top. Yes, for sure.
They have 2 teams below 500 in the National League that have positive run differentials, and the American League has 3 teams above 500 that have negative ones. It's who you're playing, who you're going up against.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
All right, I have a plea. A
Diddy plea?
To Rob Manfred.
Oh.
I am begging Rob Manfred. Take the deal, regardless of the money. There are 3 really, networks fighting to take over Sunday Night Baseball. All right? One is Amazon. One is Netflix. And one is NBC.
Mm-hmm.
Take NBC. Leave a little bit of money on the table. The extra $3 million a year you get, or whatever it is, isn't going to pay enough money. It's not enough. You have 3 years left on your current TV deal. You're going to sign a 3-year deal here regardless. In 3 years, all your TV contracts are up. Boost your ratings. Get more money then on the back end. You want to go to Amazon in 3 years? Go to Amazon in 3 years. Take the NBC money today, even if it's less. Get on NBC. You'll have the promotional arm of the NBA Finals. You'll have the promotional arm of Sunday Night Football. Mike Tirico will be sitting there for a Cowboys-Eagles.
Michael Jordan.
Sunday Night Baseball, Sunday Night Football game, and he'll be like,
oh no, Michael Jordan, Amazon, right?
Right. No, NBC. He's
NBC,
on NBC.
yeah.
But Mike Tirico will be sitting there on a Sunday Night Football broadcast and saying, hey, get set. We got the playoffs coming up. There you go. There's your promotional arm. NBA Finals are going on. Hey, guess what? As soon as the NBA Finals are done, NBC Sunday Night Baseball.
Remember how you just made fun of Bobby for asking for something and hoping for something ridiculous?
I know.
Welcome to Bobby's world.
Yeah, but
Bobby
this
world.
is why MLB...
You want them to get the exposure.
You want the exposure. The exposure is more important than the immediate dollars. It's much bigger than the immediate dollars because it is going to boost your product. It's a long-term play. This is why MLB screwed up when they said...
Well, Rob Manfred would say, we don't have a financial problem. We don't have an attendance problem.
They don't have a financial problem. Their finances are fine. Their attendance is fine. But... NBC.
I agree with you, by the way, but
it'll give you more TV viewers than Amazon. Nobody goes to Amazon to see what's on TV right now. They go to Amazon because they want to watch a movie. The same thing with Netflix and all that stuff.
No, but the MLB would be banking on at that point that is where they're going. And we're going to lock into a contract by the time we're deep into this contract, people are consuming television more that way.
They might be, but it's only a 3-year deal.
And the NFL has already led the way of going to platforms like that. And other leagues oftentimes like to follow the NFL lead on media approach. Yeah. And so, I don't know. I'd prefer it on NBC. I still prefer things on typical television networks. But I also wonder, if you don't like baseball or if you're not into Major League Baseball, does Tirico telling you during your obsession with football, does that make you go, I guess I'll turn that on?
I think how much of it is like, if you know the game is on, you might be more apt to, at least you have a chance of watching it.
Yeah, and Broadus would like it because they would be able to tell him where he could find the game. He wouldn't have to look for it.
Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the Fan. Are you both uniting together to bring Trevor Bauer back finally after what just happened?
Oh, baby.
Man, I don't know if I want to bring him back, but
Need some Sydney Sweeney soap to scrub off that dirt, that ick.
3 hours, Sean. 3 hours.
This is
until it drops.
Yep, 3 hours.
This is something that Choppy's been. Choppy, I feel like you want to see success for Trevor Bauer at this point.
Well, I just want some standards here. Like, I don't care about Trevor Bauer. I don't care if Trevor Bauer.
You feel like he's been wronged.
Yeah, like I just don't like the fact that MLB. I have a problem with them basically
blackballing him.
No, I don't care. No, not even that. It's basically trying to police what he does in his bedroom. He was not charged.
Yeah, let's explain what happened recently.
Well, I guess we don't know exactly what happened. Now, some people say there's a video out there. That's what MLB is.
No, but with the finances, with the girl,
with the finance.
what happened?
So, Lindsey Hill, who was the one that started this whole thing, and she accused him of assault, she was forced to pay him $300,000. Now, this is for breaking an agreement, basically an NDA kind of thing, talking about it.
They had a civil lawsuit. He was not charged criminally. They had a civil lawsuit. They came to a settlement, which was $300,000. I don't believe Bauer actually paid it out. It came out of an insurance policy, but part of the terms were she could not discuss it. She went on podcasts, discussed it. Bauer then sued for it, and now a judge is saying that $300,000 you got, which I don't think ever came out of Bauer's pocket. I think it came from an insurance policy. She now has to pay that to Trevor Bauer.
So he wins the court case, the defamation, whatever. And, now if you look at it, like, there is nothing that is keeping him out of the league. Never charged, never convicted. The second accuser, she's going down on now getting sued, a lawsuit roll. So it looks on the surface like MLB is just like, we don't feel comfortable with the kind of guy he is in the bedroom. We're not gonna allow him in there. Now, maybe they have seen, and I assume and I hope they have seen something on their investigation or a video that is so disgraceful and so disgusting that may not be punishable by law, but not something they want to associate themselves with. That's my assumption that's what happened. I assume they saw something they want no part of.
He wasn't criminally charged, and he ended up still being suspended 324 games for this. And it got knocked down to 194 by some arbitrator. But, MLB suspended him without a charge or anything else.
You think he's been done wrong? I want to hear you say it.
From a legal standpoint, if you're a
Black
free
and
man,
white.
yeah, if you're a free man, I've always said, if you're free, the courts say you're free, then you're free to work.
No, I don't think he's necessarily been done wrong. Like, he was done wrong by that. If that instance, if that was made up, yes, that's being done wrong. But he was never charged. He's being handed court victories. Major League Baseball does not strike me as like.
Then why isn't he being done wrong?
I don't view it as the work. I don't view Major League Baseball or anything else as the workforce. I view it as that's like essentially a privilege to play in their league, and if they don't want you around, they can make sure you're not there.
Well, I know they can.
Religion, though?
No, I'm saying that I don't have a problem with the operation like that, especially because they'd been looking for a way to push Bauer out for a while because they just hated him.
And now he's 34.
Yeah, and now he's not any good.
He's so smart, though. The videos he puts up on YouTube, the way he breaks down the game, he is really, really smart.
Yeah, I would have liked to throw him on here just to talk baseball a little bit. Let him unleash. Like, I wouldn't surprise me if Barstool went and got him and tried to do something if they want to concentrate on baseball whatsoever. Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers, back in action tonight, trying to remember to cover some bases against the Washington Nationals. Don't dismiss the possibility of Jason Kidd to the Knicks. That's next with the thriller of Game 1 in OKC right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
And get paid when you win. Frank on Frankel, the go-to car and traffic attorneys in Dallas.
8 seconds to go. The Pacers are not going to call a timeout. Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 0.3 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
Wow. An absolute stunner. In Oklahoma City, some Tolos chiming in, deservedly so, against me, and saying, what now? What do you think of your prediction? You and Hagelin basically guaranteed it was Thunder in 5. I would change it to Thunder in 6.
There you go.
I would change it to Thunder in 6. That's not being stubborn. I think we saw who the better team was last night, but the resolve and grit of Indy not to go away in that environment and not even have Halliburton score big on the evening. I hit his under because he struggled against them over the past 2 seasons. But damn, they got some good role players. We know how great Coach Carlisle is. So I would change it to one more game for Indy. But I wouldn't have a problem if Choppy won his bet with the Pacers winning the series, and you won last night covering the 9.5.
Oh, I'd love to win the bet if the Pacers win the series. 5-1, baby. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a couple of ways to look at this game. You could look at it like game 1 of the Stars-Oilers series where the Oilers dominated the game, the Stars still won. You could look at it the same way. And if you're a Pacer fan, you probably should look at it like that.
A Pacer fan.
I'm sorry, a Thunder fan.
Come on, Peyton.
Now, the Celtics thought the same thing with the Knicks in game 1.
Yep.
They were up by 20. They were up by 20 in the first 4 games of that series. They were down 3-1. So like they looked at it the same way. And I bet they regret they looked at it the same way at this point. So if I'm the Thunder, I'm like, yeah, we might say that we're better. We were better for 45 minutes of this game. 42 minutes.
Are you changing your series pick at all based on last night? I think you ended up with Thunder in 7.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to change it. Look, for the most part, they were the better team. They were the better team last night.
Yeah, this was not a no doubt. I mean, this was 9 or 10. It wasn't 17.
Right.
It wasn't 21. It wasn't a Celtic type comment. It was 9 or 10, and Indy just always hit that shot to keep it in that range.
Right. But if you're always up 9 or 10 the whole game, like I don't know necessarily that I need the final score to know who the better team was.
Yeah.
They just didn't finish.
I don't know. So the NBA, to me, out of all the sports that we look at, NFL, NBA, NHL, MLB, I feel like not being able to close the game is more reflective of who your team is in the NBA than the others. Like NHL, we look at it and go, Stars came back, but they really didn't dominate the game. That was the Oilers. Like that feels like more of an indictment than it does in the NBA. The NBA, so much of it is about finishing out these games and like finishing out fourth quarter basketball. And consistently, Indiana's shown they are going to be the better team no matter who they're up against when the fourth quarter comes around. I still think it's Thunder in 6. I still think Oklahoma City's better, but it is one of those things where I think it has to be significantly factored in with basketball more than any of the others, that how the game closed is so much a bigger chunk of the quality of your team than it is in other sports.
877-881-1053. How are you changing the series pick, if at all, after last night and the Game 1 thriller and Tyrese Halliburton? How do you keep doing it?
There was never a disbelief as a group, honestly. We never think the game is over, ever. Honestly speaking, ever. Like that never creeps in. I think we just keep talking as a group is how can we walk this team down. So it's at 12 going into halftime. We talk about if we can win 1 quarter by 6, 1 quarter by 7, we'll be in a great spot. We got it to a 6-point game at the end of the third quarter, and Shea hit a 3. But we liked where we were. And then they went on a big run to start the fourth. And we just say, okay, it's at 15. Let's get to 10. Well, we got it to 8. They called timeout. So we just stay with it. So this group never gives up. We never believe that the game is over until it hits 0.
So there's Tyrese.
Yeah, and I mean, that sounds so reflective of, in general, Carlisle approach. That was always the approach here in Dallas, of just like, you're never too far away. Let's just keep it in reach and like keep making shots. Don't get overwhelmed by anything. And that's why he's got the history that he does in these sort of games.
The ability for him to do that, though, like when it had to be defeating for Indy. Every time they cut it into like 7, 8, it was right back to 13. I mean, that's got to be defeating. And for them not to get defeated by that, and for them to continue to be able to plug away, I mean, just that is tremendous coaching.
All right, let's get to the other NBA rumors. My favorite part about the NBA during the regular season is all the drama off the floor. Tim McMahon, Hoop Collective Mavs insider, said, don't dismiss the possibility of Jason Kidd to the Knicks. Jalen Brunson probably knows Brunson's pops. I don't know the relationship with Worldwide Wes and Leon Rose and all that stuff, but McMahon dropped that yesterday when I was listening. Don't dismiss the possibility. And my reaction is, how would the Metroplex feel? Would you freak out? Would you say, no, you're not allowed to interview? Well, like, where does DFW stand with Jason Kidd? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you this. If he does leave, and he does want to leave, I think that gives us our answer on what impact he had on the Luka trade.
It's exactly what I was thinking. If he were to go, that means he did not want that to happen.
Yep. That's how I would look at it.
But if you're going to turn down the opportunity,
but you're leaving a better situation. But I agree with you, but you would be leaving a better situation.
This is a better situation?
This is a better situation. For the next 2 to 3 years.
Why do you say that?
I mean, you're about to have a loaded ass team. This roster, in my opinion, is definitely better than the Knicks.
It is better than the Knicks, but don't forget, you have no Lillard in the East next year, and you have no Tatum in the East.
Oh, yeah. Conference-wise, true. But
right. He's got the New York Knicks.
But I got 12 years of flag. Mm-hmm. I got Kyrie. I got AD. I got a loaded role player situation. I got the number 1 pick.
Maybe he doesn't want to move to Vegas.
I mean, Kyrie, I think there's The assumption that we're just getting back to Kyrie being Kyrie coming off a knee injury at his age is a little like I think that's we're banking on a bit. Anthony Davis has to show he can stay healthy. I think there's way too many questions about Dallas's ability to stay healthy. Even Flag, I know he's considered basically can't miss, but you're still talking about there's a projection there. Like, you know what New York is. New York still feels like a team that's going to be competitive for a while.
New York has absolutely zero excuse not to make the NBA Finals next year. Boston is not going to be the same. Milwaukee, Philadelphia stinks. It's Indiana and you. And now is there a team on the come up? Like an Orlando or whatever. But it's basically it's Indiana and you. Like, if you're the Knicks,
do you think that the Knicks have a better or just as good a roster?
They might be deeper. But I don't think better. No, because we don't know. Like, what is Cooper Flag? What does he turn into? Is he Scottie Pippen? Then hell no.
Right.
Is he?
Give me a baseline. Who's his baseline?
Gerald
Wallace. A little bit better than Gerald Wallace.
Yeah. He's his bottom. He's going to be chest past Gerald Wallace, as we'll say. No, generally, like I saw the range from somebody on the Ringer the other day. They said like Pippen high end, and then they said the low end would be like Nicholas Batum.
Did you bring up Luke Walton?
Yeah,
as a Knicks possibility. By the way, I have the latest odds from Vegas Bet Online. You'll never guess the favorite.
Phil Jackson.
Is it Michael Malone?
No, that's an easy guess. That would be number 2. Johnny Bryant. I don't know who that is. He's the favorite at minus 200. Johnny Bryant, Mike Malone, Jeff Van Gundy, Jay Wright, Danny Hurley, Taylor Jenkins, Chris Quinn, Mike Brown, Jason Kidd's 20-1, Nash is 20-1, Rick Brunson is 25-1.
So a couple of places have Mike Brown and Luke Walton as two random names that are floating around here. Man, if you fire Tom Thibodeau and you replace him with Luke Walton, like, you're gonna be a riot in the streets. And I heard some people on NBA TV.
I didn't even know Luke was still coaching with Detroit.
I had no idea. I think it was NBA TV saying that you cannot have a rookie head coach with this team because Rose doesn't speak and neither does Dolan. They don't talk. So you're going to put all that on the head coach, on a rookie head coach in that market with this team and this expectations. That's asking a whole lot. I don't know how much I buy that, but I can't imagine you fire Tibbs and replace him with a no-name rookie.
Shams is reporting that the Knicks made an offer for Durant at the trade deadline. There was mutual interest between Durant and the Knicks. They made an offer for KD. The Gambo guy in Arizona reports people in KD's camp are eyeing San Antonio as a landing spot. So those are some of the latest KD rumors. Vegas has the Knicks as the favorite for Durant, 2-1. Then the Rockets, Wolves, Raptors, Spurs, Sixers, Thunder. I just wanted to keep seeing how far down till we get to the Mavericks. 50-1. Like, not even in contention, according to Vegas.
I mean, the team that everybody kept buzzing about for a while was Houston. Yep. Was the one where everybody thought he'd end up, which, I mean, that'd be fitting. Everybody from that OKC group ended up in Houston eventually. But, man, that'd be wild to see KD and Wembanyama playing together in San Antonio.
Speaking of Cooper Flag, Coach K on Sirius XM talking about the hopeful newest Mav.
Grant is the best player to ever play at Duke. The Leiter, the most accomplished. And we've had great players. Cooper, in his freshman year, is definitely the best freshman that has ever played. And will be, I think, he's going to win some player of the, or all of them, player of the year awards.
All right, so here's why I disagree with Coach K on this, and this is where I'm going to call Coach K an idiot. He doesn't even know his own teams. He literally said, the reason we beat UNLV is because we had the best player on the floor. We had Grant Hill. That is the best player on the floor with Larry Johnson and Greg Anthony and Stacey Augmon and Christian Laettner and Bobby Early. It is...
Didn't Jay Billis come on here and tell us the same thing?
But Jay Billis is an idiot too. Okay, you cannot tell me that the guy who actually won the title against the greatest college team any of us have ever seen is not as good as Cooper Flag.
Coach K went on to talk about Cooper's NBA projection.
he's a great player, and has really an amazing future. And I work for the NBA now, and I was just at their board of governors meetings, and one of the talks I had with a couple owners was, we need to have those American stars. We have a lot of international stars. I think 5 of the last 6 MVPs, or maybe 6 out of 6. And Cooper can be that. Cooper can be that. His future, hopefully, he stays hungry and healthy. His future will be incredible.
There it is.
It's very strong. I'm surprised again with guys like Jay Williams and Zion and other people who've been through Duke that it'd be that big a slam dunk though on him being the best freshman. But he was great last year.
Brian Schottenheimer's popularity is on the rise, but what areas of Schotty's philosophy still warrant answers ahead of the season? That's next on the home of the Cowboys and below the belt. 105.3 The Fan.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KTechChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
The most popular man in Dallas, Brian Schottenheimer. We're getting there. We're getting there with Brian Schottenheimer anyway.
You
But
know, I
what
heard
are-
someone bring up a counterpoint to all that I thought was interesting.
What's that?
And I think it was Norm on his podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Is it always great to be loved by the players and have these relationships? And I was like, okay, while we're all busy, I like balanced thinking. And while we're all busy throwing a culture parade, no one has brought that up. Jason Garrett vacationing or going to Duke games with the select few and getting too tight with your players. Or do you consider Brian Schottenheimer not doing that with what we've been discussing? I just thought it was an interesting counterpoint.
No, I think it's good to bring up. I think
you don't want to get too close.
Yeah, I think
y'all talked about Bill Parcells and all the nightmare stories and Larry Allen. Well, guess what? If in your prime Bill Parcells was available, I would want in your prime Bill Parcells coaching my football team.
Yeah, there's a lot of that was a lot of people tell you that's what kind of did Dan Quinn in at the end in Atlanta. Was like it's you're the father figure, everybody like loves you, you're the player's coach, but like when are you cracking down when you need to? I think that's 100% a question of like, are you the parent that I'm your friend, or are you going to be the parent ever? I think Schottenheimer is going to be that, but he's got to show it. He's got to show that he can enforce it. I think he will.
So I'll spill the beans. We won't get into all of it. We'll do sprinkles. Last week, we sat down with Brian Schottenheimer for about 90 minutes. Bobby and Tad set it up. Props to both of them. And we were like, yo, before we start this weekly show, we should have some FaceTime. It's going to help the interview. We should have done it with Jerry 15 years ago. We should have done it with Jason Garrett. We should have done it with McCarthy. It never happened under the old PR. Tad made it happen with Schottenheimer. So we went to his office for 90 minutes, and we'll sprinkle in those stories throughout that we feel comfortable sharing. But the toughest question I asked Schottenheimer, I said, can you, because you're so cool, we're loving you, we're BSing, we're having a great time. And finally I asked him, can you be mean? Can you crack down?
I thought he was going to bop you in the head.
Go ahead, explain his reaction.
He
looked offended.
He said, "Can I?"
Yeah.
It was
yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
oh yeah, don't you worry about it.
He was like, ask my players, because I want to know that you can crack down. I feel like there hasn't been enough of that around here. That's why I wanted a Mike Vrabel. I wanted a Belichick in the offseason. So I asked Schottenheimer that. Do you agree with the way he reacted with what RJ described?
Yeah. No, it was go get your testimony out there, which we got from Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin talked about when he had done his podcast. He said that he went out there to practice, and after they've been given a break, Shotty came back out there and just ripped them a new one for like, I was trying to be nice. I was trying to give y'all a break. I was trying to give y'all credit, and now I see people out here loafing. Like,
now, and the way Mike portrayed it, and Mike loved this aspect of teamwork and buying in, he said everyone was looking around like, who let us down? Which one of y'all let us down to where we're getting yelled at by Schottenheimer? But yeah, Brian's response and look was a borderline stupid question.
Well, and over at The Athletic...
But it wasn't. It was a brilliant question.
No, it was a great question. I think it's a fair question. We're doing Below the Belt here, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. The Athletic had a write-up for...
That's where I got mad at Bobby last week, because Choppy's big question was asking Schottenheimer about his visor. And then when I heard Schottenheimer talk about it to the rest of the media, I cursed Bobby and I said, you gave one of our golden nugget stories away to Todd Archer. I know you gossiping with Archer all the time. And no, it turned out not to be the case. But I thought...
So he says.
The day after Archer got the visor, I'm like, we should have dropped that on the radio and gotten the credit instead of Todd.
No. It was not me. It was not me. I kept my lips sealed. I zipped my lips.
You didn't tell anyone we met with Brian Schottenheimer?
No, people knew. People saw us walking in there.
Because Zach told me good luck on the way in.
People knew we were meeting. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, there were the thing. But no, that's because the rest of the media meets with him.
You know what? We never would have gotten Bin Laden if you were on that staff.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't even know where Bin Laden was if I wasn't on the staff, though, because that's what I do. I coordinated all that. You remember that, Choppy?
He would have found him and then told everybody found him.
Yeah.
All All right, over at The Athletic, they're doing the pressing question for every new play caller in the NFL. So Mike Jones wrote this over at The Athletic, the one pressing question for each play caller. And I thought, I'm media watchdogging a little bit. We did it earlier with Cody Benjamin, telling him why he was dumb.
Wait, how does the Pee-wee laugh?
You've got the question for Schottenheimer, I feel like is kind of generic. He said, can this rookie head coach really supercharge an offense that often looked disjointed, anemic, and ineffective when he was Mike McCarthy's offensive coordinator? Can he really be better? Feels just too generalized for the specifics of what we're really asking about Brian Schottenheimer. So I've got 3 things that I think are significantly more critical for Schotty to answer, and stuff that doesn't mean he can't reach this or anything. It's just we don't know yet. So I want to kick these around a little bit. Number 1 is exactly what you were just talking about from Norm. Did the players want you because you make them better or because you're their buddy? To me, I think that's something we'll have to find out really quickly. The players going to bat for Schottenheimer, was that a testimony to the front office as this guy made us better? When he had a bigger hand in the offense, we were better. He pushes us. He makes us better. Or is it, I like him. I want him to be here? Because those are 2 very different reasons for going to bat for him.
I felt like my theory, I don't know this, I felt like they advocated for Mike at the end because they liked the setup and the environment. That's my theory, and that's the wrong reason to want Mike to stay.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Chop, you have any concern about because I think you were wondering, can you go from being in it with you to being your boss?
That's one of that's a problem. And it's not just in sports. I mean, it happens in life too with your regular job when your contemporary or you're just your immediate supervisor gets promoted, you know what I mean? And it's just like
it happened in this building. Gavin Spittle worked here. And then he came back from Houston with some people. Reetma's like staring at me through the glass for some reason. Jake said, is this going to affect me? Can I get more airtime from this story? And then he came back with some people who maybe he was wondering, are they going to remember old Gavin
or new Gavin?
Or new Gavin.
Yeah, and that's a problem. Look, it's a problem that manager is going to have to deal with, right? And how
can I say that only half of the team? It's a worry for half the team since he spent the time with the offense? Or will the defense also look at him like, yo, man, you were just an assistant the past couple of years? Because the defense theoretically should not know him that well at all.
Yeah, because also, like, you see guys get promoted as coach in waiting, right? Like Gerard Mayo with the Patriots. He was coach in waiting.
Yeah.
Now, that didn't work. Now, he didn't have a good team either, but it didn't work. Even though when I think you're announced as coach in waiting, that automatically gives you a little bit more authority.
Yeah.
And you could start to exercise some of that. But, Schotty was just, I mean, nobody thought of his name until after this whole thing.
So I brought it up.
Yes.
That's right.
You mentioned that part of it, the head coach in waiting. That happened with Avery Johnson here.
Yeah.
Avery Johnson, and they made the finals. They should have won the finals that year. But
and
Avery,
they had, Big Don, he missed a lot of games. He would just miss a lot of games. And Avery's coaching tonight.
Yeah. And so Avery, I remember there was a commentary during the playoffs on the run to the finals where they said Dirk had walked up to Avery during the practice and said, oh, old baseline Johnson, because Avery's game was the baseline jump shot, and that Avery had told them, I laughed at it, but like, we got to start setting some boundaries here of like, yeah, I was your teammate once, and I've been kind of the assistant, but like, I am head coach here. And so we got to have a little bit of that respect factor there. And so, I mean, that dynamic can't exist. Number 2, and these are questions that still exist for Brian Schottenheimer as the new play caller for the Cowboys. Which version of Schottenheimer's offense are we getting? So under Schottenheimer, the Jets ran the ball at one of the highest rates in the league from 2006 to 2011. When he went to the Rams, they were pretty balanced. In Seattle, Schotty pushed really hard for more freedom for Russell Wilson. And the Seahawks, they slowly started to shift from a run-first, ball control offense to being one of the more aggressive, deep passing teams in the NFL. So the question is that evolution? Is that coaching to your personnel? Or is the offense one that doesn't really have a defined direction to it? I don't think that... I think what it is it's generally coaching to trends and your personnel rather than
And that's his
else.
philosophy, too. He's like, I need to fit it around the talent versus
Should be every coach's philosophy.
We talked with it should. We talked with him about Steve Spurrier a little bit, and I covered Steve in DC of no, it's going to have to fit his not a well. You have to fit in the fun and gun. It's going to be the fun and gun.
Right.
You know, is Mike D'Antoni going to run a slow it down offense, or is he going to? What was the name of his?
7 seconds or less.
7 seconds or less.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something where when Dan Quinn got here,
Was McCarthy ever going to come here and go, this shouldn't be West Coast?
no, and that was, I think that was part of the issue when Dan Quinn got
We
here.
did initially.
We raved about how Dan Quinn changed things up and said, I can use that guy though. I'll figure out a way. I don't know. He's too good not to.
Yeah.
And that's the third question. It's kind of branch off
If
of
Bill
that.
Belichick was coaching here, TJ Watt would be a Dallas Cowboy. Period.
Yeah.
We
probably.
got into this whole, well, I can't get him because he's a 4-3. I can't get him because he's a 3-4. For years, that's been an NFL and football philosophy. Belichick has always been, and that's why he's given credit for being a genius of, oh, you're doing this in a different way. He's like, give me all the damn good football players, please, and I'll figure it out.
Yeah, and that's the branch off the third part of this, which is kind of building on that, is that are we getting a scheme with Schottenheimer or are we getting a coach? Like, is he a coach or is he a scheme? Because Rod Marinelli, for instance, who beloved around here, great guy, friend of the morning show, Rod Marinelli had a scheme that he believed in. That was his scheme, and you needed to fit to it. When you, especially in today's NFL, where so much of it is changing and they're throwing different looks at you and the schemes are changing so rapidly overnight, it's really hard to be married to just one scheme. But you also don't want somebody to be wishy-washy. You do want somebody to have an overall philosophy that they believe in. And Shotty's talked about cut splits and motion and different things that he likes doing. But I think the biggest thing when you've got a coach in today's NFL, the number one question I think you have to ask about them in terms of if they're going to be a schematic advantage is, do you have the humility to challenge your own core beliefs on scheme in the name of a player that is talented? And just say, it doesn't fit. It is square peg, round hole, whatever else. But I need to make that work because he's too good not to make it work. So I need to change, not him. And so I think those are three of the bigger things that you've got to look at with Schottenheimer. And we'll have those answers pretty quickly once the season begins.
B-Lo, B-Bell, every day at this time, 8:40. You love the Cowboys, you love football. Our insider's going to give it to you on the official home of America's team and the new home of Worst Take. Your nominees and the biggest loser for who gave the worst sports take of the week. The New York Knicks, Rory McIlroy, Deion Sanders, all in the running. Give us your nominees and the loser at 877-881-1053. Worst Take is next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
It is time for Worst Take, a brand new Friday segment at 9 a.m. here on Sean and RJ. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We need your nominees and the biggest loser on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053.
Yep, we've got several nominees ready to go. There's going to be some Rory McIlroy in here. We've got some Dion stuff that we played earlier in this week. The first one we're going to go with, though, is Ryan Russillo. And I was trying like hell all this morning to find this actual audio clip because it's buried in an hour-and-a-half long video, apparently. But Awful Announcing had Ryan Russillo showing up on Pardon My Take, the Barstool
Do
podcast.
people know who Ryan Russillo is?
I think so.
Yeah,
he was on ESPN for years. He's now kind of transitioned into new media. He does a lot of podcasting. He's been with Colin Cowherd before.
Big NBA guy.
Yeah, big time NBA guy. And if you heard his voice,
He's always home with Simmons.
If you heard his voice, I think most people go, "Oh, I know that voice. I've heard that voice talking basketball before." But they asked him about the Oklahoma City Indiana matchup and how this is not going to be some big ratings juggernaut. And I think a lot of people are anticipating it's going to be low. And Russillo even said, yeah, the ratings probably aren't going to be good for a matchup like this. But then he took an odd, hard right turn, or I guess hard left turn. He said, I think a lot of the ratings decline stuff is driven by people's political beliefs, where if you're really, really right wing, you love the idea of the NBA being a dying product because it's probably the most progressive league. He said, what I don't like are the disingenuous arguments. I would tell you, people who are in the TV game, the people making these decisions that I've talked to of investing in the live rights, they're like, who the F is using traditional ratings anymore? So Ryan Russillo says, nope, NBA ratings problem, it's not even really a problem. Who cares about ratings anyway? It's not like a big deal. TV ratings aren't a thing, and really this is just a phony argument being pushed by people who have a political agenda.
So is the worst take that ratings aren't a thing, or that bad ratings are made up through politics?
The way that he's
What's the take?
The way that he's positioning it is that sure, the ratings don't look great, but in reality, they're not going to look great because of the way the system works now, and the only reason that you'd complain about it is if you're hard right wing. And to me, I look at this and I go, no, like we all like as a group, sports media observers have talked about the NBA has got a problem with like engagement and ratings. So Russillo saying, if you're talking about this, you're doing it for only political reasons.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it feels like actually you're the one who's really doing this for political reasons.
We're not looking at the real problem.
Yeah.
Because this has been Clay Travis and your others are like, people, the NBA ratings are down. This is all part of the fake TV game that they play, or media game. And maybe some of it is true because, you have outspoken athletes, or you have people talking about patriotism or anthem stuff. China, LeBron in China. So that has been a storyline and theory for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's to say that it's the ratings dip is made up. It's not made up, but to say it also doesn't matter, that's fine. If you want to say that, like, it doesn't matter what the ratings are, that's fine.
Yeah.
But you can't, out of the same mouth, say that baseball has a ratings problem then. Because if you don't think the NBA does, then you can't think Major League Baseball does. These are the World Series versus NBA final ratings since the pandemic. I'll just do average viewers, and I'm going to round up or down. 10 million, it's baseball. 10 million, 12 million, 12 million, 9 million, 15 million. So 10, 12, 12, 9, and 15. Same time NBA. 7.5, 10, 12.5, 11.5, 11. Like they're basically the same. It's like one's up, one's down, and then like you get Yankees, Dodgers, and you pop. Like they're both dependent. The NBA is dependent on LeBron James or the Warriors, and Major League Baseball is dependent on the Yankees or the Dodgers.
So that's number one, Ryan Russillo. And you can keep track of these. You can vote on the Franklin Injury Turns fan text for what you think is the worst one of the week. RJ Choppy, you got one about Rory McIlroy.
I hate live. So Rory McIlroy, boy, he has taken all the goodwill from the I hate live.
What a roller coaster of likability.
And flushed it down the toilet. So he did not speak at the PGA Championship all 4 days. 4 rounds he played. He was asked to speak each time. He didn't. He's been famous to saying, we don't speak because we don't have to. Then he skips the Memorial, which is Jack's tournament, a big no-no. And he didn't have the common courtesy to tell Jack face-to-face. When Ricky Fowler was going to skip the Bay Hill, which is Arnold's, he drove to Orlando. To meet Arnold face-to-face and say, hey, I'm sorry. I have a prior commitment. I can't make your tournament. Rory did none of that. So then he's at the RBC Canadian Open this week, or last week, and he meets the media, and he gives one of the worst answers you could possibly give when asked about why he skipped the media session.
I was a little pissed off because I knew that Scotty's driver had failed on Monday, but my name was the one that was leaked. It was supposed to stay confidential. 2 members of the media were the ones that leaked it. So why, I didn't want to get up there and say something that I regretted either, because there's a lot of people that I'm trying to protect Scotty. I don't want to mention his name. I'm trying to protect TaylorMade. I'm trying to protect the USGA, PGA of America, myself. So I just didn't want to get up there and say something that I regretted at the time. And with Scotty's stuff, like that's not my information to share. I knew that had happened, but that's not on me to share that. And I felt that process is supposed to be kept confidential. And it wasn't for whatever reason, and that's why I was pretty annoyed at that.
Oh no, you were the first athlete to ever have to meet the media angry. It's never happened before.
And did you have to out Scotty talking about your own issue?
No, he didn't. I
didn't want to out Scotty, so I took the high road.
So before every tournament, they test they test a handful of drivers. They don't test all 150 guys in the tournament. They test like 30 of them, right?
Based on what?
They want to see if it's
why wouldn't you test all the equipment?
They test the drivers because the drivers, after a while,
test all the drivers. Why don't you test all of them?
I just don't think that they're gonna put in the man hours to test 150 drivers.
Okay.
So they just test a handful of them. It's random test, and you show up and you get your driver tested, and it tests for basically how much of a trampoline your drivers become. You've used it so much that it no longer conforms. It increases your spin, all that stuff. So his got banned, so did Scotty's, and they had to bust out a new driver. You're not supposed to find out. So he was mad that his name got leaked. Like, okay, man, like it happens. Like leaks happen in sports. Leaks happen in the world. You got to deal with it. I don't know. It's just a very chicken, you-know-what answer. And he's losing. He's losing everybody as a fan.
I thought you were going to nominate Jack at his tournament when he was asked about the greatness of Scotty Scheffler, and did he throw these other guys under the bus?
Looking at the leaderboard today, he didn't have. I mean, Ben Griffin's a nice player. Sepp Straka is a nice player. Nick Taylor's a nice player. Those are all the guys that were there basically coming down the stretch. But he knows that those guys, are not in his league. Now, if he'd have had, I don't know who else it might have been, but if somebody else at the top, or Xander or somebody like that would have been there, he might have said, well, that might be a little tougher. I might have to do something different. He didn't have to.
He had bums. These are my tournament. He had. These two guys have only won twice on the tour this year each. He had some bums there. He had to worry about that. What a shot!
So we'll throw them both into the world of golf. My nominee for worst take, and I'm asking, did Michelle Beadle get fired? And she did get fired yesterday after finding out through a publication that Stephen A. was taking her radio job under Mad Dog Radio. Did she make a tremendously bad work decision by ranting about it on air?
Yeah, we're coming in hot today, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in hot. Yes, so the cat's out of the bag. I guess we're talking about it. We weren't supposed to, just as a heads up. We were only given a few hours notice, but we weren't told any details. We were promised that no details would be released. We didn't even know who was taking our place in the lineup. Just that it was going to be announced that new show was being added. Unbeknownst to us, the Hollywood Reporter, of course, had all the details. So it was a little embarrassing, I'm not going to lie. I've been in this business for 20 plus years. I've been treated poorly a couple times. This didn't feel good. I'm not going to lie.
Well, yesterday we were like, how do they let her back on? She's the wrong one to put in front of a microphone after doing that. And they did let her back on for one show.
Yeah, they did. And then I guess after the show, somewhere around late night, about 12 hours ago, they're like, they have parted ways.
You're out of here.
You are out of here.
Now, I can't promise I would not do the same thing. It would all depend on my bank account. I'm sure Michelle Beadle, I would think, has a nice bank account. So I would go on air and do the same thing. If I had my bank account now, I would think I would not go and do the same thing. So I continue to get the paycheck. Maybe she gets a severance. Who knows?
Could be. And it could be a case of like, if they've already got an end date for her, it may just be in her contract. So she's like, I got nothing to lose. So I'll take the vacation early. All right. We're doing worst take here on 105 through the fan. Number 4. And again, like you say, Michelle Beadle, you said, you're not saying it is, but we'll put it up. There's like, is this the worst take?
Generally, just go in public and trashing your boss
Yeah.
when you're still obligated to work for them. Not a great take.
This one right here is...
and by the way, we haven't said this. I'm sure the salaries are tremendously different, but you got Stephen A. Smith, the host of the radio show, versus Michelle Beadle. You're going to have Stephen A. Smith do it.
Yeah, it's
like this is kind of a no-brainer,
and
right?
that's not a shot at Michelle Beadle either. It's like, Stephen A. Smith is the most famous sports media personality or
could be
prominent, whatever you want to say.
Way up there.
I mean, he's up there, and you have an opportunity to have him host.
And Mad Dog is looking at it. They're stroking each other here. Mad Dog is like, you put me on TV, so I'm going to put you back on my radio network. So it makes sense.
And Chris is like 60-something. How much longer is he going to do this? So this paves the way for Stephen A. to take over.
All right, the next submission here in Worst Take, and again, this is up for debate. You may not feel like this is the worst take of the week, but it's definitely one that deserves some mentioning. Leon Rose has the worst take of the week for interviewing his players and saying, what are we going to do here about this Tom Thibodeau situation? And then blowing off his star player, Jalen Brunson, which I still can't wrap my head around. What kind of feedback could he have gotten from players below Brunson that trumps Brunson in a league that's built for stars and then a coach who's gotten you results? Certainly a prickly personality.
Grinds players too.
Yeah, like certainly a tough personality to deal with.
And McMahon expounded on this a little bit in the Hoop Collective. Like Leon Rose or Worldwide West, one of the two, did not get along with Thibodeau. Thibodeau was bumping heads with someone up there, and one of them wanted to run Thibodeau for a couple of years now. But none of those is my worst take. My actual worst take loser/winner is Deion.
Deion Sanders, who had spoken earlier this week with Asante Samuel and said, hey, all you guys who've been criticizing Shedeur for his pre-draft process, you're silly.
When you sit up there and say something like he went in a meeting unprepared, like, dude, Shedeur Sanders, who's had 6 different coordinators, who has still functioned and leveled up every time we brought somebody new in, and you're gonna tell me every situation. You're gonna tell me he had on headphones. The Bible says God uses the foolish things to confound the wise. So it was some foolish stuff that went on, but you know what? That gave them something that they needed.
Okay. All right, Deion. So, yeah, the NFL told you he didn't handle the process right. Like, that's objective. There's no debating it anymore. It's settled, and yet Deion just goes, well, you're wrong.
Complete inability. There, I can't stand, I hate people when they just inability to learn from anything, stubborn to a fault, pride over everything, and that's Deion Sanders to a T.
So here are your nominees that you can vote for on the fan text. Number 1, Ryan Russillo, saying criticism of the NBA ratings is just about politics. Number 2, Rory McIlroy, just whining and crying. Number 3, Michelle Beadle mouthing off, losing her job. 4, Leon Rose blowing off Jalen Brunson and firing Tom Thibodeau. Or Sean's vote, Deion Sanders, for dismissing the critics completely and then quoting the Bible to tell you you're wrong.
Man, it's a tough one. There's a lot of, I guess, Ryan Russillo, just because I don't think that he made his argument proper. It was like, ratings do matter.
Pepe?
I was leaning Russillo, RJ, but I'm going to go with Sean's vote here, Deion.
I'm going actually Leon Rose. Like, I still have no idea what the hell the Knicks are doing. I understand Thibodeau grinds, but like Brunson's word should have trumped everybody else. Here are the votes on the fan text, and it's a runaway already. This is Deion Sanders who's going to win this week. 817 Deion 302. Absolutely why the Jones ain't hiring Sanders ever. 817 Deion's the worst. So that is a runaway victory here on the fan text for Deion Sanders.
Worst take every single week. Make sure to write us these submissions whenever you come up with them or hear them from our coworkers on this station. Brandon Hurtado is in the building. We have RJ Choppy, overreactions or not. Aaron Rodgers makes the Steelers a Super Bowl contender. The Patriots will finish second in the AFC East, and Stephon Diggs is already on his way out. Choppy's overreactions or not in the red zone after this.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Bring me a little bit.
Attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
NFL overreactions or not, as a part of the Red Zone, every day your football fix on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Let me give you a good little laugh first. And people may be laughing at all the culture stuff here, but the Pirates are going to try to take over the NFC East as the Giants defensive coordinator gave us their defensive mantra for the season.
So my son is his first year of T-ball, and he's on the Pirates. So the main thing's emphasizing takeaways. Like, we got to get better at takeaways. So somehow got the idea, piracy, violent, attacking to steal possessions or goods, right? So you'll hear our guys say it, like I say it ad nauseum, be a damn pirate. Like, we got to find ways to get the ball, and again, you get what you emphasize. So we're making it a priority this year to make sure we find ways to get the ball.
Cute or corny, since it came from the kid, but they adopted it. Be a pirate.
Be a pirate. Oh yeah, it's corny. It's corny. It is corny.
And it's like, it almost sounded like as he was describing it, he's like, we said it this year. And like, I heard him, the more he was talking, the more he almost just started talking quieter. I think he was like, this sounds dumb. Like, now that I'm saying it out loud, this sounds dumb.
The big news, of course, Aaron Rodgers has finally agreed to show up for the Pittsburgh Steelers. People are guessing it's a $20 million contract, but Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers together, leading to RJ Choppy's overreactions or not.
Overreaction or not, Aaron Rodgers makes Pittsburgh a Super Bowl contender.
Overreaction.
Are they a top 4 AFC team?
No.
They're top 4 AFC North team.
AFC,
so obviously, it's KC, Buffalo, Baltimore.
Cincinnati, a lot of people would argue.
A lot of people would, but it's dangerous with them.
Yeah.
Okay, Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City. Where are we at on Houston.
So Houston, Chargers,
Cincy.
Right.
Cincy.
Right now, I would say if they got on a football field, who would I pick to win a game? I would take Buffalo over them, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Houston, Kansas City, and probably the Chargers.
I'll say no. You?
No, they're not a contender. No. I mean, they might win it would stun me if they won the North. No, I wouldn't be stunned by it. Crying out loud, they win 10 games a year with bad quarterbacks,
Do you think he can have a great year? And what do you consider last year?
Man, here's the thing. I wasn't paying attention to Aaron Rodgers' numbers. Because you said he had, 28 and 11?
Yeah.
That was pretty stunning to me. Can he be a top 15 quarterback? Yeah, he can. I don't know that could be top 8 anymore.
Yeah, I would guess the season we're going to see out of him next year will probably look similar to the last 2 full years he's played. 26 and 12 in Green Bay, 28 and 11 in New York. Probably similar. 25 and 10, something like that.
Next one. Overreaction or not, Detroit has lost too much this offseason to win the North.
Overreaction.
So you don't think losing the coordinators and the center with a brutal road schedule is going to be too much to overcome?
Who's going to win it, though? Know how I feel? I'm not a J.J. McCarthy believer. Aiden is holding up that puke green hat. Maybe it is Jordan Love and the Packers. Maybe it's the rise of Ben Johnson and Williams, but I will say it's an overreaction. And you, by choppy belief, have to say it's an overreaction as well. Do you know why?
Because that's all that matters is the quarterback?
There you go.
Yeah.
But coaching doesn't matter.
Coaching doesn't matter. I think the center's a bigger loss. That's because if you want to get to Jared Goff, come in the middle.
No, it's an overreaction because
they're very good.
I just think Detroit's coordinators were so overblown.
Whoa!
It's so overblown.
Why is Ben Johnson overblown?
Ben Johnson's good. And I think when you watch Ben Johnson's offense, there's stuff in it that it's like, that's encouraging. They were really successful. There's not, when I watch Ben Johnson's offense, I don't look at it and go like, oh my gosh, this is changing the game the way Shanahan did when he started coming on.
You think it got overhyped over
They run some trick plays.
They're so good. That's just what they have an awesome offense. They have really great players on offense. And he took advantage of that. There's something to be said about playing to your strength. I think talking about him, he is McVay or Shanahan in terms of just breaking defensive rules and stuff I don't see that.
Would you rather have, put them in order of preference, the Lions GM as your GM here, or just a GM period?
Mm-hmm.
The Lions GM, Ben Johnson, Glenn Campbell. Put them in order.
I would say probably Brad Holmes 1 would be the first one, their GM. Then Campbell, Ben Johnson, Glenn.
Okay.
I mean, Aaron Glenn's defense getting worked in the playoffs.
They did have a lot of injuries,
Bobby,
to their credit.
Not a big Bible believer, clearly.
No, absolutely not.
I knew all the answers to the questions the other day.
Yeah, I don't know they lost too much, but I mean, I don't. It's not going to be. I don't. They're not going to win 14 games. I'll tell you that. They might win 12. They're going to win it with 12.
I mean, we'll see what Green Bay is. Green Bay had their struggles last year against the division, and Minnesota. Minnesota lost a lot. I don't know what Minnesota's going to be.
Next one, overreaction or not? Chicago is the NFL's most likely worst to first team. I'll give you the candidates.
Ooh.
Raiders, Pats, Bears, Browns, Giants, Titans, Saints, Niners.
Yeah, there's only one other candidate here.
Niners.
San Fran. All right, so what's the way you phrase it? I'm gonna
Chicago
cheat.
is the NFL's most likely worst to first team.
Overreaction.
I'm gonna say
I gotta see San Fran buried before I believe it.
It's overreaction. It's San Fran. Then there's one other, and I'm going.
Hang on, let me see if I can guess it.
Well, it's a technicality. It is not a team that Choppy mentioned.
Okay.
The Panthers tied with the Saints, and the NFC South is just. There's still nothing super intimidating about it. Bryce Young looked really legitimate in the second half of last year.
Okay. All right.
I think Carolina would have a better shot just given their division and some of the growth from Bryce Young.
Okay.
What's your answer to it?
It's San Fran. I think it's an overreaction. If Miami trades Ramsey and Tyreek, they need to blow it up and start fresh, including the coach and quarterback.
Ooh. Not an overreaction. Mike McDaniel has been given a little too much leeway, probably.
What is what's Lombardi call him? The DJ?
Is that what he calls it?
Yeah. Michael Lombardi calls him the DJ.
So I think Mike McDaniel's been given a little bit too much leniency. Tua, there's all sorts of questions about his future. There are reasonable questions about should you have even paid Tua. But no, I think when you say if you get rid of Ramsey and if you get rid of Hill, should you blow it up? Miami should blow it up now.
It looks like someone has blown up. I didn't believe, and I still don't know if I believe, that this is Jalen Waddle. That's not Jalen Waddle.
That's a dumpy.
Is that Jalen Waddle is wearing someone else's jersey? Was he 17?
Let me look.
This is the fastest wide receiving core in the league. To answer your question, is not an overreaction. I'm not the biggest Tua believer. They're talking about him walking around with a different swag, with different colored hair and all that stuff. But that thing is going to implode with Tyreek at some point in time. And my boy Mike McDaniel is looking a little overrated and overhyped.
I couldn't say it's Aaron Brewer. It's their center. He was wearing his uniform. So this is like Joe Looney with Zeke.
These jackasses wrote Jalen Waddle was living in the gym this offseason.
Yeah, live at the gym. If the gym is called Pizza Hut.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's an overreaction either. I like Tua, but it's just not working. It's not, and he can't stay healthy. Now, the problem is Miami is the best spot for him because of the weather. Right, because he throws his change-ups out there. Problem is with Miami, you got to go to. Problem in Miami is you got to play Buffalo every year
and New England.
Yeah, on the road. Next one, the Pats will finish second in the AFC East.
Overreaction. I don't trust until I see like New England actually move forward and clean up some of this Belichick stuff that's been left in their wake. I can't bank on that.
It's not an overreaction because I can't give you an instant number two. I can't tell you a definitive number two, so that makes it not an overreaction.
I think Miami's an instant number two right now. I would blow it up because they're just not going to be enough to actually win. They're in purgatory right now, but I think Miami's definitively better than New England.
Yeah.
Well, I think they are, but I'm counting on things kind of falling apart.
I think it's an overreaction because the Pats will win the NFC East. Put it on the board.
The what East?
Put it on the board.
The AFC.
AFC East. Right. Whatever East they're in.
Wow, you're turning on Josh. Turning on Josh again.
No,
We've been down this road.
No. It's going to be they'll both win 12 games. It'll be tough.
Why do you believe this? Or why do you think it?
You got to have one. You got to have one team that just pops out of nowhere.
Yep, it's true. All right. By the way, shout out to K-Mess. He said he was one of our top Tolos, prepping the house for baby girl's first birthday party tomorrow. No better time to Tolo.
We got breaking news according to the fan text. I gotta make sure this is accurate.
In what sport? Give me a hint. Don't say it all.
Hockey, if this is right. Let me look this up.
No.
Let's find out next with KNC on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Semien Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Props to the Tolos who sent the text to Bobby at the end of the last segment. We have breaking news on 105.3 The Fan. Pete DeBoer has been fired. The Stars with the official release and statement. Jim Nill announced today that Pete DeBoer has been relieved of his head coaching duties effective immediately. The search will begin for the next coach. Quote, after careful consideration, we believe that a new voice is needed in our locker room to push us closer to our goal of winning the Stanley Cup. Jim Nill continues. We'd like to thank Pete, blah, 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 and wish him nothing but the best moving forward. Wow.
It's right on the level with his lifespan everywhere. 3 years. I mean, I think he got to middle of the 5th year with San Jose.
Yeah.
Mid-5th, like they fired him mid-season. But everywhere else, it's 3 years and out.
Here is Tom Gagliardi last week. Are you kidding me? He's a top 3, top 5 coach in the league. I'm just one voice of the discussion, but I don't see firing Pete being on anyone's agenda.
The owner said that last week?
That last week to the morning news.
Well, that's
And then
interesting.
he met with Jim Nill.
Yeah.
And I would presume that meeting with Jim Nill, the guy that you've put in charge of this whole thing,
Who's definitely won Stanley Cups by himself.
who also did the conversation amongst the room, got information, took that information to the owner and said, this is the move we need to make.
Just like we mentioned earlier, if Kidd were to take the Knicks job, that tells us that Kidd wasn't involved in the Luka thing. I think the fact DeBoer's out, that means that Ottinger thing was absolutely a real problem.
And I think Gagliardi had referenced that maybe in that same interview as well, that he was really surprised that Ottinger got pulled in that game.
Kevin Hagelin wearing his celebration green with the
I did not
news.
know that this was going to happen, but I know you're going to seek some vindication. I am too. When we did our segment a couple weeks ago, is Pete DeBoer a great coach? And I was like, that's stupid. Obviously he is. Okay, well, he has 0 Stanley Cups and he's been fired, 3 times now?
Ours was just like, is he safe? I didn't even ask if he's a great coach, but those losers never show back up on Twitter to take any accountability. T is the only name I have on Twitter that I can find right now, but I wanted to shout him out. In all seriousness, you were questioning DeBoer.
Yes.
And you have to be okay with this.
Yeah, look, I am fine with it. I don't dispute that he is a good coach. I think you have once again run into his ceiling. And his ceiling is getting outclassed in the elite rounds of the playoffs. Now, I think roster construction definitely has something to do with it.
I think that has more to do with it than Pete.
Well, then that goes back to Jim Nill is, finalist for Executive of the Year 3 straight times. He's never done this on his own, like that he's won a cup. I know he's been part of groups that won a cup as an assistant, but how many coaches is this now for him? I'm just asking that question. But for me, I think he's the coach that gets you almost there. Now, can they find the coach that can get them the rest of the way? Don't know.
Well, look, I mean, I like Pete. I think here's the thing. They're both really, really good at what they do.
I agree.
Nill and DeBoer are really, really good at what they do. Pete is not the reason by any stretch that they lost to Edmonton. I just don't think they're built to beat Edmonton right now. They're not tough enough. I think that's a Nill thing.
Okay, then let me ask you this question.
I just don't think Nill and DeBoer are good together.
Okay, and that's fair.
And they went to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
I mean,
but when you get to this level, when you get to this level, they're really, really skilled.
DeBoer thought they were good enough to beat him because he very publicly said this is all Jake Ottinger's fault.
Yeah,
basically, he was like, he's lost 6 out of 7.
I just think they run into a team they don't match up with.
Let's say the game ends the exact same way, like
Said I
exact
didn't
same
blame
score and
it all on
everything,
Jake.
except Ottinger stays in net the entire time.
Yes.
Do you think he's fired?
That's a great question.
I see that. I feel like,
let's say they lose 2-1.
Yeah,
let's just say they lose 2-1.
I think he's fired because of the comments.
I think a large part of this is that was a really bad.
But would those comments have come out?
Well, hold on. Here's the thing.
No.
Was that relationship already bad, or was that a turning of the relationship that then they said this is done? Because if it's something where that relationship has been bad and it just hadn't come out publicly, DeBoer maybe still gets fired.
Is Jake Ottinger good and important enough to fire your coach over after the success?
Might be feels like the verdict's in, right?
But
is
not
he
the one player? But if there's more than one player that's upset about it, then yes. Like if it's the whole thing. Yeah, if it's half the team and they're just like, and the other half doesn't care.
Yeah,
they're like, whatever. We
what
don't
percentage of this was coming up short again? What percentage of it is getting whipped the way you did? And then what percentage of this is Ottinger if you break up the pie? Coming up short, getting worked and coming up short, and then the way it was handled and talked about.
I think the way it was handled and talked about with Ottinger is 80% of this.
Yeah.
I think it's 30. I think it's a share of 33.33 all the way around.
There is no crime in losing to Edmonton.
What about the fact that you
losing versus getting dominated?
Yeah, you regressed from where you were last year.
Give me that football score.
Well,
give me that in a football score.
But here's the thing.
The series and the way it worked.
Well, but here's the thing. Don't look at last year because Draisaitl's not 100% last year. And a lot of people in Edmonton are pointing that's why they didn't beat Florida last year.
Dallas scored the first touchdown to make it 7-0, and then they lose 38-7. So that's basically
so if it's 38-7, there is shame in losing like that.
Well, right.
If you're supposed to be a championship winner.
And last year was 24-14 or something like that.
Yeah, I think that when you're looking at when it's the same team, if it was a different team, same team, it's obvious they're not something's not right when they play Edmonton. Something's just not right.
Okay. Well, then you may have to factor in losing to them higher up if you blame coaching, but you're talking about the GM. If you think it's 70 or 80% Jake, then I got to go back to my question of, is Jake Ottinger important enough to fire?
No, not. But Corey's right, not on his own. But the comments spewed a locker room. What's it called? When a mutiny.
But also, let's look at are finger guns enough for Ja Morant to get punished? Yeah, it's enough for Ja Morant to get punished. If Pete DeBoer's reputation is you have awful toxic relationships with goalies, it's part of what drove you out of Vegas, then yeah, if it looks like, nope, we're not going to start this, especially with Ottinger locked in here, you're out.
The breaking news on 105.3 The Fan, Pete DeBoer has been fired. Are you dancing like Kevin in a celebration?
No, I'm not, but I'm
Good to pee.
No, I like Pete. I don't think that. I think this is all comments based. I don't think Pete should have been fired, but you can find a way to get old John Cooper out of Tampa. Then you got something.
Yeah, who's available now?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think.
We got a couple texts from some people.
Part of the criticism of this move was you waited too late to swoop the others up.
Sully just he got fired at Pittsburgh. He went to the Rangers.
Yeah.
I don't know who else that you would get. Obviously
Scotty Bowman.
Yes, Jim Montgomery. If he's got it back on the straight and narrow.
He's not with anybody.
He's in St. Louis, right? I think he's in St. Louis.
Rietma said all the good candidates are gone. Blackhawks, Rangers, Bruins, Ducks, Flyers, Penguins, Kraken, Canucks have all already made coaching hires this offseason.
Yeah, if you can find a way to get John Cooper out of Tampa, great.
What about the college ranks? Is there anything in the college world that you would go attack?
Yeah, isn't our minor league team dominating?
Yeah, let's go get the grandson of Hobie Baker.
Laviolette is one option. Rietma says former Rangers head coach won President's Trophy in 2024. Kevin
Belichick's buyout just dropped.
Which obviously I'd be in on that. So what happened? I mean,
we got a text that said Pat Ferschweiler. Pat Ferschweiler is the Western Michigan University head coach.
Yeah, that would be a
NCAA tournament
decision.
appearances since 22, 23, 24, and 25, and they just won the championship.
So with all that in mind about all the
NCHC.
coaches that got hired, spots that got filled, and the Stars making this move today, that lends me to kind of more towards y'all's point about what happened in these conversations in the last 4 days, or the fallout with the teammates, or
972 just put this in there because it could be the lack of conversations. 972 says the fact that 48 to 72 hours after Game 5, Pete said in a public interview he hadn't talked to Jake. That's what did him in.
That's bad.
That is bad. You got to have a conversation, right?
Before the press, or at least for public management.
Yeah.
If you're you know what,
lie about it.
Yeah,
lie better. Yeah, just do that. That's the thing. You're right, because if there's no good options and they still were out, then it's we can't have.
It feels to me like the Knicks would have more of a planned replacement already decided than this right now.
And didn't the Knicks feel more results oriented to RJ's point from a few minutes ago? It felt like the Knicks are man, you got a bold strategy just running our starters into the ground, but it's paid off so far. So let's see what happens.
Man, but results based. I know this is going to sound bad because the Knicks.
Did he coach you to there, Pete? Or you were getting there no matter who the coach is? Did he coach you to that point?
I think Thibodeau coached the Knicks more there than I think DeBoer.
That was going to be my point. Beating Boston for them is a greater accomplishment than anything Pete did on this run, in my opinion. But you also talked about the what ifs if Mikko. Right, it's very important to know
they could have gotten knocked out in the first round.
Yeah, beating Colorado was really impressive with the injuries they had.
Would he have been fired if they lost Game 7?
But they handled Winnipeg.
I think he would have.
Yeah, he might have.
They handled
Winnipeg.
They did.
And then they got really They were just outmanned, outclassed in this series.
469 says hire Bully Melrose. That'd be a good hire.
Great. Yeah, that's a good one right there.
Does Pete DeBoer have a public reputation of being a jerk or having that?
They love him on the broad. Like the TNT studio crew loves his quote. Like he's like a comedian up there.
Outside of some of the schisms with the goalies that you've heard about, I'm not aware of people just being like, he's a jackass.
Like not like Thibodeau, right?
That you do know is like, hey, you got like 4 years before everyone's like, get him the hell out of here.
Yeah, I mean, all the stuff we were looking up the other day was generally, it was just associated with goaltenders.
Yeah.
But to the goaltenders, it was a reputation of like crossing a line of just like, how are you throwing somebody on the bus like that?
Reitma said Neil Graham is the current Texas Stars head coach and a future NHL coach. Maybe they promote from within. But look, you are taking a gamble here.
Yeah.
I mean, you are throwing away a lot of consistent success.
There's like an 80% chance you're probably getting a worse coach.
Okay.
Right on paper.
No, yeah, I don't disagree with you there. So my philosophy, and I've always wondered about the Cowboys. Like, the Cowboys are like, hey, let's just keep doing the same thing. It'll keep us relevant enough to keep the money coming in and everything like that. But you're not going to win a championship. So the Stars have gone the Kansas City Chiefs route, right? Where they're like, oh, yeah, Alex Smith, you're fine. But we're never going to win a championship. I think they're looking at Pete DeBoer and they're like, hey, you're a heck of a coach. We're never going to get any further than this. So maybe it does end up worse, but at least if we change strategy, maybe now we got a shot.
Bully Melrose saying they do like Neil Graham from the Stars a lot.
What about him? Do they like him?
I think that's most likely an internal hire. Do they like Bully?
Yeah. We want him to get the job.
I don't know. Maybe this is one of the names Reitman texted. I don't know how to pronounce that. Hagee, what's that gentleman's name?
Glenn Gulletson.
Okay, so the fan text is throwing in Glenn Gulletson. They're saying he's with Edmonton now.
He's had success. He's already been the head coach here before.
They're saying he wasn't ready then. Bring him back.
No.
Just like you did Hitchcock.
No. Hitchcock won a championship. That's what you're trying to relive that.
Do you still support this with no obvious name popping up into your head?
Yes. Because I think the path in front of you with DeBoer was set. Now, I'll concede to every single person who texts in, you might get worse and your coach might be worse. I concede that. But with DeBoer, it felt like the path to the championship was blocked.
Bring Tippett back, baby.
What about Edmonton just being a bad matchup, or you would answer back with tough?
I think
you
played.
deal with it.
I think you played worse against them this year than you did last year. And I know what you said about Draisaitl, but the other thing is when you guys said you cruised past Winnipeg or got past Winnipeg. Well, part of the reason is the player that you alienated after the Edmonton series.
Any hints, excuse, any?
I mean, it's a thing. Like it's real. I mean, he missed a game and he was probably compromised for the games after that.
Why Johnston has to step up. They have people on this roster that I actually think this roster might look a little different.
Those dudes quit before that series started. They quit. You saw how they showed up to that thing. Then they quit before that last game even got going. They were done.
The breaking news right here to close out the week on the morning show. Pete DeBoer is out. Continuing coverage with the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Starting your day right. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, we're going to have Bobby Lashley in studio today. Perhaps some NFL overreaction or reality, and perhaps Masterpiece of the Week. I thought we were going to start the show by talking about who the hell's covering first base, or Tyrese Halliburton continuing to hit almost every clutch shot in the history of the NBA. But the other news of the day seems to have taken precedent at the moment. Corey Majors, are you surprised Pete DeBoer is no longer the head coach of the Dallas Stars?
Not really surprised. I had this understanding that it could happen. So the possibility was always a reality because of, and it does sound like what happened after.
Yep.
The more reports I start to see on this, the more it sounds like no, it was the way that he handled the business afterwards. Had he, let's say this, had he told Otter before the game, hey, we've been thinking about this and we're considering doing it, and you might get a quick hook if things don't go well because I need to spark the team. And Otter's like, I don't really like that idea, but I appreciate you coming to me beforehand. And then afterwards, he's like, look, I had talked to Otter about this and we had already squared away. We needed to spark the team and left it at that. Then everything might be okay today. Because there is a possibility that Jim Nill looked around and is like, why did we show up so terribly in this series? Again, we showed up miserably in this series. So that probably is another thing that Jim Nill did need to figure out and discuss. But the way that's a perfect way to say, see you later, in the way that he managed things afterwards. Because what's the word? Manage.
Yeah.
That's his job, is to manage the group, and he mismanaged them after the game.
Yeah, with the amount of time that has elapsed, I'm inclined to believe that as well. Alec, we got to kick this around quite a bit in crosstalk. Are you surprised by Pete DeBoer getting dumped by the Stars?
Not really. It felt like after the exit meetings, there was just something off. And I think it was the fan text that pointed it out during crosstalk that whenever you go up there and openly admit, hey, I haven't talked to the guy that I kind of screwed over and put in a weird situation 72 hours after the situation happened, then that's when the writing was kind of on the wall for me that, hey, maybe he knew at that point too, I got 1 year left. Everybody's kind of mad at me. Why would I even bother sitting down with these guys when I know in a week I'm not going to be here anymore? So it just felt kind of eerie, right? Hearing some of the players talk about how, I think it was Jamie Benn that was like, yeah, feels a lot like last year, huh? Same situation. We've been here before. We're used to coming up short. And at some point, something's got to change. I was kind of on the fence because I know you need a different voice, but at the same time, who's going to be better? And I'm sure that's something we're going to talk about a lot next week is, can you get better from this? Can you find better than a Pete DeBoer? Who knows? It's going to be really fun to speculate, but it did feel kind of inevitable after a few days.
Yeah, look, I continue to see things like this, and this is what I think makes the situation even more complex. Otter was not the problem. The defensive line was not holding up and putting him in a bad spot. Okay, whose responsibility is that then? Is that strictly the responsibility of the defensive players that you got to be better, or is that the responsibility of the GM? Because we all saw at the trade deadline, that's where you should have made a move.
He made a decision to go with offense there.
Yeah.
You want him out. Based on everything I've heard you say over the last 2 weeks, you want him out.
I just wonder how...
You want him to accept responsibility?
And yeah, a little bit. And this is where, and I know people are going to get mad. They're going to be like, oh, he's executive of the year 3 straight times. All right, well, Gaglardi thought you had a top 3 or 4 coach, and they just moved on from anyway. My question, I guess, that I fall into then, you haven't won the championship. How many coaches do you get to pick? Assuming you don't also own the team, and then the number is infinity.
Donnie Nelson got 6. Was it 4?
And they had not won the championship?
Was it Don, then Avery, and then Rick? So it was the third one?
Yeah, the third one.
I'm trying to figure out, like, I think that one of the things that Mark Cuban said a long time ago, and this was about head coach and GM also, is the most difficult thing to do in business is find somebody to run your business for you, unless you've decided you're going to run the business. And so I think that Gagliardi is looking at Jim Nill going, I made that hire to have that guy here because I trust him to build the team, and he has built the team. So that's where I think that he's very comfortable with that. I don't think this is very similar to John Daniels. Remember, we were like, he's too powerful. He's immovable because he's too powerful until somebody else came in and proved that they could do it.
And so this is where I simply ask the question. And I know some people are going to tell me there's mitigating circumstances with some of these, and I hear you on that. But he came in, Nill that is, got rid of Glenn Gulletson, and then they picked up Lindy Ruff. We love Lindy Ruff. It didn't work out.
He loved us.
Yes. Then you had Ken Hitchcock bounce back for, I believe it's just one season.
That was weird.
Yeah. And then you had Jim Montgomery, who looked like he was the dude.
That was the truth.
And then off ice stuff prevented that. But still, you're the person who hired him. Then Rick Bowness. Then Pete DeBoer. So this is going to be head coach number 6 that the general manager gets to pick, and you haven't won. You've done really well. You made the Stanley Cup final in 2020.
So it's another fall guy.
You made
this is very similar to what John Daniels was doing after one after another. He was just like, that's a fall guy, that's a fall guy, that's a fall guy. It's not me.
And that part is always confusing to me as well, because you go back, is Jim Nill has had a lot of success as like the next guy in command. But as the GM, he hasn't had the ultimate success. Now, the Dallas Stars are clearly the most consistently winning franchise we have in the Metroplex. They really are. But is that good enough for you to be like, we get really close every year? Or are you like a Rangers fan who's like, it sucks that we're losing this year, but at least we have the World Series? Or are you like the Mavericks fan that you're like, at least we got the championship? I know we make fun of the Cowboys all the time, deservedly so. It's been 30 years since they won a Super Bowl. It's been 26 years since the Stars have won a championship. Now, you can tell me that they've been back to 6 Western Conference Finals and 2 more Stanley Cup Final, I believe.
And how many of the Cowboys been?
Yeah, big fat nothing. And that's great.
But that's the consequence of raised expectations.
Exactly,
again, right?
Exactly. That's why if the Cowboys made it to the NFC Championship this year and lost 42-0, I'd be like, I can't believe we did it. Even though that's not the championship, you won nothing. But for the Stars, they made it to the Western Conference Finals 3 straight years, and I'm like, well, this sucks. What a disappointing season because of those raised expectations. My expectations for the Stars are way higher than they are for the Cowboys because the Stars have shown they can be in the mix. But have they shown they can win a championship in this generation? No.
I will say, and when it comes to Jim Nill, I have no clue how much he has to do with that team being motivated. The players did not look, multiple times they came out and looked like they were going through the motions in the playoffs, on the ice in the Western Conference Final. They skated out there and they just like, we're gonna roll over tonight. Yeah. And I asked this question: did they already believe that they couldn't beat Edmonton and that there was no way there's no way we can beat this team? So what's the point of even going out there and let's go ahead and finish this thing up? It's Edmonton, dude.
Okay,
we lost to them last year. They have this. They're beating us the same way. What's the point?
And that brings up a whole new set of problems, and I think that leans into
you can't get rid of the whole team.
Yeah,
you can't pull the whole team, so you pull the goalie
exactly.
That's how this goes. So and you can't get rid of the whole team.
Sure.
But does the whole team...
I mean, you could with disastrous
conclusions. Does the whole team need a new voice from the top? Does the whole team need a new voice and a fresh group, a fresh set of voices in the room as leaders?
Yeah. I mean, and I guess that was the decision. And I know we've talked a lot about pulling Ottinger. And I go back to Tyler Seguin seemed to have some really glowing comments about Pete DeBoer, I think before the Western Conference Final started. But that's all fine and well to us. But behind the scenes, did he feel the same way? And let's say he did. Did Ottinger feel that way? Did Miro? Did Wyatt?
Did Duchesne?
Yeah, exactly. Did Jamie?
Nico?
Yeah, I don't know. I would think he would be like, thank you for bringing me here. But who the hell knows?
I don't know who has the biggest voice with those guys.
And so I don't know how all of those other players felt about him. And if they loved him so much, then they just failed him. They failed him on the ice, unless you think that Jim Nill failed the team in building a tougher team, because Jim Nill loves some great, skilled finesse players.
So this is the three Spider-Men.
Yes.
All pointing at each other and trying to figure it out. This is the Texas standoff on The Office, where everybody's kind of like, and the guy with the most power won. The guy that is in the owner's ear has the voice, and maybe he had the voice of the team also to kind of go in that direction. So,
which, think about how fascinating that is, because, you know, that's usually how the structure of a franchise works. Who is the person that the owner got to run the thing? It's the general manager. All right, we just heard Gaglardi. Corey brought it up in the cross. It was a great point earlier this week. What? Of course we're not going to get rid of DeBoer. He's top 3, top 4 coach in the league.
Then he met with the GM.
Yes, who runs the hockey part of it.
You ever watch Game of Thrones? We know how this works.
Yeah.
Watch Game of Thrones.
Talk to the hand.
You'll figure it out.
And he was like, yeah, he's got to go, which is a fascinating dynamic. Now, us, on the other hand, with the Cowboys, you know how that dynamic can be wildly different. I have to admit, I like a more logical chain of command where the owner has his thoughts, but he defers to the person that he hired to put in charge of all of the hockey decisions.
Maybe they're like, all right, let's go get Brady Tkachuk. And Brady was like, I'm not playing for Pete DeBoer. I know that's like a weird, wild, outlandish thing to say, but in my mind.
And then Wyatt's like, me neither. And they're like, well, you might be part of this.
We'll see how that goes. Listen, you're right. And we've talked about this, it seems like for 4 or 5 years now. The defense isn't strong enough. They're not tough enough. This team is not tough. The game in the regular season has changed to finesse. And you can get to a certain point with that style of hockey.
Yeah.
You have to be able to go to the next level with your physicality in the playoffs and the cup. That's just a reality.
Yeah.
And so does coach coach that into players? Do players have that naturally? What is that? The decision has been made to make sure that the players are in place. Actually, I don't know that all the players are in place.
I don't think
this could be another sweep of something else.
Yeah, look, and I get it, and I think Corey kind of referenced this point already from the 469. It's not all the coach's fault. The players have to be accountable too. I think we all agree with that, but you're not in a position at this moment where you're like, all right, Wyatt Johnston, you're cut. Or I'm going to come up with trade packages for Wyatt, for Sagan.
It's a lot of work.
Like that. Some of that might happen, but that's going to take a minute. Whereas with the coach, you can just be like, yeah, no, I'll pay you the $4 million or whatever the number is.
It's $4 million to not coach next year.
Just go away, and we'll bring in somebody else. So I don't want to make it sound like the players have nothing to do with it, because absolutely. Look, we talked about it. Rantanen put together the greatest first half of the playoffs we've ever seen, and then he disappeared. Wyatt Johnston had a historically bad plus-minus. So even if you're like, well, that doesn't always tell the whole story. I hear you, but it was the worst in the history of the playoffs. And so then you're like, okay, so either way, it probably wasn't super good. There's questions about Jason Robertson. There's questions about Jamie Benn coming back. There's questions about all of these things. So the players take plenty of responsibility in this. But to Corey's point a little bit ago, this is easier. This is quicker. And
also the expectation is the next guy you bring in, as Stephen told us with Mike McCarthy's hire, he's to get us over the hump.
Yes.
Well, does that coach require different players?
That's a good question.
He's going to, or does you saying, no, I'm bringing him in to coach this team?
And if you're that coach, you have to understand, whether they say it specifically in the job interview or not, if you can't get the Stars to win the Stanley Cup, you're going to be out too. Not in the first year, but sooner rather than later. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Fair. Coming up next.
I like him.
Halliburton is an absolute savage, and seriously, will somebody cover first base? Son of a bitch! Next on The Fan.
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest.
forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it is. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just wondered, this is your haircut. But that's on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
of your project, from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The set by Garcia and the pitch. Bouncing ball right side. Semien far to his left. Has it. No one covering first. Coming in to score is Aranda. The throw home. Caminero is safe at home plate. And the Tampa Bay Rays come from behind, score 3 runs here in the bottom of the ninth, and walk off the Rangers by the final score of 4-3.
Like, what in the actual hell was that?
This question keeps being asked not only on the fan text, but on the Twitch. Does this mean CY will get rid of Bochy with how poorly the Rangers are playing?
What? Okay, hold on.
Great pitching.
Can we just pause for hold on, pause for 1 second.
Change.
1 second. If you have beef with all of the other losses and everything else, I'm not going to blame Bruce Bochy because 2 players on the field didn't understand how to field their position in a routine. The game was over. There's a routine ground out to Marcus Semien. Throw it to first, no problem. Except the first baseman didn't understand that a ball that was 7,000 feet away from his range was not his, and he should have gone back to first. Or that the pitcher wasn't like, oh, dip, I'm also supposed to cover first base. If you want to blame him for plenty of things, fine. But come on.
Also, there is also, I know people are going to think that I have an agenda here.
Oh.
Josh Young did double clutch on a ground ball to him that he might have been able to get the guy out at first, but he did double clutch, and maybe that would have been the end of it. But in addition to that, you'd have a dude that is not a first baseman.
Yeah.
And you asked the question earlier, why did he range so far? He ranged so far because he plays shortstop and second base and outfield and now first base. And you have a guy that is not a natural first baseman. His instinct was to go get ball.
Yeah.
Your instinct at first base is to protect first base. I can't get to that. Let the second baseman get it. Marcus Semien's back there.
Yes.
He's back there if you're a everyday first baseman. This is not me hating on Josh Smith. I think Josh Smith is very valuable in a lot of areas.
But that was a bad play.
That was his fault. Robert Garcia just saw this effing thing happen the day before.
Man.
And then Bochy was on our air yesterday and saying, nobody works harder on PFPs than the Texas Rangers. Kevin, I even acknowledged, yes, we watch it. It's nauseating watching how hard they work doing it. Yet the big brain fart in Tampa happened yet again. And that's got to be something that drives a hole in Bruce Bochy's gut today.
You know what? I'm glad that you phrased it like that. Let's go to Bruce Bochy, cut number 9. And this is an excellent question to start off. The question, how do you make sense of what happened in the 9th?
Boch, how do you make sense of that 9th inning?
Make sense of it? Well, you saw what happened. We got the ground balls. We couldn't turn them into outs there. And it's hard to lose a game like this. We had an earlier game where, they didn't hit a ball out of the infield, and they had a big inning. And, again, late covering first, I think Smitty, he broke, and, he had no chance there. But anyway, we should have coverage there. And that's a tough one, man. These guys played well, and you hate to see it unravel there in the 9th.
Yeah. That's a great way to put it.
He's not pissed off enough for you, is he?
No, he is.
Is he? Or is it just he presents it so calmly?
He does. But can we go back to that cut one more time? Alec, I honestly just want the first couple seconds after the question, but you can include the whole thing. Just start it off. I think this is his version of seriously, man, what the F?
Boch, how do you make sense of that 9th inning?
Make sense of it? Well, you saw what happened.
See, okay, stop right there. I think that huff, I think that's his version.
Bamboozled, befuddled, bewildered.
And then you heard his initial answer was, you saw what happened, because he wants to be like, I don't know. We had 2 players who forgot that either one of them, in fact, probably both of them, are supposed to be at first base, one to get it, one to back up. And we did neither.
Yeah.
And so
let's go through this real quick too. Marcus Semien, first play is to first base. When you watch him, you see him look at home, but he knows his first play is to first base.
Yes.
So he's supposed to throw to first base. Game is over. And somebody asked me recently, and it's understandable. So not everybody watches a lot of baseball. If there's 2 outs and if the runner crosses home, no, that's not a run.
Yeah,
that is. A lot of people they're just. I've always thought, no, that's not a run. He didn't need to worry about home, but when he saw nobody was at first base, and what's more infuriating about that, Kevin, is that Marcus Semien found his groove yesterday. He had bombs yesterday. He had his timing, as we discussed with Derek Holland. He got his timing back yesterday.
Give me cut number 1 because Corey is spot on about that.
2-2. Swinging Marcus, it's a high fly ball down the left field line. Going back on it, Morel at the track. He turns out of here. Number 2 hits his second of the game. Marcus Semien, another solo job, and the Rangers' lead grows to 3-1.
And then he had a chance to defensively win the game, which he's good at. He's a wizard defensively, and other players on the team didn't do their job.
I feel like one of the most basic things you learn when you're going through Little League baseball is 2 outs plays at first, right? Because to your point, then the runs.
It's the easiest play. It's the one you practice the most.
And there would be 2 great talking points coming out of this had the Rangers won. You just brought it up. Marcus Semien got his groove back, hit a couple of home runs. We've been talking about it. The overall season numbers still look awful. but he has been moving in the right direction. And then you felt solid about Jack Leiter. I know the same complaint, whether it's Leiter or whatever, is going to be go further in the game. I hear you. It just feels like we're grasping for something that is a bygone era for a lot of pitchers.
Well, also, I'll wait till next year.
Yeah, I get you.
Jack Leiter doing what he's doing this year, he's dominating early in games.
Yeah.
And it's nice to watch.
Yeah.
And it's kind of what you expect Rocker to do next year. And if you were listening to Mike
he got sent down yesterday.
And he got sent down yesterday. Jack was sent back down last year, had his opportunities up and down, got to experience the majors, and then had to go back to the minor leagues. And then Jack Leiter, they said, you're out of options. Go do it this year. And he's like, I'm ready. Look at me. I'm ready for it, guys. And as you were listening to Mike, he's like going through that process of, hey, man, look at how many pitches he had in college. Look how many innings he had in college compared to where Jack is right now. Jack's like 382 innings. Kumar's at 854, 84, something like that. He's like, this is the difference in experience, and that's why Jack's pitching the way he is right now. And Kevin, that's another positive. If you're thinking about trades, you have a future ace right here, and I think in Jack Leiter, and maybe another one in Kumar Rocker for the future down the road as well. You just got to be patient with them because this isn't the NFL or the NBA.
I go back to May 17th. May 17th, you took care of the Astros handily. You'd won 2-3 in that series. You had the opportunity to close it out the next day. Obviously, the way that game ended was problematic as well. But on a larger scale, instead of talking about those things, the Rangers are 4-12 since then. 4-12. You know how many of those losses have been by one run?
8.
Luckily, it's not that bad, but we're getting
6.
6. You're 4-12, and 6 of those losses have been by one run. Yikes. That's obviously that's never going to.
Yeah, it's the most. Man, hold on. Is it the most frustrating thing in DFW sports right now?
I thought you were about to say it's the most ridiculous take in the history of baseball.
No, I appreciate you though, John Schmaltz. I say Schmaltz?
Yes, you did.
Huh. There's no sh. And is it the most frustrating thing in DFW sports at the moment?
If you don't count hypotheticals. Now, hear me out. The number one most frustrating thing in DFW sports is the hypothetical trades we've all put together to get rid of Cooper Flagg.
And the hypothetical idea that he could be done.
Yes. But like, if you just go off of reality-based things,
the Luka thing still exists for people
for sure. This is maddening.
This is the thing that you're watching. That is, this is the only sport left in DFW right now. FC Dallas exists.
And they've been struggling. Obviously,
AEW exists.
Yes,
so you got that
Bobby
rocking.
Lashley in just a little bit. Do you know what? We need somebody who always comes through in the clutch. Always. We go back to this last week, maybe 2 weeks ago. Tyrese Halliburton. He had 12 career shots. I believe it's in the last 60 seconds. If it's the last 2 minutes, I apologize. To take the lead or tie the game. He was 11 for 12. That is unbelievable. Like, if that's what you did at the line in those situations, I would be pretty impressed. But from the field, unbelievable. And yesterday, he took it to a whole nother level. I'm going to give you 3 options. What I want to know is who called it best. Okay? First, give me cut number 6. This is the TV call of Tyrese Halliburton hitting the game winner with 0.3 seconds left.
The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 3/10 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
Excellent call.
Very good call.
Engaging. All right, option 2. The Indiana Pacers radio call.
8 seconds to go. The Pacers are not going to call a timeout. Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 3/10 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
It's a pretty good call.
Do you like it better than the TV call or no?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll take that call.
Alec, who's she like better, TV or radio call?
The radio call didn't have enough energy for me.
Oh,
Give me Mike
face
Breen.
radio, which we work in. Now, I'm not going to play.
Alec has always hated radio and microphones.
What?
I'm not going to play the WPTA call. That's the ABC affiliate in Fort Wayne because they cut out 48 seconds of the game to tease the upcoming news. And they cut out with about 1:12 left in the game when the Pacers were down by 3 points. And so when they came back, what's amazing is one of the things that they teased in the news thing was a Pacers watch party. And they cut it off with, it was actually 1:03 left. And then when you come back, it was 110-107. All of a sudden now it's 110-109. You're like, what happened? I mean, I know they scored a basket, so we're probably not going to play that news preview.
Okay.
You have one more option. This is the call of Tyrese Halliburton from Korean broadcast.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버튼을
Wow! Is that the level of enthusiasm you were hoping for with the juice on the radio call?
I love hearing somebody that really didn't expect something to happen. Like they didn't expect they did not expect that to happen, and I love hearing that right there.
That was an incredible call. I know we're joking about it, but Tyrese Halliburton game-winning or game-tying baskets in the final 5 seconds just this postseason. Round 1, Game 5 against Milwaukee. Round 2, Game 2 against Cleveland. Round 3, Game 1 against the Knicks. And then Round 4, Game 1 against OKC. He has a game-tying or winning shot in the final 5 seconds in every round. He's already done that 4 times in this playoff.
I appreciate what he has done.
Unbelievable.
Because he's the leader of that team, right?
And it wasn't his best game otherwise, but yes.
And, it was interesting because Perk, I think, right before the game last night was like, 18 points a night isn't going to do good enough to win the NBA championship against this team. And I was like, they're a team.
Yeah.
The Pacers are a team.
Yeah.
And that's what I see in them that I saw in the Mavericks in 2011. For whatever reason, they believe they can win no matter what.
Yep.
And Kevin, as much as that moment and his moments of, because you said what, 5? He has 5 in his career and 4 of them this year.
4 of them this year.
He gets to that moment because the team came back.
For sure.
And this is something that Rick Carlisle has done in history. Go back to that 11 season and watch how many times Jason Kidd was on defense on the best player at the end of a game, defending and forcing a 12, 9, 15-point comeback for the Mavericks.
So real quick, I want to hit that stat, both with the team and Carlisle.
The thing I don't know, because there's more than, everybody's talking about the 15-pointer right now,
Yeah.
and the Mavericks had one of those. Go back. I got to go find out how many times they came back in the fourth quarter, though, during that run, because it was multiple times.
Oh, the Mavericks?
Yes.
Okay. So let's take a look at the Pacers. Against Milwaukee, they were losing by 7 points with 35 seconds left, won the game. Against Cleveland, they were losing by 7 points with 47 seconds left, won the game. Against the Knicks, they were losing by 9 points with 52 seconds left, won the game. Against Oklahoma City Thunder, in the final 2:36, they closed out on a 12-2 run. You pointed it out. 15-point comeback. That has happened 3 times in the history of the NBA Finals. This year, the 2011 Mavericks, and some other year that I forgot because it did involve Rick Carlisle. But the point is, Carlisle has 2 of those 3 comebacks, and this team, this Indiana Pacers team, is unfreaking believable in the clutch.
Yeah, he's got the right group, and he's got the right players, and again, the clutch moment to be able to bury the team. Like, that's important.
Seriously, though, are they going to fire the program director or like the director in Fort Wayne, Indiana, for cutting away from the NBA Finals game to talk about the NBA Finals party that they'll preview on the news?
Dude.
Like in the final minute.
Thought it was over, man. What a weird
and they
thing.
even threw it to the watch party. Nobody was like, "What are you doing?"
Wow.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I do believe we're going to have Bobby Lashley in studio. And if not, don't worry. we can give you some baseball nuggets. We'll have something amazing for you next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Friday Rangers pregame at 5 o'clock. We'll get on Eric Nadel and Sands and get ready for the Nationals. Your Nation starts at 2 on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Corey here for my friends at Best Buy Windows and Siding. In your house, it probably has dated windows. You know if it does. It absolutely has dated windows, and not everybody out there is being transparent with you about their prices.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
nextbackyard.com/adopt.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3. See how it goes. But right now, we bring to you in studio former two-time WWE champion, now one half of the AEW Tag Team Champions. It is Bobby Lashley. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
So I got to ask this. I've been wondering this forever. How are you 48? Like, how does one look like that at really any age, let alone your age?
You know, I lied. I'm really 35.
Okay.
I just tell
I would
everybody.
feel better about that. I really would.
I'm actually 65. It's just genetics. I look this good.
You know what I try to tell people? They say I'm not like 48. So I say this is what 48 is supposed to look like.
There you go. Yeah.
I got some work to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I don't know. I know we have some time with him today. I do have, at some point, I do want to ask, because your body didn't happen overnight. That's years and years of work, cardio, lifting, all these things to put in. Yeah. But at this point in your life, your workout different than it was when you were younger. And what is your weekly? Is it, hey, I do push-pull, I do the bro split. What are you doing work for?
Man, my workouts are completely different now. So when I was younger, it was lift heavy, lift hard. You know, you can train 2-3 times a day. Now, when I don't need to train or don't feel like training, I just don't. And I think that's what's important. I think you have to understand that your body cannot take the abuse like you did when you were 20 years old. You don't recover the same.
Yeah.
So my rest times are very, very important. And I think I get more out of my rest time now than I did before. So I can go hard, but if tomorrow I feel a little achy, I just won't do anything. But the consistency is important for me. I just have to keep moving. So sometimes my workouts aren't like banging heavy weights. It's more of going through different movements. Like I'll go out and I'll look at my body and I'll say, all right, I want to work out a little bit here. So I start doing something here. And then I start really moving into it. I just move into the workout and then I gradually pick it up and I gradually pick it up. Like I always talk about my pull-ups. I do 100 pull-ups. Wow. To start my workout.
That's the start.
For my back.
Okay.
But what I do it in a different way. I put my headphones on, whoever my workout partner is, we just kind of conversate, joke around. I'll do 3, he'll does 3, 5, and then we just keep going up and we keep number of it. Man, it could take us 20 minutes, it could take us 30 minutes, it doesn't matter.
But you get that 100
You get the 100 in or 150. And then after that, you already feel good. So your body's already ready to go. And then you do something else that's in there, like you do your pull downs, your rows and stuff like that. You don't really need to do very much of those other workouts. If you put 100 pull-ups in, because now actually you leave knowing that you accomplished something. So right now, my workouts aren't about building size, losing fat, anything like that. I actually have challenges that I like to do, and that's what my workouts are. So now it's fun for me. Like when I go in, I'm like, all right, man, I'm going to do 150 pull-ups, and I want to do it in under 20 minutes or under 10 minutes. So I still do the same 3, 5, or whatever, but I'm trying to beat that clock. And then when I do, it's like, all right, I accomplished something.
Yeah.
So now, after I accomplish something, now I need to fail at something.
Okay.
So then I put on
Challenge
weight. I
yourself
get to the
even more.
point until I fail. So next time when I come back, I beat that. And so it's that whole concept of me against me. And I have it with everything that I do. And man, actually, I'm going to start coaching. You know, I'm going into the coaching space.
Here we go.
So I'm going to start coaching people to understand how to lift, because I understand there's gurus out there that are bashing every kind of workout that they see online. They're like, he shouldn't be doing this. He shouldn't be doing that. He should be taking this. I don't care about any of that. What I believe in working out is it's your body. You have to figure out your body. I can help you figure out your body. And then from there, you make little tweaks to make it better. And right now, the biggest thing with me being a little bit older is that mobility. Mobility is very important. So I just teach myself how to go into those awkward positions. You know, something as an older person, you tell somebody to just put your hands up and then go all the way down to the ground, sit down, lay down, and then come all the way back up.
Yeah.
Most people wouldn't be able to do it. Right?
Yeah.
So you got to work to keep your body mobile. The longer you can keep your body mobile, the better it's going to be. Like our show, All In, there's certain moves that I've never done in my career. I'm going to do them then.
July 12th, Globe Life Field here in Arlington, 2 p.m.
I like it.
Go to Ticketmaster or AEWTix.com. Now, Corey, I got a question. I have a super...
I got a lot more workout questions throughout the day, though. So we'll get all of them in, though.
So I have a super nerdy, very niche wrestling question for him. Do you think I should ask it on the air?
For sure.
All right, Bobby, we're going to go on the Wayback Machine.
He's here. He has no choice.
That's a good point. I'm sure he could leave and rip the door off the hinges.
He probably could.
So I'm going to go way back. Back in 2006.
Dang.
You won the ECW title at the December to Dismember pay-per-view. Before you got to the main event and you were did you watch a show at all and think, man, this show kind of sucks before you went out for the main event?
Man, I'm the type of fan that likes everything.
Okay.
So even the things that suck, I find beauty in it. Like
everyone's beautiful, you know?
Okay. I like that. That's a good philosophy. I mean, obviously it's an important night for your career, but that's not my favorite show in the world. So, okay. All right. So back to, because I know we're going to bounce back into some of the workout questions and everything like that. You mentioned it. All In. We've had, Ricochet, MJF, Dustin Rhodes. We've had an opportunity to talk with a lot of people involved with this show. Has the build and the ticket sales and everything made it feel like a big show because it's y'all's first U.S. stadium show? But I know y'all have succeeded at a great level in England and other places like that.
I think a lot of people are looking at that as like the measuring stick of where we're going to go. It can't be. We haven't even advertised matches yet.
Yeah.
So that's what's cool about it. And I think that that's what is going to be the thing that really skyrockets us, shoots us up a little bit, is when we start introducing matches.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard
Never
it
heard
as
that
well.
before, so we're trying to figure it out on the fly. You're okay. Just keep going. Just keep talking.
Okay,
People are listening.
So for me, it's like once we start putting those matches out, then people are going to say, oh, I like that, and they're going to start jumping into it. But the one thing that I really love about it, since I've been with AEW, is these guys are incredible.
Yeah.
They're really incredible. Even the people that we don't even know about, the bigger names, we don't even know about them. Man, but these guys are friggin' incredible. So I'm really confident on the show. Like, I can plug the show all day long because I tell somebody, if you haven't seen wrestling, come watch these guys. They always say, we're the best wrestlers. I don't care about all those little taglines. I really don't. I know that these guys are very, very talented. I know these guys can put on an amazing show. I mean, like, I'll throw names out.
Hold on, let me pause. Sorry, let me pause you there real quick. We are having a little bit of technical difficulty. We're going to pick this back up on the other side of the break. Okay. We will get to all of that next. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
North Texas born and raised with the same sports.
Say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got our problems figured out, we do believe.
I don't know, we'll figure it out.
It could have just been the aura of Bobby Lashley that crushed that microphone as we've got him in studio with us.
I don't know if this one does the same thing. I have a theory. Now, I'm not an engineer, but you're wearing the Ray-Ban glasses that have the camera on them, aren't you?
I am.
I don't know. I have no clue.
They're not on.
Okay, yeah, okay, well, there you go.
The light comes on when they're on.
Okay, see, that's I saw them earlier, and I was like, those glasses are awesome. Yeah.
I was on a call before I came in, so I was rushing upstairs. I do a lot of real estate. So
Yeah. Okay.
We were
Man,
on the call.
I love that.
He's a busy man.
I'm wrestling, former world champion, current tag team champion. We're going to have this stadium show. But
Raising
what
an
I
awesome
really need to
kid.
tell you is about this Western style house today or whatever.
It's a Tudor home.
Yeah. So, and somebody said, I don't know if you feel this way. You feel like a humble fella. Somebody said, love this dude. He's an American hero. I don't know how many people like know the story going back to when you were in the Army as well. Can you regale us with how you transitioned there and how you transitioned back out and into wrestling and this wacky world of professional wrestling that we're in?
Yeah. I think my whole story is kind of crazy, but I mean, just the small parts where I went through college, put myself through college, and then after I graduated college, I was successful, took a regular job out in St. Louis as a sports coordinator because I love sports and I had a business degree.
Hey, if I had a wrestling team, I would let you help coach it.
I would definitely do that.
Same.
We'll talk. And then after that, I mean, I joined the Army and I made the Army World Class Athlete Program. And I was a 2-time Armed Forces champion there. And I actually took second at the Military World Championships in wrestling. So,
Wow.
But my dad was in the Army for 26 years. My sister was in the Army for 8 years. And then now she works for the VA here in Dallas. I have another sister that was in the Air Force. She retired 20 years in the Air Force. All my uncles were in the Marines, Navy. You know, we are a military family.
Did you always think that was going to be your path then?
I thought that was going to be my path before even going to college. I wasn't going to go to college. I was going to go from high school straight into the military. I mean, I don't want to say we didn't have too many mentors, but as far as telling me other places to go, but I always knew that I wanted to serve.
Yeah.
Yeah. Follow my uncles, follow my dad. You know, as a young man, of course, you want to look up to your uncles. I had
For sure.
4 uncles and my dad all in the military. So of course I wanted to.
How do you balance like kind of impressing that level of pride and tradition with your kids without like making it seem like, so this is what you're going to do or else? You know what I'm saying? Like it's probably a balancing act.
You know what I think with kids, the biggest thing with kids is just to be that positive influence. My son sees what I do. I talk to my kids all the time about everything. Like we're very open, but I think my son sees what I do, how I treat people, and that's the biggest thing that I like about my kids is that they are really good people.
Yeah,
you know, and it surprises me like when people come up and it's like, man, your son's very respectful, and your daughter, man, they're so nice. Like that impresses me more than anything else. And I think that my kids see me and they see how their mom is and how we treat people. And I think that's more important. And then the discipline also, my kids see my discipline. They see dad waking up in the morning, you know, I'm 35 years old. Plus,
as we discussed earlier, that's right. Yeah.
Me too.
And they're like, Dad's still doing all this.
Yeah.
And I still eat somewhat healthy, working out all the time. And I'm still doing everything that I'm doing. So I think my kids kind of like, it's to see, show me what you're going to do versus just tell me.
And we were talking off air about some of the other sports that you like. And I know you mentioned golf, baseball. Did you get a chance to watch the NBA Finals last night?
I did.
Oh, man. How fun was that?
It was
stunning turn of events.
Yes. That was a great script that they had for that one. I couldn't have planned a better finish.
Do you ever get mad when people are like, y'all, this is scripted, and you look at regular sports and you're like,
yeah, right.
We're scripted.
Tell
All
me
right.
because the whole time they're talking about Halliburton. Halliburton has to step up. He has to step up, and he's running through the game with only 12 points. And then now that he hits 14 points, they forget about how many points he scored.
Yeah.
But they remember he was the game winner. So he did his job.
Do you think that's going to propel them to a series win? Because we talked about this the last couple of days. They were more than a 4-1 dog. And so we were like, if you think Indiana's going to win, maybe go put some money on that. Do you think this is going to propel the Pacers to the title?
I think they're going to do big numbers. They're going to be for the rest of the playoffs just because of that first game. Because when I was watching the game all the way through it, I kept telling my son, I was like, man, this game's over. And my son kept saying, no, Dad, they like to come back. They like to come back. I was like, bro, they're not coming back. I mean, the score is consistently 10 to what?
Yeah, 10 to 15 points.
15
Yeah,
points.
yeah.
They're not coming back. And Indiana, I mean, Oklahoma, they were playing so solid all the way through it. So I was like, man, it's just going to run its course and then it's going to be over. and then the score starts shrinking, and the lead starts shrinking. So it was like it was a good comeback. In the wrestling world, we call it a comeback.
Mm-hmm.
And then the finish was a 3-pointer, or not that 3-pointer, but that buzzer beater. So I think it's that it was a perfect first game to have people more intrigued on the second, third, and fourth.
And Oklahoma City fed perfectly into the comeback, so Halliburton can close it out.
Yeah. The other thing too is they had 25 turnovers in that game.
Yes.
They turned the ball over
I know.
25, and Oklahoma City only had 7. All right, so game 2, they don't have 25 turnovers. That you just kind of feel like that's going to be an exceptional game for them. If 25 is a stupid number in the first half, it was ridiculous.
So let's look at the storyline.
Yeah.
The storyline was 19 in the first. Why didn't they get 19 in the second?
Yeah, look, this is the most turnovers that Oklahoma City has forced in the playoffs all season. And that's a damn good defense. But like even then, on your home court, you couldn't win. But I'll admit, before the series, it's not looking great for me. I did say Oklahoma City in 5. That's looking very, very much like a dicey pick right now. They could still do it, but
I think you're right.
Oh,
I think you're right.
In your face, Corey.
Because it wasn't like Indiana beat them.
Yeah.
It was like they had that.
See, though, that's the thing, though. That's the thing is I think Indiana's that team that they make you leave the arena going, what the F just happened?
Yeah.
Like, what? How did that? And you're sitting there going through it, and you're like, okay, so our next plan is to just make sure the last 5 minutes we don't screw up.
Yeah.
And Rick Carlisle has a tendency to make you do that. He did it with the Mavericks in 11, where Oklahoma City had multiple of those games where they were just like, what just happened? And the Mavs were like, see you later. We'll see you next time.
Yeah.
So I am kind of, I was thinking that too. Both teams play great defense, which is one thing, by the way, that Nico evidently saw about the Mavericks. They didn't have a good enough defense.
Yeah.
And so both teams have really good defense, but they have this belief. Indiana has this belief that we're in it no matter what the distance is between us. But I was like you. Last night I was like, man, 96-84, this one's over.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get ready for bed. And then I turn around, I was like, holy crap, what's happening here?
You mentioned. Go ahead.
What do you do as Oklahoma this time? Do you say let's bury them at the beginning and just blow it up to like 30 points in the first half so you don't worry about anything and you can coast, or it's like let's just play 2-point game and then wait until that fourth quarter to really pick up the pace? Which one do you do? Do you change?
I would go
up
with the first one. I would go with the first one.
You try to kill them in the beginning.
Yes.
You got to rewatch that.
Yes.
You got to rewatch that game and go quarter by quarter and go, what did they do differently in this last 5 minutes that they weren't doing this whole game? What did they do to stop us? Because we were getting whatever we wanted early.
Shout out to Nemhard for Indiana.
They let you become really overconfident. That's what it is. And then in the fourth quarter, you're like, all right, we're good.
Just throwing threes up.
Pull your best players out. They can take a break, and lax, and then that's when they start really turning it up. Maybe I don't know if that's their game plan, but if it is an amazing game plan.
I thought Andrew Nemhard for the Pacers played excellent defense yesterday as well. You'd mentioned one of the, like we just said, one of the sports you like is baseball, but also you'd mentioned, do you have one daughter, 2 daughters? Is that okay to?
2 daughters.
Okay. Are they into softball at all by chance?
Not so much.
Okay. Because one of the things we were fascinated by is around here, we've all been interested in the finals of the softball College World Series because it's Texas against Texas Tech. And so tonight, game 3, winner take all. But I was amazed to see this. Game 1 of that drew 2.1 million viewers. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup final drew 2.4 million. Do you think that says more about the elevation of women's sports, especially at times collegiate women's sports? Or does that give you an idea of maybe how Canada draws in America in the Stanley Cup final?
Oh, wow. You know what? I would hope to say it's women's sports.
Yeah.
Because I think across the board, I think women's sports, it's like if we keep telling people watch women's sports, then they'll watch it. And when you watch it, it is exciting. Softball especially. Softball is pretty exciting. My sister plays softball. So it's very exciting. So I think it's just that there's so much talk. And we don't want to put it on one person, because if we do, then people start getting all upset. But Caitlin Clark, she really helped out women's sports across the board, not just one, but all of them. Then you have some other women like the Ronda Rouseys that were in there for a while that really put some eyes on women's sports. And there's a lot of other women that jumped up there and did it also. But I think the more we talk about it, and more women step up and really elevate their sport, I think it helps women's sports across the board.
Kevin, I think years ago we started giving credit to wrestling, women's wrestling, for
sure.
being at the forefront of that because it started taking center stage.
Yeah,
where it was like, hold on, what are they doing?
And even then, it took a lot of pressure to make that happen.
Yes, man, like, and I hate saying this because I'm on the same show, but man, the women in AEW, like Toni Storm's character is brilliant.
Tremendous.
It is brilliant. If you haven't seen it, go watch her. But also,
she's the one. Just real quick. We've looked at the videos where she is an old-time Hollywood star who comes out with the butler and everything.
Oh, yeah.
It's tremendous.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And that's what people tune in to watch. And her, and then Mercedes Moné.
Of course.
Sasha Banks. I mean, come on.
Yes.
She's what's cool about her, she's a star. What's cool about her is her ability in that ring. I mean, like I watch her matches and I'm like, damn, Mercedes, like you're constantly evolving, constantly throwing different things out there. And now you have these two together, these huge characters. They're going to go at it all in. And I think it's awesome. I think Toni Storm's character just feeds right into her character because it's like she's an old school star and she's a new school star just based on their characters and throwing them. And they're both at the top. I think it's just a cool matchup.
Let me ask you a question about Mercedes. Let's say there was somebody who's part of this show, maybe in the other room, that would be really, really, really excited about meeting Mercedes Moné.
Uh-oh.
Do you think maybe you could help us facilitate such a thing so he could say hello?
I think so because she loves talking about herself, and you guys give people a platform to talk about themselves. So yes, I'm sure we can line that up and get her in here.
How do you think? Speaking about AEW, obviously you spent plenty of time in WWE, and I don't think there's a whole lot of question that AEW, like bell to bell, is the better wrestling, and I don't dispute that whatsoever. I love y'all's matches. How do you think the storytelling of the organization has come along? Because you could make an argument that like the bell-to-bell action can only get you so far. How do you think the AEW has come along in the storytelling department?
I think more people that come in there that understand the storyline part are going to help out the show. I think a big thing is us, the Hurt Syndicate, coming in there because we spent weeks on me. People wanted to know whether my thumb was going to be here, here, or here, which is a very small thing, but we had the crowd bought into this story, and right now people are like fantasy booking to figure out what's going to happen with it. We just brought this.
I even asked you that question off air.
We brought a mole into our company, into our group, because it's like me, Sheldon. Oh, I said Cedric, but MVP. We're such tight friends.
He's a free agent now. I'm just saying.
Spilled the beans. We've been really close, and everybody knows that. So coming over to AEW, it's like MJF came over. We were in Denver the other day, and everybody was chanting my name when we came out, and then we shifted over to Shelton. They started chanting Shelton's name, and then we said, "What about MJF?" And the whole crowd went from yay to boo.
Oh yeah.
So now with that, how does that work? Does he kind of shift us more into that dark side, or do we bring him into that positive side? And then where are we going? He's been talking about winning the AEW World Championship, but we have two other guys that are going for it. So how does he interject himself into that storyline? And then what's going to happen with us? Is he going to screw us over? Are we going to screw him over? I think everybody's so bought into that. And I think, like you said, AEW, as far as wrestling ability, these guys are incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, incredible. And I'm talking about some of the guys that we already know. The Will Ospreay is probably I'm
unbelievable.
Sorry. He's probably the greatest in-ring person that I've witnessed. The guy is crazy.
And if it's not him, Omega and Okada, they're going to go at it
Jay
at All
White
In,
is in there.
Yeah.
But even some of those guys, you have some younger guys that are just crazy good. One of them is, we're going against him right now, Kevin Knight. That guy, I think as soon as he gets his time to really show what he can do, I think you're going to be saying him over everyone else. I mean, the guy is truly amazing. And we're in a little feud with him right now. That guy, the things that he can do in that ring is just blown away. When we were looking for a tag team to go against, we had tag teams coming after us saying they want us, and we're looking at other tag teams. And I was like, I want the best fight. And I saw that kid, and I was like, man, that kid might be the one. I'm using the old Floyd trick. of get them when they're early so I could put their notch on my belt.
Look at you, Canelo. Yeah.
I'm gonna go knock him out and beat him before he gets really good and becomes the top of that business. And I can say, you know what, I beat him when I'm sitting back sipping my tea in retirement. I'm gonna say, you know what, that kid, I pinned him.
You mentioned MJF. Now, Corey, what was your impression of MJF? We got a chance to talk with him and listen to his insults about us at the Globe Life Field.
Yeah, he made some large man jokes, and that was fine. It was expected. But then he started pointing out women that you could be married to. That was he was like, "That's your wife? Oh, that's your wife right there."
I kept telling him my wife wasn't there, and he goes, "Are you sure that lady?"
Then he dropped. We did warn him. He dropped a couple cuss words. We had to let it. We were counting, but everybody was keeping count for him. That was fun. And then I said something to him. Can't remember. Oh yeah, I told him. That's right. I told him that he could go kick rocks down to Houston because I'd made my little speech up for him. So I was like, all right, now it's my turn to cut a promo, and I did. I cut a little promo on him, and he said, "Who said that?" He walked off, threw his headset down, walked off, turned around, was like, "Who said that?" And Kevin immediately was like, "That guy right there." I was like, "Yeah, it was me." Or actually, it was that guy over here. And then he came around. He tried to give me a wedgie. Joke's on him. I don't wear underwear. So he had to learn that lesson really quickly. And then, but what was really funny though, after all was said and done with, he was on the other side of the area, and I could see him. And I gave him a little hat tip, and he gave me a thumbs up. And then we entertained. We entertained the room, and that's what it was all about.
Yes, and he is very entertaining.
He is very entertaining. Look, I have always wondered, like, some people are who they are on and off the screen. I've always wondered how much of his on-screen persona trickles out into his off-screen life, because that feels like that could be problematic at times.
He never turns off.
Yeah.
Or does he? Or he never turns on.
Yeah,
I can see that.
It looks like he got a role in a movie based on that character. He was just like, I can just carry this over into being one of Sandler's kids.
The kid is living a pretty amazing life for as young as he is. You know, his wife is gorgeous. He makes a ton of money. He's on TV every week, and he knows how to work it. So that was one reason why we were like, man, this kid may have it. He has an it factor. Now, with that it factor, for some people, it could be the death of them. That's why for us, we're just like, I keep my eye on him all the time. I brought him into the group. I gave him the thumbs up eventually, but I'm keeping my eye on him. Then let me ask you guys. You guys have had an opportunity to be around him. Do you trust him? Would you trust him?
Hell no.
No, absolutely not.
You know how this is going to end, Bobby, and so do I. Look, we know how it's going to end, and so do I. All right? Do you have time to stick around for one? Okay.
Absolutely.
Until he says he's got to go, let's just assume he's here.
Okay, fine. So coming up next, how about we try some Forgiveness Friday with Bobby Lashley, and we'll talk more about All In, even though a couple people said they've already bought their tickets in this segment. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Your proud home of
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Bobby Lashley in studio with us. In just a minute, we're going to include you on a segment we do called Forgiveness Friday. You can help us decide whether or not these people deserve forgiveness or not. Fair?
Fair.
All right, but in the meantime...
Hold on, does he do the...
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there we go.
That
I like
actually
it.
makes a lot of sense. From the 214, boys have been out of wrestling for a while. Hearing this dude talk and y'all talk about AEW, I'm going to get my tickets and give it a shot.
Nice.
What would you encourage? Like, obviously, this is going to be a big show in the AEW universe. And I understand that you talked about it. Yeah. The women's title, huge match. The world title with Moxley and Hangman, big match, July 12th, Globe Life Field in Arlington at 2 p.m. What would you tell people who, like, maybe they've seen a WWE show or maybe they haven't been into wrestling, like Attitude Era, whatever the case might be? Yeah. Like, why should they come check this show in particular out?
Well, you know what? I love talking to people that are not wrestling fans about wrestling.
Sure.
And this one makes it easy for me because, like, I have kids and sometimes I go to what's going on this weekend. And when I look at it, it's like, oh, they got monster trucks. I don't really know too much about it, but I'm going to go check it out and see if I have a good time. Because, you know, sometimes we just try to find something that's enjoyable and fun for our kids to watch or family time, something to do. So I'm going to go and talk to those people first. I think that this show has a little bit of everything and it's an enjoyable show. It's different. Like when I was at WWE was one way. WWE had a lot of stars. You came to see the stars and the stars did things. And it was great. Like I'm not taking anything away from those guys because I got a lot of friends over there and they're doing an amazing job. They're going in a great direction. At AEW, these guys are freaking incredible. I mean, we talked about it before that Will Ospreay. Just bring your kids and they've never watched wrestling, sit them in the crowd and have them watch this kid. They're going to be like, holy cow, I want to go see this guy again. And then you have your guys, Moxley is just doing incredible work, just being that dastardly character as an AEW world champion. And it's helping because you want to see somebody knock him off because he's going through the roster, taking out everybody every week. And then, like I said, the women's match with Toni Storm, which I just love that character. And I love what Mercedes is doing also. Just that match. I think, man, if you guys are looking for something cool to do, July 12th, 2 p.m., like we already said, at Globe Life, I think you can get some good tickets down there.
AEWTix.com or Ticketmaster.
There you go. You will 100% be entertained. I'm sure of it. And then us, when we come out, the whole crowd chants, we hurt people.
Yes.
I mean, we've been doing some stuff. Me and Shelton Benjamin as a tag team. I don't care what anybody says. We are the greatest tag team. We can probably write our name in history as being one of the greatest tag teams ever if they give us an opportunity to just work with each other. Because one thing that we can do is we can elevate all these younger guys that we're in the ring with. We can do anything. But then on another side is like our sheer just dominance as the tag team. It's something different and it's something special. Yeah. And I love working with him because he's a friend of mine. He's a brother of mine. And when we came into the Hurt Syndicate, I've never had a tag team title. I had every other title. I had the TNA world title. I had the WWE world title. I had the ECW world title. I will get the AEW world title. So let's just keep that in the writing. So I'm going to have a world title in every organization. I've had the United States title. I've had the Intercontinental title. I've had the
multiple mixed martial arts.
I've had mixed martial. I've had everything except the tag team championship. And when I went over there, Shelton Benjamin, with 20 plus years in the wrestling business, has been arguably one of the best tag team wrestlers in history. I had an opportunity to pair up with him, so that was just golden. So he's teaching me kind of the tag team aspect of the game, and it's just fun running with him.
Him and his tag team with Charlie Haas, who's another Metroplex guy. I'm not sure if he's still here, but I know for the longest time, Frisco was his hub, and he had businesses out there and everything like that. So that was a great tag team. All right, let's do some Forgiveness Friday right now if we can. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Yes, Corey.
First.
Okay.
We're gonna get real quick.
Oh,
Bobby, I ran into you at the Super Bowl.
I know this story.
And you shook my hand and you said hi. And I was like, he doesn't know who I am. And you had been in the studio once already. And I was like, he doesn't know who I am at all. And then my mind was, we're also going into the restroom together right now. This is an awkward time to walk up and say hi to somebody. And I also walked up as if it's my best friend Bobby there. What's going on, dude?
Yeah, you never meet other people or do interviews.
And so in my mind, I was like, what the F? And then I started thinking, look, when we were a weekend show, I knew every single listener that we met. As we've grown, we meet a lot of people. And then I thought to myself, that dude meets a lot. He goes and stands. Who were we talking to Ricochet the other day? He's like, you stand in the middle of the ring, it just starts getting blurred faces. You just don't even see them. And so I was like, you know what? Next time, though. Next time, we're going to make sure this lasts. I just want to say, please forgive me for, in my mind, being upset that you did not remember me.
Well, let me explain first off. So there's a bunch of explanations here. So first of all, I'm not a really big drinker. I don't drink very often.
Oh, and I smelled like hangover too, so that probably could be.
No, it wasn't you.
That is also what I thought he was getting at.
The night before that event, we were just going out there, so we went out and we had some dinner, and after dinner we had a couple drinks, and I'm kind of a lightweight when it comes to drinking.
It's
so
New Orleans.
When we woke up early, I started trying to go hit cardio and kind of get it out of my system. So I was feeling like crap. So first of all, that was one thing. Second of all, I just got LASIK. And
you were wearing glasses. You were wearing dark glasses.
Yes, I just got LASIK. And what was crazy is I was supposed to stay away from wrestling for like 2 weeks because I had a certain kind of LASIK surgery. And I was supposed to stay out of wrestling for 2 weeks. I went back on the 13th day. And when I went to go tie it with the guy, he poked me right in my eye.
Oh, no.
So it was the worst pain. I had to go to emergency room, hospital, everything. So that on top of that, I couldn't even see.
He couldn't even see me.
I had glasses on the whole time. I was just following the person in front of me, and I was trying to keep my eyes closed as I was walking because I had a couple drinks the night before, so I was like, let me see if I can just sleep and talk my way through this.
I'm not lying. Your eyes, I could see because they were kind of shaded glasses, and I was like, his eyes are closed. He's not even looking at me. Thank you. You know what? Now I feel a lot better.
Hold on.
Kevin, I will believe it. I don't care what you say.
These explanations are all fine and well. I have another question. If you see him again outside of the studio, do you think you'll recognize him and say hello?
Absolutely.
There you go.
We could test it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to go find where he is one day and just be like, all right, now do you remember?
Okay, well, that sounds
Well, I'll see you at All In, July 12th at 2 p.m. at Globe Life Stadium.
And that's not threatening.
He always stays on message. I like that. All right. This one's tough. So the Kobe and Gianna Bryant mural in downtown Los Angeles. You remember a couple months ago, it got vandalized. Luka paid for it to get fixed back up and everything like that. It got vandalized again last week. Do the people who vandalized this mural for an NBA superstar and a kid that died deserve forgiveness?
If you're adding elements to it that are nice,
they did not.
It's totally worth it.
It was a whole bunch of white lines over it.
Come on, what are you doing? Like that
it was not a constructive art.
That art is there for a reason.
What's the reasoning that they're doing it? Which is no justification. I just want to
I'm not sure, but now the artist said he's probably going to try to do it again somewhere else.
Okay.
And so, like, if you live in that neighborhood and everything, like, maybe you really love that mural and now it's gone because of no fault of your own. So I don't know whoever they did it.
Well, I don't think there should be some forgiveness. You know, what was that one? The Squid Game.
Yes.
You know the doll in the Squid Game? I wish they just had one of those. Or if you get too close, the little laser comes up there and just
okay.
takes people out.
All right. I'm glad that you said that. Bonus question. Do the creators of Squid Game deserve forgiveness for putting together a season 2 that was just a giant tease? Like, just wait until season 3 is ready. Put it all together. What are we doing?
You ready for season 3, right?
Yes.
Well, then they did their job.
Okay.
Always leave them one more.
Hey, chump, that's how TV works.
Yeah, that's how TV works.
All right.
There has to be that downtime.
Okay.
We can't keep you all the way up here the entire time.
I just
Good
sometimes I wish they knew that, like, I'm with you, man. I'm not going to turn it off.
Not going anywhere.
So I'll watch next week. Just give me some kind of finality. But no, I get that. All right.
You know, we run into that problem also ourselves. It's like, and we say it that our viewing audience has a attention span, a shorter attention span. So we get to tell the whole story in each episode now, as opposed to before we can string out a storyline for like 6 months and people are hooked. Now people want to know the beginning, the end, one day.
Yeah. If you go back and watch
That is interesting.
wrestling from the 80s, you will see, like, I know they only had at most 4 pay-per-views in a year. You will see the same people matching up the entire year, whereas now people would lose their freaking minds if that was the case. All right, next up is Lamar Odom. Does Lamar Odom deserve forgiveness? The New York Post has reported that he has refused to pay his rent. He lives in a place that's $15,000 a month, which sounds delightful. He's now $45,000 in debt. They have given him termination papers for his lease. I believe he has 12 days left to pay or hit the bricks.
So we're asking if Odom deserves
Does
forgiveness
he deserve
here?
forgiveness for
You got to pay your bills.
not paying his rent?
We all know the rules. Like that's the way.
What is his reasoning? Has he spoke on it?
Does he not have the money?
You know what? That's a good question. I have not seen any quotes from him about why he has not paid and might get evicted. So I'm going to see if I can find out the answer to that.
Dude's been in some bad places mentally.
Unfortunately,
a lot of different
yes.
times.
I do a lot of real estate, and I have tenants all the time, and I've heard every story in the book. At the end of the day, man, it's like for him, you got to pay your bills. You got to pay your bills. It makes it hard for everyone else.
The property taxes and the insurance went up, and I just didn't expect that this year.
Do you get jaded to those excuses then? Because I'm sure like a couple people are telling the truth and they've hit like this devastating run of bad luck, but I would probably just assume everyone's just BSing me.
Man, it's hard because I ran into a situation literally last week. I have an apartment in Alabama, and the guy that's staying in there, it was like, I got a 9-month-old daughter. I take care of her by myself. I was an Amazon driver. I just lost my job. The lights just got turned off. Can you help turn on my lights? But I'm already a month back on rent. And it started pulling into my strings. And then for me, I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker because I like to help people out no matter what. And especially if you bring kids into it, you just kill me. Like you start talking about your kids, I'm like, what can I do? How can I help?
Yeah.
So it's a tough situation. But on Lamar Odom, bro, you played basketball. Basketball, you guys have a pension. You probably make more money than most 99.9% of the population pay your bills, or just downsize a little bit.
Yeah.
You don't need a $15,000 a month place. Like my mortgage isn't even that much, and I got kids.
Do you think this generation of wrestlers has gotten better at handling their finances? Because you hear a generation back so many like tough stories. I know the money has gotten better, and that probably helps. But do you feel like people have gotten better in your profession with taking care of their finances?
No, because you won't hear about it until after they retire.
Okay.
They're not gonna talk about the stories while they're going through it. You're not gonna hear somebody that's on Raw every week talking about, man, I can't pay my bills. They're gonna hide that, and then you won't hear about it. But after they're done, they're like, boy, I was in a stretch of my career where I was making $1 million a year and I was spending $1.5 million, and they'll start telling those stories afterwards.
Right.
I don't think that the financial literacy is there so much. I try to help a lot of the kids today. Like I talk to them all because I have a bunch of real estate. I have real estate everywhere. And I started dabbling into oil and gas, so I have a bunch of oil and gas contracts. I have a lot of different things. I'm really heavy into business. That's where the Hurt Business came from.
Yeah.
Because I do a lot of business. I have a huge real estate portfolio, and I try to talk to kids about investing into real estate. And then I got a connection into oil and gas. And then I have a franchise that I have. I have a whole bunch of different things going on right now. So I talk to kids all the time. It's just hard because kids now, Jordans. They need their Jordans.
Yeah.
I was with a couple of guys the other day, and one guy was like, man, I got these Jordans. I paid $1,500 for it. I got a whole room full of Jordans. And this guy's talking about the shoes that he has. And I was like, yeah, I just closed on this house. last week at this apartment complex. We're about to flip it for about $500,000, you know, and they just stopped and they said, "Oh, okay, Unc." And I said, "Okay, you can say what I'm trying to tell you guys." Because as an athlete,
Buy
you know
a lot
how
of
it
Jordans
is.
with that.
It sucks as an athlete because you do make a lot of money, but when that money stops, you go from millions to zero.
Yeah.
And that's very humbling. And a lot of times people create so much debt for themselves that all they are is they're trying to hold on to what they had, and they try to hold on to some bit of stardom, because everything starts leaving them. They start losing their houses because they bought a multi-million-dollar house and now they're not making all that money anymore. So I'm like, man, take that money and invest it. So I'm big on investing, and I'm big on helping these kids invest.
Man, that's awesome. The event, Corey, you know the event. July 12th.
Yes.
AEW, all in Texas, Globe Life Field, which is in our backyard. But if you didn't know for some reason, Arlington starts at 2 p.m. Central, AEWTix.com, Ticketmaster, AllEliteWrestling.com. Bobby, I can't thank you enough for this time. And I have a feeling perhaps we will see you again sooner rather than later.
Yes, my son is teaching me and getting me into, like, we watch all the sports. So my son knows more about anything, every sport, every player. He knows everything. So he's educating me more. So next time I come back, we can talk about baseball, basketball.
Yeah.
Everything.
You can
And
bring
of
him
course,
up as well if he wants to see the studio for sure.
My son would love it.
Okay.
So,
We will make it happen, ladies and gentlemen. The event, all in Texas, July 12th, Globe Life Field. Bobby Lashley, thank you very much, good sir. Coming up next, we'll throw it to a little bit of gridiron gravy right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm not going to read like the name or phone number or anything like that, but I just wanted to throw this out into the world in case anybody has a similar family situation. From the 214, I have a son with Down syndrome and he loves wrestling, but I can't afford tickets to the AEW All-In show. Is there a place I could take him to meet some wrestlers just to shake their hand? We were able to facilitate this a year or two ago. AEW has a great community outreach program.
Yes.
And I told them I would check into it. If you have a similar situation, I bet we can figure something out.
Okay, that's awesome. I hope you can. I hope something can be done. But yeah, they do some really, really good work.
Yeah,
I really
absolutely.
like what they do.
Now, I know we've kind of thrown our format to the wayside today. So with that in mind, we bring in Mr. Bottled Water himself, Eric Chiafalo. How the hell are you, man?
Hi, KNC Masterpiece.
Got a question, Eric. Are you the type of person that reuses the water bottle about 40, 50 times, or you get a new water bottle?
This is a reused water bottle.
All right.
Did you guys take any bets on that beforehand?
No, just look at
or was that
how
spontaneous?
old do you think that bottle is right there? That
This
Kevin's
is
carrying
this
around?
week's bottle.
There you go.
It's like a weekly kind of change
probably
out.
every like 5 days, depending. Sometimes circumstances prevent that from happening. But yes, I'm a very cheap human, and I will fill that bottle up with tap water because the water gets in my body. That's what you need.
Dude, see, that's where we differ. When I was at UNT, Corey, I didn't understand that tap water could be a really, really giantly bad thing. And Denton's tap water, I think, it's
tough.
It's not
it makes
good.
you unbelievably strong and immune to disease.
I don't know.
That's what I say.
So much fracking going on, and
Politics.
I would just get a gallon jug from 7-Eleven, and then I would refill it and keep it in my fridge, nice and cold, filling it in the sink. And like my stomach was messed up for months when I got to college, and I'm like, is this like a homesick stomach thing? Like I couldn't understand what's going on. Switch water,
Then
stomach's
switch
fine.
your problems.
Yeah.
Now, the big news of the day was that the Dallas Stars have fired Pete DeBoer. So I want to ask you about that, but then also some betting odds have started to trickle out, and I think it's going to it's missing a name that a lot of maybe organizational fans are going to be disappointed by. We'll get to that in a second. What did you think about the move to get rid of DeBoer?
Well, it is interesting with the quotes from the owner just last week. I know, Corey, you read those off, and it was like, I can imagine in his mind, he's like, why would I do that? And then he starts to understand how human beings react to things like perhaps Otter, and how many guys on that team right now are frustrated with DeBoer. And at what point do you say, okay, we're gonna kind of like Jim Nill, I built this team. I believe in these players. We just extended Otter for a long time. So I'm going to ride with these guys. And Pete has not proven that he's been able to get teams over the hump. There's one final step for this Stars team. And I mean, I do think there are some things from a roster standpoint when you start talking about the identity and the toughness factor. That was so apparent in that series versus the Oilers.
He even had a quote about it.
Yeah.
We're
And
not
so
built for that.
that has to change, and I'm hoping that Jim Nill has some plans for that. But and not talking to Otter after everything, like you wear him out at the podium and then you don't talk to him, and then you guys meet with the media. The whole thing just felt like you don't understand how to manage personalities, and that's part of being a coach.
I am trying to put myself in DeBoer's shoes for a minute, though.
Okay.
You've never won this championship, and you like this is as far as you get. The pressure's on. Like, the pressure is on you. I think that may have been, I would want to say it's out of character, but I guess we have seen him do that before.
Yep.
But that is the last straw. Like, I think maybe he knew this is the last straw. I'm pulling this guy and I'm throwing him under the bus and all these things. I don't care. Like, I got to do something. They're not responding to anything else. I got to do something. And so that's where I feel like he lands in that of, it was just the wrong thing.
I agree, and I think it's worse the way he handled it afterwards. More than just the pulling, It was then it's like, well, Jake's lost 6 or 7 of these guys. As if it's all on him.
Yes.
Like, I just think the way he handled it, and then again, not talking with Otter before meeting with the media, the whole thing just felt like you dropped the ball afterwards. You got to be on better damage control than that when you make a giant in-game decision like that.
Yeah, I wanted to throw this out there. Betting odds, by their inherent nature, can be very volatile, but especially the next head coach betting odds, like right when that coach gets dismissed. So
it's all over the place.
Keep that in mind. But David Carl, I believe it's Carl, not Carly, is at 40-1 right now. That's a name that we talked about earlier in the show. But the 2 betting favorites right now are Manny Malhotra and Jay Leach. So
Carl's the Denver coach, University of Denver, I believe. Okay, that makes sense.
We've talked about potential rise up from the collegiate ranks. So for Malhotra, he previously played for the Stars. He has assistant coach experience at the NHL level. And right now, I believe he's the head coach of the Abbotsford Canucks in the AHL. For Leach, he is another former NHL player, though I don't believe he played for the Stars. Right now, he's the assistant with the Bruins. He was also an assistant with the Kraken. And so he has experience at the NHL level as an assistant. So that is something that both former NHL players, both NHL assistant experience that are at the top of the list. But I know there are other internal candidates for the Stars as well. Or we have our own internal candidate here at the Fan.
Gavin Spittle.
Are you? That's true.
Hockey Hawk. Now.
Gavin Spittle
X's
can be the assistant.
Well, why not the head coach?
Because it's going to be Bully Melrose.
Oh, Bully Melrose.
See,
definitely. Yeah,
now we're Bully Melrose would not let his team get absolutely punked.
Not one time.
Agreed.
In a Western Conference final, he's not going to have one of his players like Bischel just turtling up and cowering down to Perry.
Yeah,
stuff like that. His team is going to respond. He's not going to stand for that.
His team will come take that cigar that he's smoking on the bench, take it and shove it in the eye of one of the other players.
Absolutely.
That's what I believe.
Yeah, and if it's against a not star player, it'll be 2-minute minor. We'll be fine with that. So
By the way, Malhotra was an assistant with the Maple Leafs, and you said that, but.
I just want an easier
franchise
name.
That's
having
a
to say
franchise that
Malhotra
has
all the time.
failed many times, and so do you want that? Did he learn anything from that? Did he learn how not to fail?
Because they failed nowhere close to where the Stars fail at. I wouldn't want him to coach for the Cowboys.
Gotcha.
Because I'd be
Gotcha.
like, no, you already coach for the NHL Cowboys. I don't want that.
This is an interesting time though, because you don't usually see teams that are on the brink like this.
Correct.
For a championship.
Yeah.
And how you go about, how much are they going to try and value experience in this particular role here? Because it's not like, hey, we're starting from scratch. Let's get a guy that we can build with, young hotshot. We want a guy that's been there, done that, because that's the one step that we have to take.
What's interesting about that, though, is the early, I stress that, 2 coaching favorites are people with not a ton of head coaching experience and at least no head coaching experience, I believe, at the NHL level. So that would be a fascinating direction to go, I guess.
But it's slim pickings at this point. And, it's a little late in the proceedings.
Does that lead you to believe more and more that DeBoer talked himself in of being fired or talked himself out of a job as the week went along? Because, if this would have happened 48 hours after the loss to Edmonton, I'd be like, okay, well, unacceptable. You got worked by Edmonton. But the amount of time it took and the fact, like you just said, that so many other teams filled their spots, it feels like this conversation just really went bad this week.
Yes, and I'm guessing that's just voices from inside that locker room. That would be, I think that's where a lot of this is stemming from.
Guys, I got a question.
Oh.
But I can't ask it because we got to go to break.
Okay.
That's right.
Well, thank you very much for jumping on with us. All right.
Masterpiece of the week, perhaps. Maybe I can come back.
Hey.
You're always
open
welcome,
invitation.
Homie. Always
love
welcome.
you.
As long as it's convenient for us. There you go. Eric Giafalo right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm going to let you guys vote on the Twitch, on the YouTube, or the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. We got Gridiron Gravy.
Okay.
Baseball Nuggets.
Do it.
Or NFL Overreaction or Reality.
Let's do all of them right now.
We'll see. If you guys could pick one or maybe 2, that'd be best.
Okay.
We'll find out what happens next on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys are the North Texas Baseball Show of Record. Are you kidding me?
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad.
Nutmeg Maidens.
No.
Just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The people have spoken, and they have requested that right now we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it, Kevin from the 254. I haven't been a wrestling fan since the 80s.
Oh,
I listened to the entire hour with Bobby Lashley because the way you guys bring out not just the wrestling persona, but the actual person behind the character draws the listener into the conversation. That's why you have to Tolo no matter what the topic is. I appreciate that.
So
Thank you very
nice.
much. Thank you
that's
very much.
so nice. Yes, thank you for real.
That's the goal.
Yeah. So Corey, let's go from super positive to super negative.
Shoot.
The national nightmare that is this gentleman is going to continue to consume and destroy us all. Give me cut number 7 if you can, because you might have thought that you escaped it, but you did not.
Second and a long 4. Gets spread it out. Highsmith came around the edge. Rodgers pass is intercepted. Pulled away. Beanie Bishop, the rookie, reels it in.
So Aaron Rodgers said he's going to sign with the Steelers. And I know I'm supposed to care, but
you're not.
I don't. Okay, good. You don't care
I
either?
knew we would have to mention it.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
As valid. How does this affect your fandom?
0%.
How does it affect Braun's legacy?
Yeah. Hold on, Braun Strowman or LeBron?
LeBron.
Man, look at that. Wrestling fan.
Look at that.
Thank
Slowly turning him into
Thank you. I wish he would go away.
Me too.
This is
from public view.
This is very Brett Favre.
Yeah.
And maybe he was like, look, that's who I learned from. You know, like that. He wore 4. I got a math thing I want to do with you later, Kevin. But
4.
He wore 4. Never mind. I'll do this later.
Okay.
You just tricked me into. But I don't know what Mike Tomlin thinks he can get out of him that the Packers couldn't anymore and the Jets couldn't either.
Okay.
And unless he's thinking, man, we have the offensive line to protect him, and that's all we need. Because this is a guy who he openly said, I don't want to go to training camp because training camp is not hard anymore. It's more mental than it is anything physical.
Right.
That used to be exhausting, and now it's not. And we're not playing hard football anymore. And that's this is a guy who thinks I'm bringing in the offense. I'm the offense.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly what it is that they're trying to accomplish.
Now, we're going to go from one name that you don't want to talk about to another name that perhaps you think is not as important to talk about right now, but it's going to happen. We go to CBSSports.com, predicting 7 NFL players who will make noise at minicamp. All right, first of all, can we just talk about what a wild statement that is? Man, they're going to make noise at the second fake part of the offseason. But the number one name on the list is Joe Milton. Gentlemen, are you prepared for Joe Milton to make an impact at minicamp? And what exactly does that mean?
Was that Dak that said move on? Which is how I feel about it, Kevin.
Okay, next story.
Joe Milton discussion is useless.
Oh, it's hurtful for me.
Because he doesn't matter. I said this earlier in the week. He doesn't matter. So getting hype about it right now, he's not going to start.
Yeah.
Unless Dak gets hurt. But he's not going to start. So the getting excited about it, he might play all the training camp games. He might play all the preseason games.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. But when the season starts, it's about Dak. And it's about the guys that are out on the field. But here we are in the middle of a moment where he's going to be talked about a lot as, oh my gosh, but he's not the starter. Now, can he become that? If Dak gets hurt, yes. What is he beyond that is another question that I think we're going to find out during camp.
Okay. I'm going to go to...
what kind of noise is he making if he's going to be the backup no matter what?
Okay. So I'm going to go to another player that maybe you think this is a similar situation. Maybe you think this is totally different and this player is going to be super important. NFL.com had a list of make or break candidates for this NFL season. Like, it could make or break the trajectory of their career. And there are names that make sense on there in terms of like Mark Andrews. I'm not saying Mark Andrews is going to be out of the NFL.
Can he make a big catch in crunch time?
Yeah, and if not, will he move away from Baltimore? And like, what's going to happen with all of that? Sam Darnold is on there, and I'm sure we can all figure out why that makes sense. But another person on the list that is more relevant here, Javonte Williams. So Javonte Williams, injuries were part of it. That also kind of fizzled out in Denver. He's here 1 year, $3 million in an underwhelming backfield. The job is there for the taking,
and
right?
easily cuttable too because of his contract. But yes, you're right. This is a backfield that anybody can get it at some point. And Jaden Blue could if he shows that he has breakaway speed and can hold on to the ball. But that's the thing. All these running backs are here because they aren't number one running backs.
Yep.
Javonte Williams is here because he's cheap. Miles Sanders is here because he's relatively cheap and nobody else really wants him. Yeah. Deuce Vaughn, still cheap. All these guys are cheap at the position, and they're hoping they can maximize that cheapness. That's great. And if you do, man, oh my gosh.
Yes.
Is that an awesome thing for you? But Javonte Williams, I am actually, based on the fact that on what I watched last year, I'm hopeful that the offensive line for Denver just couldn't open up big enough holes down at the second level. Because that's what I was seeing a lot of was once he got through or to the line of scrimmage, he was done. He didn't have a cut in him. And I don't know if that was because injury, second year after injury is a possibility that he has that. But I do want to see if there is another level for him, and that would be a great addition because that would be a change of pace from him to Jaden Blue, from him to even Miles Sanders. If that's your trio,
yeah,
I'm actually not hating it considering the other weapons you have in the passing game too.
All right, let's move from that to Sean McVay. So not that long ago, Sean McVay talked about how he might retire. And he actually said that there were multiple people, including former Boise State, Washington head coach Chris Peterson. He said, he's helped me see this game and profession in such a totally different lens that the idea of not coaching feels laughable. I get so much more joy out of things that I just didn't give an S about before. This is a remarkable turn for somebody who, like, not that long ago made it sound like he would be done.
He'd accomplished
coaching.
everything, right? Like I won the Super Bowl. I've put in the grind hours. My wife's a supermodel.
Is she really?
Yeah, I live in LA. I mean, I can go enjoy all these things. I have tons of money. I'm still young. I can do whatever I want. Why do I want to keep myself handcuffed to a franchise? And these hours, like the head coaching hours, are ridiculous.
Right.
It's a ridiculous job, and you get a lot of people that hate you, and you got to deal with a bunch of grown men that might not listen to you because they make more than you. There's a lot of negative parts about it, but man, he's seeing the positive parts about it. That he's like, oh man, I can do this for life. I can be involved in this game for the rest of my life. And again, this comes to the question too. I've often said this because we had him on whenever Mike on his last show, we brought on Norm, who is your favorite broadcaster.
He's a great broadcaster.
He told me a long time ago that this business is addicting, and Alec, I think, has the bug for it. He loves this business. He loves the being on air, talking on the microphone, doing this show. He loves doing a show. I wake up every morning, I'm like, I love this job.
Yeah.
I really do. It's a fun job. And so how addicted are you to your job? And it sounds like Sean McVay got it put into his vein. He found it, and now he won't be able to let go of it.
Yeah. I think you're right about all of that. It is still stunning how quickly we got from point A to point. But really cool too, because he said there's a bunch of stuff in his life that he didn't give an S about before.
I also wonder a lot of yes, you're right there. I also wonder a lot of times too, when you have coached a group of men and now that group is aged out and you're making the decision, like, Pop, do I try to do it again with an entire new group and try and replicate what I did? Do I take this entire new group and just say, you are not those guys and I'm willing to adapt to y'all? Or do you just say, no, I am what I am. Y'all have to be with me. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. That's one of the things too, adapting with the group, because he has Matt Stafford, he has this, and then it's going to be a different person at some point. And you get to these guys that you get to work with. It's a fun thing to work with them.
Now I've got a list of 5 people for y'all here. Could any of these players win their first NFL rushing title this season?
Yes. One of them will. I would assume.
I mean, not necessarily, right? Couldn't it just be Saquon or Derrick Henry again?
I don't know.
Okay. Kyron Williams.
No, I do have a Derrick Henry story later. So
Kyron Williams, 1,144 yards last year, and he still missed 4 games.
Sean McVay's very motivated, so maybe his. Yeah, that's definitely one of them that could do it. A lot of people were very high on him going into the fantasy drafts last year, and they benefited. I think they were expecting a little more than they got, but by the end of the season, he had turned it up.
This is someone who's moving up in their usage rate, DeAndre Swift, with the Chicago Bears. 253 rush attempts last year, career high.
So, obviously, with the addition of Ben Johnson, I do think that that's a definite thing. I think that that's possible if he runs him a lot. He's also got Roshan Johnson there, and I think they also got a rookie there. Last year, it kind of was they didn't give him the ball. They told Caleb Williams, you got to save us.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like Swift got enough carries. But that being said, early in the year, DeAndre Swift was terrible. He was atrocious. And then he finally picked it back up. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so because I think he's going to share a lot of the duties because that's the way Ben Johnson's going to roll.
Okay, I'm going to breeze past Chuba Hubbard was also listed on this list.
Nope.
I'm going to skip him for now. So, gentlemen, I want you guys to focus in on these two. Ashton Genty and Bijan Robinson, especially Robinson. Do you look at this and think, I could see him winning the rushing title?
Bijan and Ashton?
Yeah, or I guess either or.
So co-champions?
That would be, man, I need to see. That feels like something that probably hasn't happened. But to be fair, I'm not positive. Let's assume just
I
one.
absolutely think either one of them could. Ashton's going to get a lot of run because his head coach likes to run the football. And he might be the most talented running back that head coach has had since Sean Alexander.
Yeah.
Marshawn. I guess Marshawn was a really talented running back too. But so he's going to get lots of touches. Bijan, like we've seen it already, dude. He's explosive. He's fantastic.
Bijan was third last year in rushing. I believe I said that was Kyron. I meant Kyron was third in 2023. Bijan Robinson last year, 1,456 rushing yards. He's 23. Alec, could you see Bijan Robinson winning the rushing title?
He absolutely is talented enough, and I think the team around him is getting better and better as time goes on, and I think that offensive line doesn't get enough credit. I'm not saying it's otherworldly by any means, but I do think it's one of the more slept-on front fives that we have in the NFL. So I'd say, yeah, I think there's a reasonable case, and I think that they have the right staff in place to try to facilitate that too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, baseball and softball nuggets. We'll talk Texas Tech and would Corey destroy this baseball card. Plus, AM on the FM and the Rangers tease that I just want to tell you, even though we're probably not going to do the segment. Next, right here on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing through your midday with the KNC Masterpiece.
Revolutionary.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
at TolbertGarageDoor.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The overwhelming winner of the vote, and I know we did Gridiron there, is try to cram as much content as possible into the segment. So in this segment, we're going to get to AM on the FM. We're also going to get to baseball nuggets and a very potentially personal story for Corey. But first, we need to get back to hockey. And Pete DeBoer, he's out, fired. Jim Nill is in the midst of speaking right now. Now, the audio of it's not that great, but luckily, Corey is an excellent reader.
Yep.
And he is going to say some of the things that Jim Nill said.
You want me to read it as Bruce Bochy? All right.
No.
Okay, I will read it as me. But I also don't know if we should talk about hockey because I just found out only about 300,000 more fans were watching the hockey and finals.
Also in this segment, we will talk about the College World Series. Thank you.
All right. Brian Ray, our friend that we have on frequently, he's on Twitter. At Brian Ray.
What's your confidence level in that?
I just looked at it.
Okay.
But
because you heard that right, Alec. That did not sound confident.
Not confident.
All right. Spell it.
BRIENREA.
There you go. But you would only know that because you know that. If you don't know that, you would go BRIAN.
Yes.
Just
correct.
like all of us did. Anyway, not the point. Brian Ray has tweeted. Jim Nill spoke with DeBoer at 9 a.m. this morning, acknowledged that after the year-end review and exit meetings, a change was needed. So that answers that question.
Quick?
Yeah.
They spoke at 9 a.m., and we got the news at like 9:40, 9:38, give or take.
Well, I mean, how long do you have to wait after you fire somebody to release, to do the somebody's going to put it out there.
That's true.
Hey, look, this is done.
That's so fast, though.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And dude, think about this. Leah
Asimakopoulos.
You know what? I had that. I really did. She had the story within minutes.
Yeah,
like
she's
it was
all
written.
over the start.
So like people, we know.
Okay.
We know. You know we know.
Okay.
Next tweet. Nill called the Game 5 fallout with Jake Ottinger a, quote, component of the decision. So that, like,
well, there you go.
Two things right there. He did a meeting with a lot of different people, found out information, and yes, the Ottinger part was part of it.
Okay.
And so we can, we've all been saying, oh, I think it was this. I think it was this. It looks like, as we all kind of thought, it's all these things compiled.
Which makes sense because we go back to his answer about specifically kind of about Otter and that presser. I thought the first half of it was spot on, like spot on. And if he would have stopped there, I actually don't know if we would be here right now. But then the rest of it was problematic.
Brian Ray also tweeted this. I don't know exactly what this means, though. Nill plans on his assistant coaches being a part of things moving forward. So sounds like that bench group is who DeBoer, by the way, thought he just complimented one after another all season long throughout the playoffs.
Can I tell you?
You hate it.
I don't hate it, but I don't love it.
Okay.
And that has nothing to do with the assistant coaches. But what is the pool of coaching candidates? And I know you might argue the pool of coaching candidates might be kind of tough right now anyway. But are you going to lose some potential coaching candidates because they're like, and you have to keep this staff?
I don't know. I don't know.
I would love it like if he wouldn't have said that and like they would have kept all the same coaches, because then you could have said, oh yeah, he decided to keep his own coach.
And that being said, you got a really good point there. But sometimes those guys do have the respect and they can help you recruit a coach. So maybe that's the
Could
thing.
be.
Maybe they have their.
Could be.
My buddy or my brother-in-law texted. He's a huge hockey fan. He said Steve Ott with the Blues. He said the St. Louis seems to like him. Let's steal him from them.
Yeah.
Brian Ray, Jim Nill said he had no problem with Jake Oettinger being pulled in Game 5. But the post-game comments, there's probably some remorse for DeBoer.
There it is. That's like if you're looking for.
I said I would have done the same thing with Oettinger.
Yeah.
They needed some kind of life.
Yeah.
But right up until the point where he started going in on Oettinger, that was the moment where you threw him under the bus, and that was unnecessary.
Can I just answer this real quick? Because people are always. This
is your show too.
Okay, thank you. This might be a sarcastic question, and I'll concede that, but I'm going to answer it nonetheless because it's something that Corey, you said earlier. From the 214, how can you fire a coach that gets you to the Western Conference Finals 3 years in a row and you can move on from him, yet the Cowboys can't move on from a quarterback who can't get you past a playoff game? Simple economics of sports. What does the firing of Pete DeBoer do to your salary cap?
Costs $4 million for the owner next year.
And to your salary cap means nothing.
Nothing.
No impact on your competitive ability. If you move on from Dak Prescott right now, you're dead hit. I'd have to look at it. It's like $110 million or something. So it really undercuts your ability to put together a team. It's as simple as that. Now, if it's a sarcastic question, fair enough. But if you're really asking why, it's the economics of sports.
The show is your show.
This show is my show.
All right, Brian Ray, Jim Nill on a veteran versus a young coach. Quote, I want to be open-minded.
And that kind of feeds into the two.
Yeah. Nill acknowledged the lack of offense in the playoff and said they need to be open to different styles of play as they begin a coaching search. So instead of going, hey, we want something that fits exactly what that coach was doing and we don't have to change our play up much, that's not the case. The different style of play is we got to be more aggressive, we got to be more physical. And you have to have a coach that believes you can do it. DeBoer didn't believe you could. DeBoer was, in his mind, the line was out there. We're not built for this for two different reasons. One, he didn't think they could physically match them. Two, they also their PK against Edmonton was not built for it either. They couldn't stop them. Brian Ray has tweeted this. Nill, this is a quote. I just let a guy go who went to 3 straight conference finals. That's not easy to do. Commending DeBoer on professionalism over the news.
Okay.
That's a relationship that I have with him. And then Tyler Sagan will rehab a shoulder injury over the summer. Hence has a broken foot. Bischel has a shoulder injury as well. So those are some housekeeping things there. But again, as we've talked ourselves through this all along, and a lot of the things we've discussed were factual.
Now, I'm gonna get to another, because I saw this person send this in the other day as well, and I appreciate the engagement with the show. Absolutely, I just don't necessarily agree with this. When they 817, am I wrong with being okay with him being honest with everyone that Otter is a liability in the postseason? We've seen that happen for the last 4 years. So I disagree with that a lot. I think at most he was a liability one season. In the 2021-22 season, you lost to Calgary, I believe, in 7 games. He was incredible in that series. Like, incredidible in that series. That is not his fault that y'all lost, that the Stars lost that series. 2 years ago, I hear you. 2022-23 season, that was not his best performance whatsoever. I go back to the postseason last year, 2.24 goals against average with a .915 save percentage, all right? Those are numbers good enough to keep you moving on. And then this year, I thought he was excellent, probably in the first 2 series. There was one game against Winnipeg in particular that I was like, that wasn't so great. But for the most part, I think at worst, you say he had 2 really good playoff performances, 1 mediocre and 1 bad. And I think that's the worst case scenario in the last 4 years.
Yeah, I say if you really want to have that conversation, let's fix the defense in front of him a little bit.
Sure.
And if you're still being let down by it, then you can have that conversation. Right now, the things that are in front of him, that it is the loneliest job in the world.
Yeah.
You're the last line of defense for everything, and you will take the blame for everything, especially when people don't realize what's supposed to be happening in front of them.
And so, like, we don't have to agree on that, and that's totally fine. But that's what I think. All right. You ready? Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, I know people are upset with the way the Rangers lost yesterday, and we should be upset. That was freaking ridiculous. You lost on an infield ground out that scored 2 runs on what should have been, and there wasn't necessarily, I mean, there was an error. I know they counted as a hit, but realistically, there were multiple mental errors on that play. But it could be worse. I'm going to go to cut number 4. The Arizona Diamondbacks were losing 10-4 with 1 out in the 9th inning. Their win probability at that point, 0.1.
Okay.
In the history of the Diamondbacks prior to yesterday's game, they were 0-419 when they entered the top of the 8th inning, the 9th inning, down by 6 runs or more, which makes sense.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to win a lot of those games.
They probably do.
You know what? You're right. Give me cut number 4.
That's a base hit down the line. Suarez has tied the game. Marte is home. They will wave Vargas. Here he comes. And the Diamondbacks have stolen the lead right back. Gino Suarez. Wow.
And they would win that game 11-10. The Braves had a 99.9% chance of victory, although the Rangers probably had to be in like 99.999 when you saw the ball go into Marcus Semien's glove before you realized Josh Smith tried to play a ball that wasn't his.
I'm not going to lie, Kevin. That's 100%.
Yeah.
I went with once the ball hit his glove, 100%. And I don't know how that happened still.
Yeah. No,
Actually, I do know how. We explained it this morning. A first baseman that doesn't play first base, he didn't know.
Yeah.
Pitcher didn't cover. You screwed over.
It's still maddening.
And then Bochy says, "You saw the play, didn't you?"
Yeah, he goes, yeah.
You know what I love about that? A lot of coaches, when asked that question, would, do we still have that cut? A lot of coaches would be like, "You saw it, didn't you?" and take it out on the reporter. Boch is better than that. He's like, I realize these people are doing their jobs too. Like, instead of going after them when I should be mad at my players, that's what a lot of times you'll see happen.
Now, from the 972, this is really interesting, actually. In the same time, Jim Nill mentioned the AHL team has stayed extremely competitive. Obviously, the Texas Stars are playing for their AHL playoff lives tonight, down 3-1 to Abbotsford. Look at that, coach for Abbotsford, is what I would say. Keep an eye on that as well. All right. Rob Manfred said 2 things. First of all, don't forget I hate baseball. Secondly,
did he really say that, or are you making that up?
Okay, I made that part up.
All right.
I was going to admit that.
You're paraphrasing.
In a second. No, I'm not even paraphrasing. He did not admit that. We know the truth. He said he would like to get MLB media rights done before this All-Star game. We've talked a lot over the last couple of years about the fallout of the regional sports network collapse, not only when it comes to the Rangers, but so many other teams. So I'm going to be really fascinated to see, whether Apple takes full control of this, whether it goes to Peacock or whatever. Manfred said they're hoping to get it closed out in the next month or so.
I kind of jumped in late on the conversation this morning when Sean and RJ were discussing this.
Yeah.
And Choppy, he threw this out there and I disagreed, which I don't disagree with Choppy all the time. There are a lot of times I'm like, I get it. But he said a lot of people aren't going to those apps to watch live TV. And now what's happened to me is that's the first thing I search for when I'm searching for my sports.
Yeah.
Is I got to go find out which app they're on. I know what to do now.
Yeah.
Because I've been conditioned for it. So I know I have to go to Amazon to watch TBS because I don't have it on Fubo.
Yeah.
Or I have to go to this to watch this because I don't want to. So I know that now, and I do feel like that idea of, but it's just not there on TV is gone for executives now.
And so I think you're proven right by the increase in the NFL games.
Yep.
Like whether
absolutely.
it's year over year for Amazon, whether it's the fact that we're all going to get used to Christmas on Netflix, or whatever the case is. You're right. It's going to take a minute. And that's why I think NBC Universal, which would funnel it to Peacock, I assume, and Apple TV picking up even more, are looking in that direction. So I agree with you
Thank
on
you.
that. But I do also agree with Choppy on a lot of things that don't involve sports. All right, so I'm just kidding. I should have just said coaches.
The whole beads thing.
Yep.
No, not that. All right, let's go
I
from
was going
that.
to play that for them this morning in crosstalk. but
Yeah,
we had a significant piece of news
Yeah,
break. So
the Stars fire their coach.
I saw it in Peyton's folder. Had it ready.
Now, Alec, you've gotten really into cards.
Mm-hmm.
Corey, you and your kiddos love some cards. What would you think about this? What if you pulled this card? It's at a Topps. It's a Mike Trout 1/1 baseball card. It's autographed. It has the knob of one of his bats in there.
Oh, wow.
How awesome is that?
A bat knob.
I will also...
This is becoming more of a thing, too, because I saw
sure.
one from Mookie
Yes.
Betts recently.
Correct.
Is this... And I know you're about to tell more about this, but is this starting to become a... When the jersey patches started, and the jersey stuff started going into them, I was like, that is too cool. And you were like, not a big deal.
Yeah.
Obviously, 1/1 makes it a significant deal. But is this starting to become a thing where the Topps companies, they're looking at it going, what else on the field can we add? Element can we add?
Yes. Look, I'll tell you, and you might
Baseball
think this
bat
is
chippings.
Yeah, you might think this is too far. They have rodeo cards, or at least they used to, with pieces of the horn from one of the bulls.
What happened to the bull?
I mean, look, I said you might
They
have
just
thought
cut
it
his
was
horns
too...
off and sent him out to pasture?
I don't think they cut the actual horn off, but
he died, Kevin. The bull died.
I don't necessarily know if that is the case. You'd love to have this card, right? 1/1
horn card, yeah.
Okay. On the bottom of the bat knob, it says Eagles 40, Chiefs 22, and then it said Fly Eagles Fly.
Yeah. I would love to shred that card.
Would not.
Throw it into a fire pit.
You would not.
Shoot bullets into the fire pit after it was already burned, and then say, all right, spiders, now it's your turn. Yeah. Screw that. I don't want that card. Never again. Nobody gets that card is the way I look at it.
What if I told you that card is to sell for $20,000?
Look, dude, I'm not sure if you remember or not. I'm the biggest Rangers, Cowboys, Stars, and Mavs fan you know.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Judge hits a home run ball that breaks a record against my team. I'm throwing it back.
Still think
do you not remember this?
I do.
I do not want that card because
Okay.
I don't like the Eagles, Kevin. I don't know if you know this about me or not.
Uh-huh.
That was a Super Bowl that they won.
Uh-huh.
That the Cowboys didn't. That's their fault, but even still. Nope. Alec, you can have it, but I already lit it on fire.
You're not going to light it on fire, right?
Oh, no, I'm going to
Okay,
pay off
good.
my student loans. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, there you go. Now, I did say...
I do like money, though.
I like money
But not
a lot.
that much.
It's great.
Not for my pride.
That is, well, yeah, I could buy my pride out for sure. Now, I did say this would be baseball and softball nuggets. So I take you to cut number 8, game 2 of the College World Series final. Texas leads 1-0. If they can win this game, they will clinch the national title. Take it away, Tech.
Davis, knocked down by Mitchell, and Valdez runs through a stop sign, but another throw to the plate is offline, and it is 4-1 Red Raiders.
Red Raiders had put up a pair in the 5th, put up another pair in the 6th. They would eventually win the game 4-3. That means tonight, Texas Tech against Texas, 7 p.m., winner take all. We talked about this earlier, but if you missed it, Game 1 Stanley Cup Finals ratings in the United States, 2.4 million viewers. That is the 2.42. That is the lowest start to a Stanley Cup Final in the non-COVID years, which, remember, that wrecked all kinds of sports viewership, since 2008. For the College World Series softball final, Game 1, 2.1 million viewers. That is the highest rated women's college softball game of all time, breaking the previous record of Game 1 last year.
Kevin, news today.
Oh.
Kennedy, the pitcher.
Is she really hurt?
Signed a new 7-figure deal with Texas Tech.
So she's going to be back?
She signed another 7-figure NIL contract. Oh, I'm sorry, with the Matador Club, the Red Raiders Collective.
Oh, okay.
So yes, she will be back.
Well, because there had been some rumblings that
a lot of questions have been asked,
Yeah.
but questions persisted as to whether or not she would enter a portal. She said, no, I love Texas Tech because they offered me the most money.
Oh, well, I mean, that's probably true. And for Texas Tech, you got to think, what a hell of a deal we made. How much more time have we talked about Texas Tech softball than in the history of this show just in these last couple of weeks? They have a chance tonight to win the championship. It'll be Texas or Texas Tech. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Oh, yeah, also David Beckham is going to become a knight from King Charles. So that's pretty cool. Sir Beckham.
He's going to get like the whole sword thing where they do it on each shoulder and try not to cut somebody's ear off.
Like King Ralph. Exactly.
Dude, isn't Choppy a knight? Isn't he Sir Lord? No, he's Lord Choppy. That's right.
I can't see that happening in an authorized fashion.
You only have to have a piece of land in Scotland to be a lord.
Oh.
Is what I'm told. And he bought a 1 by 1 foot square foot thing.
Smart. Choppy always outsmarts the system. Now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. We got the question of the day. 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text on Twitch and YouTube
Alec,
to answer said question.
Can I ask you a question of the day?
Turning the tables.
We're not going to do this segment, but would you have appreciated there's 99 games left in the Rangers season that I wanted to tease a segment, 99 problems, but this pitch ain't one. Predict the Rangers record the rest of the way. You guys like that, right?
Usually I dunk on your puns and your creativity. I can't lie. I like this one.
It was pretty damn good.
It's really good.
And he's been wanting to get this one in, I think, for the last 4 days.
He really
trying
has.
to get that headline in, but do it one more time, Kevin.
99 problems, but this pitch ain't one.
There you go.
All right, Alec, back to you.
Could also be an FC Dallas topic one day, too. Look at that. Or a World Cup whenever we get there in a couple years. Look at that.
Point.
Yeah. So put that one on the back burner.
All
I
right.
like that. And then, Kevin, I actually do. You brought it up earlier. I want to run the audio from Fort Wayne. Because
yes! What are they doing?
Because unedited, I did not alter this clip. We're going to get to it in a few minutes. It's amazing how they just dead stop NBA Finals Game 1 with a minute left in the game and then go back to the game like nothing happened. It's amazing. We're going to get to that in just a little bit. But question of the day, gentlemen. National Day calendar says it is National Donut Day. Donuts. It's a great snack. And I've already seen dozens of tweets about if you see me at every single Krispy Kreme location in the Metroplex, mind your business because they're giving away free donuts. In honor of National Donut Day. It's the first Friday in June every single year if you're trying to plan ahead. Maybe you're a little too busy this go around and next year you want to celebrate accordingly. But that makes me ask the question, and maybe next time we hang out with our friend Bobby Lashley, we can ask him too. What is your ultimate guilty pleasure food or snack? 877-881-1053. If you're an avid athlete or, a gym goer, the cheat meal is a phrase that gets brought up a lot. What's the one thing that you eat and every time you're like, I shouldn't be doing this, but it's amazing?
It's the double-decker fudge round.
Oh, my.
Ooh.
So, fudge round was like my go-to snack in like middle school or whatever. Loved the fudge round. And then they came out with the double-decker fudge round. It's too good, but also much like the Baconator before it, it's too heavy. You pick it up and you're like, that is too much snack. But then you think about the deliciousness inside.
So it's such a good snack.
Yeah, and you have to do it. So probably the double-decker fudge round.
I don't eat this often. because I make sure that it's not around that often.
Yeah.
Because I know that I will eat it every time. And Dawson claims that his mom's is the best. And that is the buttercream pie.
Do you actually remember this?
Yeah, I do. Remember he said that she had the best one.
Mm-hmm.
And
why are you chickening out at the very last second of saying it the way you said it?
I do think that he had one, like he can get them delivered, Goldbelly or something like that, delivered from, is it Indiana, I believe, from that area. And I think they had one in the fridge, and he was like, you can have a slice. And I was like, oh my gosh, it was phenomenal.
Yeah?
But the buttercream pie, and Adrian, she'll add an extra element of like some coconut into it too.
Ooh.
And it is a and the crust on Adrian's, it's the way I like it. I like goopy crusts, all right? I like the ones that are not too like dry and crunchy.
Okay.
I want something that's like, you know? And so she makes that around the holidays, and that one is lethal, and that is the one that I'm just like, if I can, I'll eat it every day. I got to make sure it's not around. Other than that, it's Cheetos, Alec. You see me every day with a bag of Cheetos.
Just regular Cheetos, right?
And it doesn't matter what kind of Cheetos. I love Cheetos.
Yeah.
Not Flamin' Hot, though. I'm not a huge, because if I eat too much Flamin' Hot, the guts are just going to.
What if it's at the White House?
That's a funny joke that only 2 people know.
Sorry.
For me, on the snack vein, Doritos. And I actually watched, I don't know if it was a How It's Made video, if it was actually from How It's Made, but it might have been like some sort of offshoot program that they went to the Dorito factory and saw how they were made, and they talked to some of the people behind like the recipe of it. There's a very specific method to their madness where all of the different flavor profiles, the ingredients used to make that, let's just say Cool Ranch, for instance. All the different ingredients that go into that ranch flavoring, they use the exact same amount of each ingredient, so you're not overwhelmed by one note, so you keep going back into the bag. And that's why when you plan on, okay, I'll snack for a few minutes, 3/4 of the bag is gone. Because you're not getting overwhelmed. It's
He's
not
right.
too rich.
It's called the Dorito theory. Yeah. It exists. It's a real thing.
That's a real theory?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And
most companies are trying to accomplish that.
Yeah. And it's the same with the nacho cheese. They have an incredible new like brand. I don't know if it's going to expand past this flavor, but I think it's called the Late Night line, and they have one called a Loaded Taco, and it is amazing.
Taco is full.
But it's not overpowering on like a beef flavor or just like a Mexican taco seasoning. It's not overpowering whatsoever. So you just keep going back.
If only one Doritos flavor could survive, which one do you want it to be?
Cool Ranch. Easy.
Okay.
Easy. It's nothing against the nacho cheese. Nacho cheese is great.
Dude.
Cool Ranch is just elite.
How often though when you pull that one Dorito?
That's like loaded. Yes.
It makes your day.
Yeah.
It makes your day. You're just like, I should probably stop after this one because I've been searching for it this whole time.
Does it ever feel like that one's too much?
No.
Okay.
No, that's exactly what that's why I was going back into the bag to find, I was hoping that one was in there somewhere.
It's like the Willy Wonka golden ticket. It's like whenever you find it, you're just like, okay, you know, something good is going to happen this week, right? Because this never happens.
I don't know if you ever eat cheese puffs or cheese balls. Sometimes it's just really a ball of the powdered cheese.
That is gross.
I love it. I love
it. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's way too much. It is way too much.
He's right.
But it is so good. It's so unnecessary.
Yeah. Or like the M&M, the peanut M&M that's actually just chocolate. And you're like, hold on, where was the peanut? Doesn't matter. Actually, this one was pretty good.
Oh, your crappy quality control actually benefited me. Look at this. This is awesome. I love that. Let's see. 214, you are absolutely wrong. Saying Cool Ranch is disgusting. No. From the 214, salsa verde. Yeah, really any kind of salsa. If you put chips and salsa down on the table, I'm probably like, I think I'm going to Chili's tonight with a buddy. I'm probably going to eat 2 things of chips and salsa before the food even gets there.
Wow.
Because it doesn't even matter, because salsa is one of those things that feels really hard to mess up because it's a pretty simple base. You can spice it up however you want, adding your own flair into it. But at its core, it's kind of hard to mess up. I love chips and salsa.
Tostitos Sabritas Salsa Verde. If you haven't had it, it's the green bag and it says Tostitos on it. Tostitos. I found them in California in Oxnard one year, and I was like, what is this? I ate them with some bean dip, and I was like, this is phenomenal. That is a chip that is underrated and not talked about enough. You should try it out if you get a chance, Alec, if you see them.
Okay, Toasty Toes. I'm going to write that one down.
Toes, yeah.
But let's see, a bratwurst from the 972. Yeah, that feels like an ultimate, like grilling outside on a summer day. I've earned it. Kind of meal.
Yes, I've earned it.
I do that way too much, like whether it's buying a card or, I don't know, because I have another card coming today. It already got delivered and picked up, and I'm probably not proud of it because it was an impulse purchase. It's a signed R-Truth cracked ice.
Oh, topical.
Yeah, it was an impulse purchase whenever we found out that we're probably, until he inevitably signs a Legends deal at some point, we're probably not going to get another card of him. So, yeah, I sent a lowball offer, and they actually accepted it. I did not expect that, and I was like, oh, well, I own an R-Truth autograph now. But anyways, keep those coming in, 877-881-1053, your favorite cheat meal or snack for National Donut Day. And Kevin, you brought this up earlier, the ABC affiliate in Fort Wayne, where you think it would be really important to watch this game in Oklahoma. NBA Finals, we're approaching a minute in the game, and this is what happened.
Thunder clinging to this three-point lead. SGA the drive inside, shot blocked. Siakam throws it back.
Next on 21 Alive News, the man who was brutally beaten at Pike's Pub last week has come forward.
This is not
Hear what he wants to have happen now. Also tonight, a big night for Pacer fans as Indiana is in the NBA Finals. We'll show you a local business who has seen a boost from the Yes Sirs.
And we could see a little fog overnight tonight. We'll have the very latest forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Thanks for staying up with us. I'm Amara Boss. Fort Wayne's most watched news start.
SGA guarded by Nimhard.
That is
and
unedited.
now the score is different.
Yeah.
Dude.
Unedited. That gap that you heard going into it, I did not put that there for dramatic effect. The screen goes black. It goes straight to the news graphic. They don't even let him finish his tease back into the game and say, like, back to the game or anything. They cut him off probably because they realized, oh, this is important.
So do you think they were doing that tease live or they had just recorded it? Because if it's live and they came to me, I would be like, what are you doing? Get back to the game.
I like to think it's live and he's just like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
That's awful directorial decision-making there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Blind Star Wars ranking, Sandler flicks, and combat juggling. Next on The Fan.
What's up, Tolos? It's Peyton.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sandler flicks, blind Star Wars ranking, or combat juggling?
Oh, man, I feel like combat juggling is calling my name.
All right.
Because that's a sport.
Kevin,
right?
if you have not watched, it's not actually really right now, but it needs to be televised in the world. Have you watched the video of combat juggling yet?
No.
All right, I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to turn this around so you can see combat juggling while I'm talking.
Okay.
As somebody who's terrible at juggling, and Kevin knows this because one year during Peace-a-thon, we had a challenge where you juggled, and for every time you dropped whatever you were juggling, Colby hit you with a wooden spoon. I can juggle 2 items at one time, but I cannot juggle 3 items very long. All right, I maybe get 2 or 3 rotations in, and then it just kind of falls apart.
This is really fun.
And Kevin, because Colby had hit me so many times with a wooden spoon.
You had so much time left, too.
I know. It was like a minute in, and there was 20 more minutes left because we didn't have any ads to break it up at that point. It was late in the night. Kevin goes, "Hey, man, do you want me to juggle for you?" I was like, "Please, I will, whatever, man. Yes." And that's the moment that I learned that Kevin's real skill in life is not radio. But congratulations for being able to accomplish that still.
Thank you.
It is juggling.
Very basic juggling. I'm watching these guys, and what's amazing is, Alec, they work in tandem, and then they work like they're trying to out-hustle or out-position each other for a rebound and to, like, knock it down. This is fascinating.
So basically, it's 2 jugglers with 3 bowling pins or whatever. They work their way closer to each other. The goal, or the idea, though, I guess, is to throw one really high.
Yeah.
So that you have just 2 in your hand, and then you get to knock the other ones, you get to try and knock the other one out of their rhythm.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why they don't just hit each other with the bowling pins instead. That seems more productive.
It's probably against the rules, right?
I don't know the rules yet, Kevin, because I'm just now learning about the sport. But I think you should quit everything that you want to do in life.
I'm not good enough
and
for what those guys
go
are
be
doing.
a combat juggler.
Okay. I do get angry.
Next story.
Okay.
Blind Star Wars ranking, Sandler flicks or Trevor Bauer?
I mean, you could probably guess Trevor Bauer is the least fun story of the bunch.
We can get into that then. We can definitely go down that league.
But can I answer this person's question? Because for some reason I can't respond to them on the fan text. Kevin, are Leaf trading cards any good, or what's the best to buy? So Leaf is not like what they call licensed. So if you'll ever notice, they have them in positions where you don't see that they don't actually have.
Or wearing pajamas.
Yes. Some people do
cards.
call them pajama cards. That is true. Where they don't have the logo and everything. I will say the one thing about Leaf is you can get Leaf for really cheap, and they load their product with autographs. So it's a bit of a long shot and not always the best value prospect, but you can pull some really cool stuff from Leaf.
That is true. So you're saying Topps?
I mean, look,
Panini?
Prism and Optic at like kind of the mid-range level are good to go with.
When I'm at Target, can I FaceTime you and ask you if I should buy all these boxes that are sitting there?
And
because it does feel like I don't see anything that says autos on there.
See, and that's the thing that's so tough about it, because like it always changes. Because like normally I would tell my wife, if it's not draft picks, buy up any Prism or like Optic football or basketball, or like get me one of those. I don't agree in buying it up. Like I don't support that. But like this year, you probably wouldn't want to do that with the basketball because this draft class is not so good. Now next year,
Cooper Flags.
Yeah, you would definitely want to do
that. Trevor Bauer, a court has ordered Trevor Bauer's accuser to pay him $301,000 in damages. And Kevin, for I guess the last 2 or 3 years now, Trevor Bauer's name is always mentioned.
Sure.
And why don't you get him? Why don't you get him to be a closer? Why don't you this? Unfortunate. This is unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
His contract that he signed with the Dodgers in 21 was a 3-year contract for $102 million.
He said he would play for the vet minimum with bonuses. The Rangers don't want him. Like
that's true.
I don't know what else to say about that besides the Rangers simply don't want him. I guess none of the rest of the teams in Major League Baseball do either. But I bet he feels very vindicated by this, right?
That should feel vindication a little bit. But $301,000 is not the other money that he was set to get at $102 million.
I mean, look, yeah, the rest of that deal, so he probably missed out on, I don't know, like $75 million. And so you could extrapolate that out if he kept pitching well. I'm sure he's like, I could have made another $150 million in my career.
Yeah, and enjoy the process of being a Major League Baseball player.
For sure.
It's a fun thing.
Yeah.
And he doesn't get to do it. And unfortunately, even though he was never legally cleared, and now that this is even more proof that you win, he still won't be able to get back in the league.
Yeah, it's tough to explain outside of, like, teams were looking for an excuse to just move away from this guy in baseball because they think he's such a toxic person and teammate, like, outside of the legal system. And so this was all they needed. So whether or not he got cleared legally or anything like that, I don't think that was ever going to matter for a Major League Baseball team.
I did think Bobby had an interesting point this morning because him and Choppy were kind of discussing is it fair, legal, all those things. The legality of it is interesting. Choppy doesn't like that Major League Baseball was invading what he does in his bedroom. He didn't think that was fair. And I kind of agree with him on that front.
I agree with that on the surface, but the charges go beyond, like the original charges went beyond just that.
Bobby's take, though, and I agree with him on this, and this comes from being in a restaurant background. The MLB looks at it as it's a privilege to be in our league.
Yeah.
We can decide whether or not you're there.
That's
kind of how it is with restaurants. I remember my boss told me, if you don't want to serve somebody, you do not have to serve somebody. They come into our restaurant and we can say we are not serving your child alcohol, even if you're trying to serve them alcohol.
Right.
Because some parents are like, look, I want to serve my kid a drink. That's fine.
Yeah.
If the parent buys it for them. But if you don't want to do it, which we will not, that was what I was told. We're not going to do it. They can get up and leave if they want. And that's how Bobby said that he looks at the Major League Baseball. I'm moving on to Derrick Henry now. He was on with Dan Patrick. And Dan Patrick, he asked Dan Patrick for a favor regarding Adam Sandler.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
If you ever see him again, tell him I'm a really big fan. I would really love to meet him one day.
Okay. You know what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
I'm going to text him today and ask if he'll send a video.
Please.
And then I'm going to send it to the Ravens.
Okay, cool. I'm a huge fan.
Okay. And if you get to 2,000 yards, I'll get you in a Sandler movie.
All right, cool. Say no more.
Is that all right?
Remember that? You remember this? Remember that?
No. I'll take care of my end of it.
Okay.
I mean, mine's easy.
Yeah.
Yours is hard. You got to get 2,000 yards.
Say no more.
No pressure.
Bet is on.
There you
pressure at
go.
all.
He said, "Say no." I love the fact that he's like, "Say no more." That's all the motivation I need.
That's a high bar to clear, but also I like that Dan Patrick's like, no, don't worry, I've got it.
I got this taken care of.
I'll take care of it for you.
So my question then, I got two potential questions here. What would you do for a role in an Adam Sandler movie?
Go back in time, right?
Because that's when they were
right now.
I'll be honest. When I'm watching this trailer, there are moments when I'm like, okay, they did it. They recaptured the essence of Happy Gilmore.
Yeah.
And then there are other moments where I'm like, oh,
yeah,
he did. That's the stuff that people don't like that he's done recently. So the whole movie hasn't been out yet, Kevin. I haven't seen it all.
I think it comes out next month, maybe.
I'll be watching as soon as I get my Netflix unhacked.
Oh yeah, man. Is that still?
Dude, you know, I told you it's difficult to call and talk to people.
Yeah. I get
so
you.
I'm just paying for a product I don't have because I don't want to talk on the phone. Also, do you think Derrick Henry can do 2,000 yards in order to be in this movie?
Kinda. I feel like that number's too high.
Actually, that's not the question I really wanted to ask, Kevin.
Okay.
What director and what series of movies would you rush 2,000 yards to get into? And I know that's like, what is it? George Lucas, Star Wars?
Hey, you tell me.
Christopher Nolan.
We could have gone back to when I would have been in college and they're going to make the prequels. I would have given it a shot. If George Lucas is like, yeah, if you can do that, I'll make it happen.
Can you be the voice of Jar Jar Binks?
Misa thinks so. So obviously I would have gotten destroyed, but I would have given it a shot for that. So like Saquon Barkley knew what he was doing too. He's like, hey, can you get a message to him?
Oh, that was Derrick Henry. Yeah. Yes.
Derrick Henry.
No,
I'm
that's
sorry.
brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant.
Derrick Henry.
I know you know him.
Yeah.
Please ask him for me.
Absolutely. So
I love Dan Patrick doubled down. I was like, I got two things for you.
Yes.
You do this, I do this.
I mean, and he clearly is one of his buddies. It makes sense. But yeah, a Star Wars movie, I get it. And there's like all of these creatures that if you go back to the newer movies, like Simon Pegg's in it, all these creatures, Daniel Craig's one of the voices that you don't see their face, but they just voiced a character. They're like, hell yeah, I want to do that.
I would love to be in maybe one of the Mission Impossible movies or, and I know it's full of cameos, a Kevin Smith movie.
Oh, yeah.
I recently watched the reboot of Jay and Silent Bob.
Not as bad as you would have thought.
I expected it to be terrible.
I agree.
And then I walked away from it going, dude, that brought me back.
Yeah.
That brought me back to why I watched those movies in the first place.
I'm
Good
with
job,
you.
man.
Yeah.
Touche. Alec, you?
How about I fuel your conversation without giving an answer? Because we did get a response from Adam Sandler.
Okay.
And this is how it sounded.
Yo, Derek, I just woke up. You know that. That's why I look disgusting, on top of the fact that I am disgusting. But I love you. Congrats on everything, baby. 2,000 yards plus this year gets you not only in the movie, but we have a nice dinner together and talk about Dan Patrick's facial hair.
Okay, putting aside the fact that it sounds like he said congrats, and I hate that with every fiber of my being.
Sounded tired.
I thought he was going to say we'd have a big part for him, and he goes, we get to have dinner too, which is super cool.
Yeah, and that takes me back to, that's one of the first times that I was like, fell in love with Dan Patrick's show, was he had Adam Sandler on, and they sounded like they were best friends.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy cow, this dude is good at this thing. And that's why I've always admired Dan Patrick. And then last, and both of y'all can work together on this because I know both of y'all are Star Wars fans.
Okay.
We are going to do a blind Star Wars ranking. And I'm going to give you 5, count them, 5 Star Wars characters. You don't know who they are. You just know the one at a time, and you get to put them in your top 5.
Okay.
You rank these characters.
All right.
Starting with Yoda. And I saw this. Somebody did it with Audrey Jordan, who's on the Andor series. She's she's Binks or Bink. Yoda, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm thinking 3rd.
I was thinking 2 or 3, so we'll go 3.
Okay.
Yoda is number 3. All right. Princess Leia.
I'm gonna have to go lower on that. 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
4 is the absolute floor.
Okay. All right.
Man, this is gonna blow up in my face.
Actually, you guys have actually done pretty. Y'all, this is good strategy already. Darth Vader.
Okay, so it's got to be 1 or 2, right?
And you don't know what is next either. You don't know what's next.
This is tough because look,
You seem unsettled.
I am.
That's a good drop.
That's
there,
a
Alec.
Krennic. All right, Alec, you call this one 1 or 2. If you say 5,
Yeah. No, I got to go 1.
Okay.
I got to go 1.
I don't think you can go wrong with that. I do have one more character that I like even better than that, but I don't think you'll go wrong with Darth Vader at 1.
Andor.
I would. Man,
this doesn't mean his importance.
Yeah.
But is he a good character?
I'd probably go 5.
I'd go 5. Yeah.
All right, then. I think, guys, y'all may have done a good job, unless you disagree with this guy. Han Solo is your number 2 character.
That
of
works
all time
perfectly for me. Han Solo.
Out of those 5.
I think we nailed it.
I do too, actually. I mean, I know people love Han Solo. Like my favorite all-time Star Wars character is Luke Skywalker. I don't care if he was whiny about not getting to go to flight school or whatever. I was going to go to Tasha Station.
Y'all did a good job because she had Yoda 3 and then had Leia 1. because, women stick together. You know how women are, right? And then Han Solo ended up at 5, and she was furious that she couldn't put Andor at 1 because she's on that show.
Oh, yeah.
And Vader was 4. It was a weird layout.
Oh, our list turned out way better than that. I was just really afraid. Okay, I'm glad that you put Vader at 1 because I was really afraid he was going to say Jar Jar was the last one. And I was going to be like, son of a gun. We have Jar Jar, then Darth Vader. Like, that's not good.
Yeah, so there you go. Good job, boys.
Yes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about some NFL overreaction or reality? Plus, we will do Masterpiece of the Week.
Shout out Troy.
Right here on The Fan.
In this voice guy's opinion, my boys KNC are better. Roll with
V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
W's #1 garage door company. Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to get to Masterpiece of the Week in just 1 minute, but I got some NFL, what used to be overreaction or reality. Now, we need to name this new segment. Well, what I would like to do now, your options are agree, disagree, hell yeah, or F no.
Oh, yeah, I like this.
All
Actually,
right.
I'm switching it, Kevin. It's F yeah.
Okay.
Hell no.
Okay.
I think that's more impactful.
F yeah.
Yeah.
And hell no.
All right, I like this.
All right. NFL, whatever is going to be the new name of this segment. Philadelphia is good enough to repeat as Super Bowl champions.
Agree.
Okay. Alec.
Agree. I almost went hell yeah, but agree.
Yeah, I can't be that excited about that for them. So that's the unfortunate thing here. But I do agree they are good enough. They have the talent on the team, a coach that just won a Super Bowl. They have a different offensive coordinator too.
Yeah.
I know I keep talking about the Detroit Lions there, and I just kind of bypass that. But I think the talent level on that team and the fact they just keep doing it, now they know what it takes. So, yeah, I agree.
All right, so I decided to look this up because you played the clip about Adam Sandler with Dan Patrick.
Yeah.
Okay? So, Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley will once again run for at least 1,500 yards. Now, here's some background on that because history is against them.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Why?
So, no running back has ever run for 2,000 yards twice. So, that's kind of working against Derrick Henry. But I believe the record for most rushing yards after a 2,000-yard season was like 1,491 by Barry Sanders in 1998. So, that would work against Saquon, who, obviously had more than 2,000 yards last season. So no one's ever even followed up with a 1,500-yard campaign. So my question in NFL overreaction or reality or whatever we eventually call it, Henry and Barkley will both run for at least 1,500 yards.
Hell no.
Ooh.
That's how strongly I disagree.
Spicy.
Oh, that's tough. I'm just going to go with disagree. Because I think there is a slight chance because they're both so good.
Yeah.
They are so good, and both of their teams around them are really good. One more than the other, but still, the point gets across. I think it could happen, but I don't think it will. But I'll leave that chance.
You said one is better than the other. Obviously, Saquon is coming off a ridiculous season. Do you think Saquon is better right now, but Derrick Henry's had the better career?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's unfortunate because of the two different situations that they've been in. I feel like Derrick Henry, he got to be the centerpiece in Tennessee, even if they weren't winning too many games. They did make some playoff runs. In New York, not so much success.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Cowboys, once again, have not done enough for you at the One Tech. So, if you're depending on Mozzie Smith, and I know the other arguments can be they made 2 picks of the position, but they were both in the 7th round. So, like, I would argue you have somebody who hasn't lived up anywhere near the potential and 2 late-round draft picks. So, overreaction or reality, the Cowboys have once again not done enough for you at the 1 tech.
I'm going to say disagree.
Oh.
For this reason alone. And this is, and Broadus can come in here and kick my teeth in if he wants to. I believe Scott Eberflus's defense relies a lot on a solid 3 tech and good linebackers.
Okay.
And they went out of their way to stock up on linebackers. Not necessarily that they're going to be great or anything, but they went out of their way to stock up on bigger linebackers.
Yeah.
And you feel pretty good at the 3 tech. So I feel like while we still want more, when Kenneth Murray said, we're going to stop the run, I'm going to believe him until they prove that they can't. So at the moment, I will say I feel like 1 is not as important as it's going to be what they did at linebacker and what they're doing at the 3.
Alec, what say you?
I really like what Corey's painting there, and I'm going to go disagree as well because I don't think it's going to be as much of an emphasis this year, but I do kind of like the talent that they drafted. I don't think they're going to be Pro Bowlers by any means, but I do think they're going to be those players that, you know, not even to like a Doug Free level, that might even be too good, but like they're going to end up being the weakest links on that defensive line, but you're still happy they're there. You know, I think they're going to be serviceable. I think they're going to get the job done. And again, the emphasis won't be on them as much. So I think you're going to like what you see.
All right. Well, we'll stick there with the truncated version of NFL overreaction or reality, you know, because we have another segment that's coming up that people really seem to love. It is very popular. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen.
Look at that.
And look who is here.
Amazing.
There's one Eric Chiafalo. Let's get this man a microphone. How we doing today, boys?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. You know, got to hang out with you guys, which is always great Monday through Friday. Got to hang out with Bobby Lashley, which is awesome. He signed a card for me. Having a great time. Corey.
I have 3 questions.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
1, how cool is Bobby Lashley?
The coolest.
Yeah.
2, how cool does Bobby Lashley think we are?
The coolest.
3.
Does he?
Yeah, so like from what he was telling me in the elevator, he was like, these guys rule.
That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. Notice he didn't say that about G-Bag. Just pointing that out.
That is crazy.
Was he on G-Bag? Did I miss that?
I just feel like he should have said something, though. Corey's right.
He's like, I don't know about the rest of the show, but that other guy I saw in the hallway,
yeah,
he's got to go on.
Great fist bump.
Yeah, he does have a great fist bump.
Yeah.
Number 3, do you think he can come through with Mercedes Moné?
I hope so.
He sounded confident.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he did.
She loves to talk about herself, he said.
Yeah,
that cracked me up.
I will let her talk about herself all 4 hours if she wants to. I know it's not my show, but I will allow it.
So that made my day. Like, so when you asked how we're doing, that made my day right there, knowing that it made your day.
Oh, from the 903, boss was in my office when the F yeah just happened. No more YouTube right now for me. Oh,
sorry. You know what, boss? What's your deal?
Yeah, what's your deal?
The F stood for Friday there.
Yeah.
See, this is the only time in my life I wish instead of the NFL, it was the NLF, because then we could have called that segment NLF, yeah. But we can't. Back to you, Alec.
All right, because of that, Kevin, we're going to pick on you first. Let's see. Kevin likes to make statements sometimes that don't exactly make sense.
My name is Michael Penix.
Eric, I have to give you credit.
I feel
you were the first person I ever heard say Michael Penix, and now that's the way I say it, just because I know it makes Kevin laugh. And then we got him to say that. Can you play it one more time?
Mm-hmm. My name is Michael Penix. And the whole thing I said is, if he came out and said that, then I would agree to it. I do not think that there would be an audio of me saying that. Is unfortunate.
I remember you getting frustrated with me when I was referring to him as Penix throughout the draft process.
It happens. It happens. We all have different interpretations of stuff. Majors, you said this.
Give the kid a bone here. You know, throw him a bone, not give him a bone. That's that was an unfortunate misstep.
You could play for the Bulls. That's a smart NBA joke. I don't care if you laugh or not.
Oh, jeez.
That one was unfortunate. I'm sorry.
That is
Could
unfortunate.
have used to have played for the Jazz, maybe?
Yeah. No, he's
cover
innocent. All right? It's that lady that was creeping on him that was inappropriate.
Yeah, that's from right. I remember now.
He was tricked.
Oh, well, Corey didn't even try to trick us here because he just straight up admitted it.
I don't know how it works. I didn't create the earth.
Eric, does that sound true?
Hey, really, yes, that lines up pretty nicely.
All right,
Because
my leader
the
right
Lord
now
created
is
the
Corey
earth.
is not God.
That was
I
the
respect
Lord.
your humility,
Yeah.
Corey.
I just want to make sure that people understood.
Yeah.
The Lord did that.
Oh.
I didn't create the earth.
I wish he did.
I
Sometimes
love
because you have great
defiance,
ideas.
definitive statements like that.
Yeah.
though. That's important.
Feels like we'd have pretty good job security.
Definitive statements like, my name is Michael Penix.
Yeah.
Now we have you.
Oh yeah. Yep. Thanks. 1:30.
Oh man, this is gonna be like a Spartacus thing. No, my name is Michael Penix.
I wonder if I can get like the Infinity Gauntlet going. Can I get like every show, every person on every show to say it? That would be amazing.
We just have to play it for them, and then eventually they'll slip up and do it.
That's the promo I want. Here at the Fan, we love football. I am Michael Penix. Like just people saying that.
That would be very inside promo.
Yeah.
That's one of those.
We can send it to our Atlanta station.
It would please all of 3 people. All right, Kevin. Speaking of that,
I'm sure RJ's taking it hard.
He's going to be okay.
He is. He might be stoked.
Do you have that for later? Is that? The
Oh, yeah,
one?
it still exists.
Okay, all right. That's the one I'm waiting on. Then that's going to be my winner.
Did you hear what I said about my bracelet that broke?
Yes, you know his Tranquility bracelet that he had.
Yeah, I remember
popped
that
yesterday out of nowhere, and just beads went everywhere.
I really threw some shade.
So Choppy's the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
You
man.
see, he gets it.
I do.
It's
And I
not
have.
hard. Like it's not difficult to think of. Okay, it's creative, but it's not difficult. Actually, this came from that moment. I'll give you the context for this one.
Sad
It
about
snapped.
this.
It just popped and it went everywhere. All the beads. Look, man, when you know this, you talk for 5 hours a day.
Oh,
When you talk for 4, sometimes you run out of words.
There's no question.
Yeah.
You're like, I got nothing left.
Yeah.
So those beads, Choppy.
This sentence
Let's
is
go.
finishing and how it finishes.
Yeah, this is how it goes.
I've run up to the end of this sentence.
Yeah.
There's no period, but that's it.
Kevin, we'll just go ahead and get it out of the way.
If anybody was ever going to spill a whole bunch of beads in here, wouldn't you have thought it was RJ?
That's my winner, dude. I don't even need to hear
It's a
that.
great question.
Look, I love RJ. I stand by that question statement. I stand by it.
Hey, shout out to Gaylord Choppy.
Yeah, I feel like he would agree with me on that.
I feel like all of these are weirdly related.
I saw Tyler Sagan nude on a Zamboni once.
Even though you're not God, you were still able to pull that off.
So that's from the nude magazine.
Oh.
What is
Yeah.
ESPN.
The body.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ESPN
body.
The body.
Yeah, the
That's
body
what I meant.
issue.
Not,
not on a
there's
Zam.
no
Was,
such thing as nude magazines anymore.
was it
Are
Zam-
there not? I don't know.
Was he really on a Zamboni?
Yeah. And then he
And you popped a Zam.
he had like a rubber duck with
Did
his
you
hand.
chicken out at saying Zamboner?
I did. Thank you for
That's
saving
what he
me
was
on
going to
that.
say.
Yeah.
You can't go all the way to the end.
Man, that
and be like,
actually-
I'm not
Walking
gonna
the
finish
line.
That
this.
was impressive.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Thank
Joke
you, Hagee.
tease.
Especially considering his stick handling abilities. You know?
Yes.
Oh.
Holy moly.
Oh, and just also considering who Eric Chiafalo is, I'm surprised at the self-restraint there. You know, I'm impressed.
I was afraid of the boner there. I'm sorry.
Dude, don't be afraid on this show.
Don't forget, that was one of the main characters on the show Growing Pains.
Boner.
Yeah.
That is crazy to me.
Yeah. We changed the meaning of that word.
We did,
It
didn't
used
we?
to mean a mistake.
And a skateboard move.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Shout out Tony Hawk.
I make
This is-
mistakes all the time, for the record.
Yeah. This is a new subcategory that I feel like has developed in the course of the past week. Kevin and his noises.
And it's like, it's going down there, but there's still some right out in the open, and you're just like, boop, 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 boop.
Was last week the yoink?
He yoinked the brisket. yoinked my brisket right off the plate.
What the hell was that about anyway?
Don't even know. Don't even care.
I like that.
You can yoink my brisket anytime.
That's a HR
Just
complaint.
stay
That
away
is
from
an
the sausage,
HR
though.
As long
complaint.
as it's hurtado.
Yeah, well, this might be too, Kevin.
But it tastes so good, I want to eat more, but I might die, and then you have to pull it back out. That's about a cheese stick.
Oh.
So here's the deal, too.
Sounds like
did
a
you just read
controversial
on this
Norm
discussion?
Macdonald joke.
I wasn't in on it, but my ears were.
You ever taken a bite of a cheese stick and then the bite goes down, but the cheese is still attached?
Yes.
And you're like, oh no, I could die. And then you have to pull. So I asked my son Carter, and he looked at me and he goes, no, that's never happened. And I was like, it's okay. And he was like, yes, it absolutely has happened before.
All right.
Dude,
like,
the
oh,
satisfaction of a cheese pull.
Oh, yes.
Like,
Yeah.
and when they're not done right and they just pop
breaks.
right, they break. You're like, what are we doing?
That'll ruin a week right there.
And people be like, I don't like mozzarella sticks. And I'm like, did you just see what I just did? That's amazing. And you could still eat it.
I do love is it a meme? Or it's a meme, I think. Where they say, would you like 6 string cheese sticks? No, nobody would. But everybody's going to say yes to 6 cheese sticks.
We just deep fried them. I opened up string cheese and threw it in the fryer.
It's so true, man. Fry those things up and I'll make it an entree.
I'll eat all of those. No, 6 string cheeses.
Yeah.
That's too much.
Pass.
Too much cheese.
It's gluttonous.
What if I told you I fried them too? Oh, come on over.
I'll take 12.
Yeah, do you have extra sauce? Yeah.
All right, 2 quick ones before we get out of here. Kevin, you unfortunately said this.
But how many people listening right now? I think it might be wider than you think.
The width factor is huge.
Oh, I said, never mind.
Wide body.
Never mind.
Wow, now that look who's getting scared.
Yeah.
I was scared.
Scaredy pants.
Hypocrite.
Agree. That's fair. That is fair.
Corey, you said this?
He's a daddy, but he's a zaddy.
There's levels to this.
I asked my wife too if she knew what a zaddy was, and she goes, "Isn't it like a good-looking older man?" And I was like, "Yes, it is." All right, look.
And somebody texts in every day that Kevin is the zaddy of the zaddiest. I don't.
Look, I get Zad vibes.
Obviously, I'm voting for. In the beginning, it was not Corey who said, "Let there be light." That's obviously what I'm voting for.
I don't know how it works. I didn't create the earth. That would have done things so different.
Man, I'm debating between Michael Penix and your Tyler Sagan definitive.
I don't know if this will
statement as well.
help. From the 469, wow, Kevin, my boss's last name is Penix, and I'm crying now.
Incredible. All right, let's vote for the Penix.
All right.
My name is Michael Penix. I feel like even that I said it weird.
It's great to meet you.
And what's really funny about that is he was reprimanding me for the way I say it.
Yeah.
And then he was like, I said, but hold on, what if he said that was how he said his name? And that's when he did that.
I conceded.
I'm going with the RJ beads. That's the one when his.
If anybody was ever going to spill a whole bunch of beads in here, wouldn't you have thought it was RJ?
I just want to point out that there was exactly 4.5 seconds of silence after that, too.
There was.
Yeah.
Good.
It was very, because we all just let it happen.
To sit with that mistake.
You needed to marinate in that one. And you know what? We're not going to send it to a vote off. We have a winner.
My name is Michael Penix.
Nice work, man.
Good job, Kevin. Good job, Alec. Good job, fellas.
Way to go, Choppy, as well.
From the 469 breaking news, Corey and God are in the same room but have never been spotted together.
Oh,
Very valid. There's only one set of footprints.
one time I did see Corey walking down the beach, and there was only one set of footprints.
It's true.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and...
something? Or you have to forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Sports station in town makes fun of us for covering and carrying the Rangers.
He swings and belts one. Deep left center. Back goes Taylor at the wall. That ball is history.
They want to make fun of us for that? Okay.
A 2-run walk-off home run for El Bumby.
You know where you need to be, Rangers Tolos. We are your proud home of the Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼! 버튼을 흔들어! Wow!
It's Korean television right there, giving you the breakdown of the Halliburton shot.
Was he Indiana guy? Did you hear that?
Oh, no.
Yeah, he just calls him Indiana guy. Throws it to Indiana guy.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch
I like
that.
when they work in a little English here and there.
Because I kept thinking about there's an unfortunate nickname going around for people who love Tyrese Halliburton and support him.
Should we be scared of that one too?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just wouldn't advise maybe
What's the nickname?
tweeting them out. It's the Halliban. Oh. And some people have taken it to probably a problematic level.
Well, think about what he did to New York and now Oklahoma City.
Oh my God, I did not think of that.
Could we be more creative? Yeah, could we do better? Could we do better with that nickname?
Somebody actually paid attention in class.
Oh my gosh. I'm glad that you learned.
Very offended.
Except in this specific moment, yeah.
I don't think Rory McIlroy appreciates that.
On the day we
line of
remember D-Day.
commentary.
Yeah. Okay.
You see how he threw his Pumas up on the table afterwards, though? His new shoes that he's got coming out, and I was like,
super
"That's a
boss.
brilliant move! You would get to hit the game winner in the finals. Go show your new shoes off."
Now,
That is genius.
lots of coaching news today around the Metroplex. Pete DeBoer fired. Jason Kidd, the Knicks are going to ask for permission to talk to him. Do you think Kidd does the interview? I'll start with that. And could the Mavericks be looking for a new head coach?
I'm say yes.
And by the way, the odds I saw this morning, 20-1 on Jason Kidd. So
I think he
Throw a little on it.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility here of him doing this. Yeah, I mean, now is it going to make people upset and pissed off in the organization? Sure, but you got to look out for yourself. Maybe he parlays this into a longer term deal or something, extension for his assistants or something. Yeah. But I think he absolutely is going to take this interview.
I hate to do this to you, Hagee. And if we had a full crosstalk, I'd probably do a deep dive into this.
Sorry.
But I think the reason New York wants him is why you absolutely must fire Nico right now.
Oh, I like that. And then any surprises?
It's at the top.
I like it. Any surprise about Pete DeBoer?
Pretty stunned. I really was. I thought they'd let Pete go ahead and just coach the rest of the last year of his deal.
Yeah.
Neil Graham is definitely a name that I had heard even last week that they love a lot, the AHL Texas Stars coach, and that he'd come on as an assistant. And then most likely if things didn't go well next year, you just make Neil Graham the coach. So now I think this is probably going to be an internal hire. Some of that has to do with the fact that it might change if another team fires their coach and hires Pete, which I know you've talked about, Brian, and that could happen. There might be a team that says, like, hey, Pete DeBoer's an upgrade over who we have now.
Right.
If that doesn't happen, I don't know that Tom Ghilardi wants to pay two coaches at the same time.
Yeah.
So I think that's why you look at some of the assistants, like Azradine on the staff, or maybe it is probably going to be Neil Graham. Maybe they just go ahead and say, screw it, that's our guy.
Here's another hot take. I think Pete DeBoer tried to get himself fired.
Ooh, like eventually, or as soon as the game was over, he's like, "No, I know what's happening."
I think that he's in a situation where right now he's been to 3 of these, and maybe he feels like that he doesn't have complete control over this team. Maybe he feels like he can't put them over the hump. That's happened before in hockey. Didn't our guy? Didn't Paul Maurice leave up there in Vancouver?
Yeah.
Or Vancouver, and he
said,
just,
I'm out, boys.
He says, I'm just not, they
Adios.
don't listen to me anymore, and maybe in his mind, he just was like, I can't coach this anymore. Can't do it.
I am looking forward to possibly hearing from Bully Melrose. I am surprised. I guess you won with Bonus. You won with DeBoer. You have good players. They're going to be able to win with whatever coach they have. But I just thought his ability to go down 1-0 and then make the adjustments, in a Game 7 and have the emotional temperament of your guys always be better than the opposition. But I get it. This is the era that we're in, and maybe you don't think DeBoer is worth pushing your players' buttons to this extent. But based on what I've heard, there's no way I would have fired that guy. I think he's one of the rare throwbacks that can be, kind of tough and stoic and get the job done. And teams would be smart to lean more into that than trying to cater to the whims of this generation of kids. We're all humans. Woo! There's nothing all that special or all that weak about these kids. They just need somebody with a backbone to lead them. That man was Pete DeBoer.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Hagee, we'll have, who do we have at 4 o'clock there? It's Bobby Marks, ESPN. We'll talk team building with Bobby Marks. I can't wait. I'm going to ask those questions that I wanted Corey to ask a kid the other day.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 to 2, right here on The Fan.
Say Michael Penix, Kevin.
No. My name is Michael Penix.
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest cry. Have never listened and laughed with the KNC Masterpiece.
These are the programs that America listens
On 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sportsman.
Right, but I just feel like this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Must fire Nico Harrison right now. I know fire Nico content. You might have had fatigue from that, but this is a really interesting, I think, a new angle for you. Most of you anyway. Salute to Mark Stein, by the way, for breaking the story once again about 3 hours or so ago. General at your service. If you see me, beer me, NA. It is a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday, but unfortunately no calls today. We'd love to take your text throughout the show if you'd like to chime in. But yeah, pregame's coming up at 5 o'clock as they're in Washington to take on the Nats. Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champ here. Salute to you.
Thanks, sir.
Got Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control, fixing to go 3 hours flawless as you have about a half show Friday afternoon and then Rangers baseball. And dang, that one hurt. Of course, Wolchuk and Chia follower here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. So, I mean, there is so much meat on this local sports bone right now, guys. One report is that the reason the Knicks are interested is they know Kid has influence with Giannis, and they want the angle to get Giannis. And I would just say, if Kid has that level of Giannis influence, then you offer them more than New York can, which is Anthony Davis, Daniel Gafford, and picks. Maybe PJ Washington. You can't beat that if New York. So if you are saying that Patrick Dumont, Adelson family right now, let's see if Kid wants to go to New York so he can kindle it with Giannis, but we're going to ride with Nico and AD, that's your invitation. That is your, what is it, a truth serum moment?
Yeah.
Our guy wants AD instead of Giannis. New York wants to take our guys so they can get Giannis. I don't need to see a third strike. You're fired, Nico. How are you not going, oh my goodness, our guy Jason Kidd can get Giannis? Well, shoot, there's no way we can let him coach anywhere else because he's going to get us Giannis for more than New York can offer. Now, maybe Giannis wants to stay in the Eastern Conference, and maybe Giannis to the Mavs isn't possible, but I would absolutely make sure that I had satisfied that with 100% certainty before I considered approving this request for permission to talk to our guy. And I do think Jason Kidd's one of the best coaches in the NBA right now. So just in general, I don't want to do it. But I think this is, interesting. The wheels of change are turning, and and unfortunately the Mavs are, maybe going to have to try to push into this thing. Now, the other thing you have to consider, though, is how much Kyrie and AD like playing for Jason Kidd, don't you?
Yes. Yeah, like Anthony Davis is one of Kidd's guys. I mean, they won a championship together in L.A. That was part of Mark Stein yesterday saying, hey, that's the guy that they want to coach them. I mean, to me, if Jason Kidd made that move, it would really, to your point, I think you'd have to move on from Nico because he was not in and was not happy about the moves that went on here. Mm-hmm. And he is not in lockstep with Nico. The relationship did not get stronger as he has tried to portray to the media. But I don't think that ultimately, I mean, I could see him taking the interview because why the hell not? Maybe that ends up giving you a financial gain with the Mavericks because they're like, hey, we'll give you a raise. We want you to be here for all those reasons. Kyrie loves you. AD loves you. They want you to be the coach. You've won here. We want you here. But I don't think ultimately he'd take that job to go work with James Dolan. I don't think that's, I mean, other than it being the Knicks and it being in New York, I don't think that's an owner that coaches ideally really want to work for.
I mean, it would be genius if Kidd can work this into greater demand for himself. It would be genius if New York wants him so bad that New York would give you future first-round pick, because that's what happens when you're talking about we want your coach. The Mavs need draft picks. If they decided this is our turning point, and over the next year we're going to go young and build around Cooper Flagg instead of go for a championship. But I think the chance for a championship is there, and if if Giannis's interest is tied enough to Kidd that he would follow him to New York, to me that's incredibly exciting, because if you can get him, you're winning a championship next year. That would be
especially there in the Eastern Conference, because you got all sorts of just unknown with some of these teams. You got Cavalier players that are injured. You got Jason Tatum's injured, and the Celtics are nuking it. So especially in the East, you could feel like, okay, maybe that's part of the reason why Jason Kidd's like, dude, if I get Giannis and I'm in the East, you got a real chance.
McMahon referenced the Casey Smith decision a couple of years ago that Nico made that maybe was the beginning of the end, but he's been a total pro, as you know Jason Kidd to be. Okay.
And I do just want to clarify, because the text is coming in a little bit, like the Mavericks do have to grant the permission for him to even talk with the Knicks. But it might be one of those things where, like, if Jason Kidd is showing that he would rather be in New York, it's like, if you don't want to be here, then we don't necessarily want you here either. Right. So if that's really what you want to do, plus we can get something for you in some level of a coach trade here, that's why this would all unfold.
Yeah, it makes some sense to consider it, because you want employees that want to be here. Again, that would be another reason you got to get rid of Nico. You know, here we're going to choose Nico over a legend like Jason Kidd that won a championship for you and has been one of the best head coaches.
Yeah, in some aspects, it's like, wow, he's willing to work for James Dolan, and he'd rather work for Dolan than for Nico.
Thank you.
That's all you need to know.
Don't let this happen. Adelson family, Dumont, can anybody text them and explain to them what the F they're thinking about doing?
I was just asking, does it have anything to do with the owner, in a sense? Maybe Jason's kind of looking at it like, man, they let Nico just run rough shot through this thing, and they're not stopping or putting any brakes on him.
Yeah.
I probably would work for Dolan.
Yeah.
At least I can talk to him.
Hey, absolutely.
Might be better than Nico, and of course the Mavs will eventually bring you back.
Damn.
What would this be, a third or fourth time for Kidd? So, yes, certainly it would be imaginable. I just think
hypothetically,
it's unimaginable right now that a good owner, a good governor would understand this and be like, oh yeah, let's just keep Nico rolling with this. He traded Luka, now he's going to trade away the fan favorite head coach. That's wild. And what's this? He could get Giannis. Hello, is anybody home? I'm available. I'll work for free, Adelson family. Okay, you need an advisor. Somebody is, I guess you thought that was going to be Nico. We heard like 2 months ago that they're like, no, Nico does not have carte blanche anymore. This makes me wonder. This really makes me wonder. And this would be Nico falling so hard for AD that he thought Luka for AD was a great trade, and now Jason Kidd is the Giannis whisperer. Let New York have the Giannis whisperer, because dang it, I got AD, buddy. He's going to play at least 45 games for us next year.
Yeah, that is a crazy notion, dude.
Please.
Okay. One of the worst decisions in sports history, other than what Nico has done, I think, is letting Pete DeBoer go. That's what my gut is telling me. My mind is saying, hold on, maybe they can find a better coach. Jim Nill's a great GM. Take a chill pill, Dawson. But, the news coming out, this just a couple of days after Ghilardi shot down the reports from the Canadian media that DeBoer was going to be out. Apparently he was right. Our spidey senses with both Sherrington and Cowlishaw writing that this is real over the last 2 days, they were spot on. Dude's gone. And now he's, I guess, going to be looking for his fifth team over the course of 17 years. It's about on pace. Every 3 or 4 years, DeBoer moves on.
Yeah, Sean Shapiro had a great piece, and he was saying that Ottinger wasn't the one pushing any buttons to remove Pete DeBoer. His teammates looked at the public in-game crucifixion of Otter from DeBoer as a rallying point. So taking the shot at Ottinger and not taking the time to talk with him from Pete DeBoer is what opened up the floodgates for other players then on the Stars to air their grievances with Jim Nill. And I guess he's just one of these guys that he tends to just be stuck in his ways. He really does not go ahead and ask other people or accept other help. And he kind of has his assistant coach, who's kind of his yes man, writes Sean Shapiro, be the guy that kind of has the relationships with the other assistants, and it's not really Pete. So he takes ideas from those that he respects, but the problem is it's hard to gain his respect. I mean, I think you're right, Gavin, because I was thinking about the same thing. Like when I look at, okay, what are the actual hockey reasons to fire Pete other than him losing the locker room, which it does appear happened, right? With the way that he commented. And if he could go back in time and he doesn't address pulling Jake Ottinger the way that he did and basically throwing him under the bus, I think he's still the Stars coach. But being able to lose game one as consistently as they did, which hell could also be an indictment on him, but constantly be able to rally the team down, even from 0-2 against Vegas is a good team, constantly win game sevens. You get to the Western Conference Finals 3 years in a row. It's tough to say that you're going to find somebody better, but this is par for the course with Pete. It seems like he has this type of exit everywhere he's gone, where the message is worn thin and he's pissed off people in the building or his players, and ultimately they say, you know what, we need a new voice.
Yeah, and that's part of sports. You know, I think it happens more in soccer and and hockey than basketball, football, baseball. But I mean, he lasted longer than most coaches. I think he had a tremendous amount of success. But I mean, I think this ship had already sailed when he went back to the locker room and did not sort of try to make peace there. And that's exactly what a team needs that's trying to take the next step. You don't need a hand holder and it's going to be okay. You need, damn it, not good enough. Coach is quiet. Coach doesn't have to come around and hold your hand and tell you it's going to be okay. This team was down 3-1 and 2-0, and it broke this team. And this roster, instead of looking in the mirror, decided to blame the coach. You know, I do think that is absolutely a pattern of the culture around youth and amateur sports, and now it's made its way into professionalism. I haven't heard DeBoer being abusive. You know, I'll draw the line at abusive. This is tough, old school coaching that I think's respectful. So you want me, after I pull a guy for getting us in this situation, trying to wake up the team, he's going to come in with a bad mood, and you want me as the head coach and leader to go, ask him for an apology or something? Yeah. That's incredible, and I think that is why this team is so hot damn soft. They're soft. That's what that team is. We knew they were physically soft. Now we know they're mentally and emotionally soft. And Jim and Gags got talked into siding with them instead of siding with the coach. I watched Jerry Sloan go through the entire player empowerment age of the NBA and stand in the face of it and consistently outperformed what that team should have been because everybody bought in because the owner had his back. You don't like the way Jerry Sloan talked to you? Well, find me a trade for a better player because I'm not going to do anything about it, That's not the kind of operation we're in, and sports teams by far are more successful like this. Bill Belichick, in the face of it, players would leave after winning a championship saying, wow, that guy was, that wasn't very fun. That's what gets results, and that's what pro sports should be. So that's disappointing, and I'm glad we have a great GM like Jim Nill who can probably find a guy who can get you back to the conference finals at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation, but I do think that when you go to the microphone after the game and make it seem like Otter's the reason why you've lost 6 of 7 in the postseason to the Oilers and act like nobody else is to blame here, like at what point do you look in the mirror and say, yeah, I'm part of those 6 of 7 losses as well. I'm Pete DeBoer. I've never gotten over the hump. Yeah. I've also been a problem at this portion of the calendar. And there were so many other reasons why you lost that series other than just Otter. Yeah. And I understand the reason of like, hey, I'm trying to light a fire under these guys, so I'm going to pull them. Mm-hmm. But you also have to understand how to manage the personalities. And hey, I'm not going to I think what he did after pulling him and the things that he said to the media and then not having a single man-to-man conversation with the player before you start talking to the media, it just shows like a total disconnect to where like you do still have to manage these personalities. If you want to call it being a babysitter, okay, but that's just that's part of human management. You have to be able to do some of that. And you can't say, I'm Bill Belichick, I've been there, done that. Because you haven't.
Yeah.
So like, all those Game 7s are a lot of fun, dude. But what do you do for me in the Stanley Cup?
So my counter would be, why are we acting like Otter has been there, done that, and is so amazing?
He's 25 years old.
Right?
He's 25 years old.
He had the 12th best save percentage in the regular season in the NHL. Yeah, and maybe at 25 years old, this is the perfect time for you to learn a hard lesson so you can actually go be the goaltender that his fans keep saying he is all of the time. I've watched, what have we seen, 4 playoff runs out of Otter, 3? And about every other series, he's really good. But the evidence that he's winning you games, that he won the Winnipeg series, isn't there. Like, what has he won for you that he deserves this level of respect? Wolchuk brought us.
I think he did this year. I think the first 2 series, like he outside of Mikko Rantanen, he was your best player. I mean, the diving save that he had, which I think was Game 6 against Winnipeg, like you lose that game if he doesn't make that save, you end up winning it thanks to that game now going to overtime, and Thomas Harley makes it. I think this postseason, it is fair in the conference finals, he's not been good enough. 100%. He's been outplayed by Aiden Hill and Stuart Skinner twice. So there is room for Otter to take another step. I'm not against him being somebody that deserves criticism. He does. But he still was. You're not even in that portion of the postseason without the way that he played. And I guess from Pete's standpoint, where I probably wouldn't have fired him, but I guess if the players in that room aren't going to play hard for the coach, you can't keep that coach around anymore, no matter how you feel about him.
It's easier to change one coach than a bunch of players.
Right.
How would you not play hard for a coach to get you to the finals every year?
Evidently, because of the way that he handled after losing.
But is that just one?
It probably was a buildup of a lot of things.
I mean, I'd like to know the buildup then, because we're here. I mean, we when we look at the other sports teams, I mean, the Stars is there. That's amazing for them.
It's the gold standard for DFW right now.
We should be so happy that our team. Yeah, we want them to get in the Cup final and compete and all that, but
he beat 2 teams better than him.
He did.
Coaches don't beat teams better than them in the playoffs.
They should honestly have a statue of him in front of that arena. The way, I mean, the consistency that he's able to do
Miro.
And under pressure, the way that he's able to do it. Now, to me, I kind of look at it as like, I think this is really something very telling to the next coach here, that Jim Neal really didn't have his back. That would be very telling to me. That, I mean, now he's obviously going to hire somebody probably that doesn't have the head coaching experience, maybe a first-time coach.
Maybe Neil Graham, I think, is probably the leading name in the clubhouse.
But if I was coming in here, I'm like thinking, wow, he just fired a 3-time finalist, Western Conference Finals coach.
Yeah,
those could be pretty big shoes to fill.
Indeed.
Right there. And I'd like to know. I'd like to know this. I think Jim Neal's now in the hot seat.
I think he should be, because the way the team's constructed has to change. Well, I get Stars fans. We love our guys. We love Jason Robertson. We love Wyatt Johnson. We love Heiskanen. They have to change how they're built physically. They are soft. They are getting bullied and pushed around in every single series. They found ways to win against teams that might be a little bit more. They got to add some grease. They got to add some grit to their club.
All right, great start, gentlemen. We're coming back. G-Bag of the Day champ. Then Wolchuk's top 10. What's the subject matter, sir?
All right, we've got the top 10 quarterbacks that are being paid based on NIL valuation, and happy National Donut Day. What's your favorite donut and what's your favorite donut spot? But let's talk Trajan Wealth, shall we? That's Trajan, and Trajan Wealth, someone I've been talking to for...
Pepper lady. Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg made.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
okay. Call 713-231-1133. Subject to approval. Equal housing lender. SWE.
For Men's Health Awareness Month. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteaclinic.com. That's mensteaclinic.com.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hey, Tolos, it's Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door, DFW's #1 garage door company. Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit tolbertgaragedoor.com.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation segment brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Wolchuk's top 10 here in just a second. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far comes from my man Broadus. Yay, Broadus, stand up.
What I do?
Done it.
Highly unfortunate situation of broadcasting yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, you misspoke. You were missing a spoke, if you will. Dope. Yeah. By the way, G-Bag of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, and we replay them here at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there this weekend, don't be afraid to hit me up what you guys have been doing, and it is amazing. We've got some good stuff lined up for next week, all right? At Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and here's Broadus' unfortunate broadcasting situation.
Like, let's lock in on defense. Law of averages. Drew Holiday, Swiss Army knife. Let's protect the rim.
Did win a championship playing that way, didn't
I
they?
like it.
Did.
No, they absolutely did.
They figured it out.
They absolutely did. Those jerks.
So why you getting hard on it?
Excuse me.
Wow, bro.
Do you figure out the answer to that question, Chief?
I'm a basketball guy, man, and I love championships. I love titles. Brian?
I was trying to pivot. It didn't work.
I thought you were pretty proud of yourself.
Something caught your eye?
No, nothing caught my eye.
I got to pivot. Oh, man, it got me.
So why you getting hard on it?
See, if Brian can make it 2 in his pursuit of 5 coming up, I guess Monday at 5:30 will be your next G-Bag of the Day championship.
Oh, that's a good opportunity to vote against it.
We'll see. You'll probably say something else between now and then. Maybe you'll be facing yourself. Here he is, Zach with an H or Wooly Bully.
All right, 877-881-1053. Give me your favorite donut shop and your favorite donut. I do have the Dallas Observer, just fresh off the press, put out their top 10 donut shops in Dallas. So, and I believe that there are some donut shops that are doing specials. So I think Krispy Kreme, like all their locations, are doing a free donut. So you can pop on in there, get that hot and ready. But don't they kind of always, as I'm saying that, if the hot and ready sign's on, you can go in there and get a free glazed, right?
Oh, really? I didn't know that was a thing.
Is that not a thing?
You can just walk in there and get a free Krispy Kreme every day?
A free glaze specific.
See, that's how rumors start.
Yeah, dude.
Crap. And you walk in there and get turned down. Like, wow, man.
Wow. Thanks.
I can't confirm that I've done this too, Lucius, so I don't want to send people in there. Maybe we should call it Krispy Kreme and we'll figure that out.
Especially with something as serious as this. If this was just some willy-nilly topic, I would say just run with it. But you don't mess with someone thinking they're getting a free donut and they get ball sacked.
Next thing you know, I mean, that's a
especially if you walk in there for one donut, you probably need that, Joe.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's true.
Look at me, I need that. But I did see the list of the wealthiest college football quarterbacks based on NIL valuation just got posted today. The honorable mention on here is John Mateer at Oklahoma.
Yeah, he's the transfer from
the pride
Washington,
of the pride of the Carter fighting Freemans there with the Sooners. He's getting $2.7 million in NIL money. I don't know if there's other names you want to throw out there that you think are probably in this top 10.
Well, I think the first name that is going to come to mind is Arch Manning.
Oh, he's Arch Manning, you think, the top one?
He's probably making fat stacks. We know Carson Beck got the fatty boomba from Miami.
Cha-chang.
That's pretty much all I got for you. Wolchuk, back to you.
Yep, Arch Manning coming in at numero uno, boys. He is the wealthiest college quarterback per NIL valuation, $6.8 million. For good old Arch. It's massive. He's got deals with Red Bull, Uber, Panini America, not to mention whatever Texas is paying him just to play there right now. But that dude's cashing in a big, big way. There's
no reason to go pro.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't think he is. I'm telling you. I think that he's following this Manning path. He will not be coming out this year. I think he's starting at least 2 years at Texas, unless they win the national championship and he gets a Heisman. And he's pretty much accomplished it all.
I just hope he doesn't follow the Manning path in the training room. You know,
no, yeah, we don't want the taint stuff going down.
Let me ask you this,
or in the bus, right? Didn't Peyton throw them cheeks out of the window?
There was a mooning too.
He's a very cheeky guy.
Pattern of behavior.
Very cheeky guy.
Now, I thought it was nuts and not taint.
Was it nuts?
I thought it was nuts, right? Like a teabagging situation.
Yeah, it was a teabagger.
Okay.
I think we are probably discrediting him.
That's probably right. It might have just been like the nose went up the taint.
We might need to revisit that.
Yeah.
Just some of the deets.
Is there video of that?
I mean, it's kind of hard to separate the two once you're inside some compression shorts.
It's all about the same right there. You're kind of you're in it. Bryce Underwood, the Michigan quarterback who they poached from you there, Brian.
He hasn't played it down.
No, he's $3 million. He's number 9.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. Is he ahead of Beck?
No, Beck's number 2.
Oh, did you already say that?
No, I didn't.
He's a loser.
I didn't.
Look at this, dude. I'm on, it's Rooster Magazine. Rooster.com. The headline reads, "Remembering the time Peyton Manning teabagged a trainer."
Yeah.
Was it a male trainer?
Wait, what?
A trainer?
Okay, just make sure you say that.
Oh, did I almost?
Oh, was it?
You don't want to go too fast. You want to get the story correct. That's all I'm saying, fam.
Absolutely. Journalistically integritous.
I'm going to walk back that free donut, by the way. I'm just going to walk that one back. You got to buy something, says some of the text.
Okay, little BOGO.
Maybe buy one, get one. Yeah, but they are giving away free donuts today.
Can I throw a guy in there for?
Yeah.
How about a guy at LSU, Nussmeier?
So you got 2 and 3 there, Brian. Carson Beck at $4.3 million at number 2. Garrett Nussmeier's
What's our
making
guy at South Carolina?
South Carolina. Man, you're on this, dude. Lenore Sellers, number 4.
Okay.
South Carolina, $3.7 million for Lenore Sellers as he's getting himself some nice NIL money, baby. Let's go. Can you keep it going?
Anybody step up at Oregon?
Oregon does not have a guy listed in the top 10.
Anybody step up at? How about our guy in Nebraska?
Nebraska's not in here.
Okay.
There's a couple of other big ones, though.
Any of our Ohio State guys making money?
No, the kid at Ohio State's not quite there. There's one player that is from the state of Texas that's playing for a big-name program, and they lost in the playoff. Klubnik. Cade Klubnik coming in at $3.4 million. There's another SEC quarterback at the Swamp there, also a Texas kid, DJ Lagway, at number 5, $3.7 million.
Is there a guy still at Arizona State?
Boom. Yes, Sam Levitt.
Okay.
Sam Levitt at number 8, making $3.1 million.
Oh, wow.
And then you're missing one more, and he is projected to be a first-round pick right now.
Ooh.
Big Ten.
Big Ten first-round pick.
Oh, it's a Penn State dude.
It is.
Oh, Allard.
Allard.
Drew Allard.
Yeah.
Yep, $3.1 million for Drew Allard. And something he could have got number 1 if he had to just come out this year. I don't know.
Nico would have been in this list too, right? If he wouldn't have transferred?
Yeah, if he didn't transfer, he would have been. Absolutely. He absolutely would have been. Okay.
I got the quote from the trainer.
Okay, you give us to it. Give it to us. What did I say?
She says...
it was a female.
Quote.
Yeah.
It was the gluteus maximus.
If it was another guy, he wouldn't have cared. Like, oh man, he got me teabagged, bro. You know,
never washing my face and get you back.
You know, I'm getting you, dog.
Going eye for an eye. Brown eye for a brown eye. Okay, it was the gluteus maximus, she says. The rectum. The testicles.
I mean, the rectum.
And that makes you think, was he doing some level of spreading?
Is there
Because
squatting
that's a
going
tough
on?
thing.
Is he a squatter?
Sort of like an inner.
We're in a catcher stance here.
Testicle, and then she says the area between the testicles. So there was taint as well. It really feels like this was a full spectrum.
Sound like a medical examination.
everything.
You just did.
Sound like a scraping.
Yeah.
Yeah. The ripping and the tearing.
All that was in her face.
Wow.
So,
man, and this guy still went number one. Can you believe that?
yeah, went on to have a pretty solid career.
NFL Man of the Year.
Omaha Productions.
Omaha. We love him. We really do.
Thank you for this award.
Walter Payton, Man of the Year.
Exactly. One of the best human beings I've ever been around.
They're thinking a guy
Round,
with a
round.
forehead like that, there's no way he's capable of this heinous act.
Oh, he's too smart for that, right? It's glistening forehead.
Maybe Eli.
I got a large taint too, you know. I'm backing
Oh,
out.
yeah.
I'm backing
He's
out. My
6'5",
bad.
you're
I'm
right.
backing out. I'm backing out.
I mean, if it's proportional to his forehead, a lot of real estate.
Yeah.
Did you just say you did?
No, he probably what?
I thought you said you did.
Well, both can be
I have a
true.
large.
No, absolutely not. I don't know what's going on back there.
Don't be talking about my taint. You keep my taint out of your mouth. It's the land of the unknown down there.
Top 10 donut shops in the DFW, according to the Observer. We go to North Richland Hills.
Shipley's in there somewhere.
Shipley's is on here. Sure is. Golden Crown Cookies and Mochi Donuts.
Whoa, that's a lot to be said.
Is it Machi?
Is it Mochi? M-O-C-H-I?
Might be Machi.
Is it Machi?
They do like the ice cream things too that are
they
pretty
do.
delightful.
Here we
They have
go.
those in the Cowboys press box.
They do. You're right. We got.
Only you notice those things.
I feel like we can't go
After-
much further without a reference to Delonte West, one of the great donut drops in sports history. Better have my donuts.
That's a good call.
Okay.
That's a great call.
Brad Sham as well. I'll eat a donut.
But let me go Sonny's Donuts in Sunnyvale.
Sonny's.
I love it.
Let me see. Sonny's was on some list that I was looking at.
No, he's making that up.
so.
He's making that up right
Or he's
now.
pandering. I don't know which one it is.
No pandering going on
He's
here.
pandering.
We heard you on the radio, Gavin.
I think it's just little mom and pop and daughter.
Those are the best ones.
Yeah.
There's 2 more dozens for you guys.
There you go,
I love
buddy.
it.
Hey, that Baker's dozen we gave you? Sure.
Jerem's Donuts off Abrams, which I have been to once. Very good.
See you in the morning.
Honeybird Sandwiches, Donuts, and Coffee off
That's a
Preston
lot.
Road.
That's a lot. It's a big name.
It's a good name, Honeybird.
I also, the original one's in Flower Mound. They also have a spicy bird biscuit sandwich.
Ooh,
that you can pair with their donuts.
Fire, bro. I would actually replace the biscuit with the donuts.
They're also doing this viral Dubai chocolate there, apparently. Everybody's getting into. This is a weird name. I'm just going to skip that one.
Oh, why?
Again, I can't say that. Parlor Donuts off Stacy Road.
Hugh Janice's.
It's a business?
It's a business. It's like Moorish. I don't know how to. I don't know if I'm saying it right. I don't want to discredit them.
Shout out to the Moors.
The Moors. The Moorish.
Moors of Spain.
I love the Moors. In Fort Worth. And then LaRue Donuts in Trinity Groves. LaRue Donuts. They got crullers. They're big on the crullers there, if you like that. And the cake donuts.
Cake.
And I know we love our cake donuts. And shout out to Hertz Donuts in Frisco from the 214. That is a very delicious donut spot. So just some of them that featured on the Dallas Observer. Go and make sure you get yourself a donut today. And who spells donut? How do you spell donut?
D-O-N-U-T.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Everybody?
Yeah, donut.
Like dog nut.
D-O-N-U-T.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lucius?
I like how he spelled it. Like the rhythm you did, because I go with the D-O-N-U-T-S.
Okay.
Donuts.
Either way.
But his rhythm is better than
D-O-U-G-H.
mine. Enough, you know.
That's an upset.
Yeah. What?
But the donuts, that's how I see that this is actually supposed to be spelled.
I mean, those to me are always like 10 out of 10 surefire. Just the place within red letters, it just says D-O-N-U-T on it.
Krispy Kreme. You see that?
You don't mess with
neon,
that UGH stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
that's the tricky ones right there.
Not doing all that.
Phil's trying to get in and get free donuts from Parlor Donuts.
D-O-U-G-H-N-U-T-S. Like National Donut Day. That's how they go. And this list is, that's how they spell it. I've never
Parlor?
seen it.
You're almost
Parlor
doubling the
Donuts,
letters.
yeah.
Can you imagine the bill on that LED sign? You go UGH.
Don't do that.
$300 turns into $500. Just like
Unnecessary.
that. That's not good business sense.
Agreed. Amen.
I actually am encouraged when one of the letters, the LED letters, is out.
Yeah.
You know?
They're too focused on the goods.
Exactly.
Yeah. We'll get to that.
Yeah. We're too busy handing out free donut holes.
Hey, Baker's
to our
dozen,
patrons.
Do you get
Man, I
mad
love
if they
that,
don't
too.
give you one free donut hole?
Absolutely. I'll go back.
I figured
and
they
say
got a
that.
Kind of
number
look
in
at them in a cross way after you sign your card there. Like, do you want a
Especially-
receipt? You're like, no, you didn't give me a free donut thing.
Especially because the individual donuts have become so expensive. Like when I was growing up, 35 cents, 50 cents. Like the dollar donut was something. Now they're all $2.50.
Yeah.
I get a half dozen kolaches or sausage rolls or whatever you call them.
Pig in a blanket.
I get 6 piggets. I get 2 glazed, 2 blueberry, and I'll be hitting well into the $20s of dollars. That's like $26.
I'll tell you what.
It
I'll
is
tell you what
crazy.
I'll tell you what they get you too. Those drinks.
They're going to overcharge it.
Yeah, they're always like, oh,
Can I get some milk with it? That's always our big thing.
Coke.
When I go in there with the girls,
and
they always want these juices.
some type of
$4 juice.
It's like it's got some princess thing on it, or something like that. Yeah,
it's got like a Paw Patrol head on it, and they're just like infatuated. It's like it's $4 or $5. I'm not doing.
Maybe that's what's getting me. I get the Paw Patrol apple juice and then the crown on top of the donut. That's probably $10 right there.
Easily.
Okay, we got to run. What's next, Chief?
Biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
I need to chat Frankels with you, though. Here we go into the weekend, and hope you have a great time. Look at this backing up and coming into downtown already on Central. If you're heading...
a V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ready for adoption at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Time for the Chief. Here he is, Eric.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue.
Eric.
It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Thank you, Broadus. 214, our guy Woody. Huge victory yesterday because he sent the mother-in-law and the sister-in-law out to Tolbert Garage Door to get him the lovely G-Bag Tumbler Cup.
Oh, what a win.
So congratulations to Woody, who is, of course, fantastic. I believe he's still cruising off the opiates and the benzos. So that's great news overall. And it was awesome to see them. Yesterday was just a huge victory in general.
It was a great time.
Great experience. Tolbert Garage Door, Colby's the man, and all the Tolos. It was great. I mean, how many of them were just like, dude, it's finally you guys are out here on the east side, dude.
Mm-hmm. Just
Let's
stayed
go.
and watched the whole show, basically.
Yeah. We had a nice little audience. Wolchuk got to do his Farv.
I did.
In front of a crowd of people. Is that the first time you've done that live? Like in front of an audience? A lot of people think we just hit a drop. A lot of people don't even think that's real, but you performed that
every single time. Yesterday was special.
The nerves were real.
Does it live every time, and we salute him for that. And we salute Skip in Sunnyvale for dropping by the Tolo back window decals. I'll put it up on screen so you see that. But there's new Tolo back window decals, and you'll be able to get some of those at our next appearance.
I love it. All right.
Hey, you brought up Woody.
Yeah.
He told me how much he was spending on the plug when he was like out there strung out.
All right, let's ballpark it. Should we ballpark it?
Bro, listen, I don't know if I want to tell it like that because I might put his business out there, but I know the plug is missing him. That was a big chunk of change.
That was not a client.
Bro, I'm telling you, he's missing him. If the plug got an old lady, she asked him what's going on right now with the finances. What's going on? I thought you was a dealer.
Did you get a weekly number or did you get a monthly number?
It was a weekly number.
A weekly,
bro.
yeah.
Oh, he missing that, man. I know he is.
That's tough. Well, we're proud of him. Certainly, our thoughts go out to our guy Rodeo Ron, who we're not going to get to hear from today because we don't have what you drinking, what you thinking.
It's okay.
Yeah,
we'll be giving way to Rangers pregame at 5:00. But yeah, certainly.
It was a month. My bad. It was a month, but it's a chunk of change, fam.
Fat month.
Yeah.
Well, good for Woody.
Over them digits.
Wow.
5 digits.
Yeah.
Oh man,
a month.
He was a professional addict. Yeah, that's phenomenal.
Attaboy.
And he's come through on the other side, and now he's drinking NAs. I would like to think, perhaps out of a G-bag tumbler.
214 biggest Dub Tolbert fixed my garage door today. That's Tolo Chastity Bell.
We've gotten some incredible stories of folks very far from Mesquite that needed a garage door handled, and Tolbert was there within seconds.
Awesome.
It's amazing how fast he can get there and give you the best deal and the best service. Hey, we're taking a Cowboys L. I don't know this guy too much. Broadus will. But he is known for, quote, doing the right thing. We lost Tom Rafferty at 70 years old.
Center for the Cowboys, yeah.
Tough.
Boston College. Good player.
That's the headline. Literally.
Yeah.
Tom Rafferty, a Dallas Cowboys stalwart known for doing the right thing, dies at 70. I mean, that's a heck of a title to have for your obit, if you will.
Mr. Do the Right Thing.
That's what you were known for.
Mm-hmm.
Well, seeing a lot of love. Brad Sham giving his condolences on Twitter and whatnot.
Didn't Bob just fill in for Brad a couple years ago? He did, didn't he? One of those holiday things? I must be. I'm thinking about somebody else. Tom Rafferty fill in for Brad a couple years ago, didn't he? Did he do a Cowboys game?
He wouldn't do. I think
so.
Charlie Waters filled in for Babe.
Yeah,
maybe.
Well, back in the day, I mean, they haven't the fill-ins and stuff like that. If it's a player fill-in, I don't think Babe's missed a game in a while.
I
was thinking Brad.
Yeah, but
I don't think that he. We've had.
Kyle Yeomans did it one time, and then
Ted Emmerich.
Ted Emmerich the other time. I think it's been a couple of
Vern
religious.
Lundquist did it a couple.
Vern
times.
is what I was thinking. Vern Lundquist. I'm
okay.
sorry,
Yeah.
I got that all messed up.
Yeah. Okay.
Vern, Tom,
Raph,
Eric.
salute.
It's all the same.
That stupid Eric drop is great. All right, hey, big L to those.
Stupid Dawson.
How often do you guys shop at Whole Foods? Are we Whole Foods guys here in the G-Bag Nation?
Whole check.
I used to when I lived close, but I don't have one that's convenient at all. I got a Sprouts near me.
Occasionally,
About the best I can do.
They have some specialty items that when I have to cook, that I have to go find a specialty item. They generally have it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're good for the gluten-free stuff.
Yeah,
That's when I'll pop in there.
Like once a week for water to get the big 5-gallon joints. You can get the alkaline and vitamins. They have good vitamins.
They have a really good choice too of granolas and things like that as well.
If you want to eat healthy, I feel like that's the place to go.
Yeah.
Sprouts is pretty dialed as well.
Nice.
So.
Their markets are good.
Yeah.
Within, like if you want to get the fish or the beef.
$35 of meat, size of your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Eating healthy.
And if you've
Somebody's healthy.
if you've recently been shopping at a Whole Foods getting ground beef, then you could also get a little bit of E. coli with
Pour it in my hands.
with your orders.
I sure am hungry.
I sure am hungry.
Whole Foods is dealing out E. coli with their ground beef.
what are you doing?
That's a big
Foods,
issue.
Yeah, food safety inspection services.
What are you doing over there?
Ground
Chipotle.
beef, ground beef from Whole Foods.
They do
has been
something to you over there?
Getting people popped. No, not at all.
Just a big L.
Oh, it's just a big L?
Yeah, that's all it is.
All right.
Just hey, no one's safe.
I thought maybe
Right?
they,
Isn't that
maybe
the
they
intro?
wronged you in some way, and you're like,
No, I have-
hey, let me remind you about this
Double
place.
charge me.
No issue with Whole Foods. I've never had. I don't really shop there very much, but I would certainly, if I was there, I'd be interested in some ground beef. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there was a little bit of an E. coli situation that sprung.
Gotcha, bitch.
How about Angel Reese? This is an unfortunate prop bet that people are getting huge dubs on, though.
Her first missed shot?
Yeah, the first missed shot.
Yeah, there is now a crew of bettors that are
Started off as like two guys.
on a heater. Yeah, it would start off as two guys that were just placing bets that Angel Reese was going to miss her first shot attempt in the game. And it's been hitting pretty impressively.
Six in a row, I think.
Yeah, they're rocking, but now they're doing like reaction videos of it.
Yeah.
So they're like watching it live, and they got like 15 people in the room, and they're just waiting for her to clank her first shot.
Here we go.
And then they erupt with
I saw him miss
excitement.
a couple. It was hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When
they failed, they're like, "What are we doing, man? You realize the amount of money we just lost on one girl making a shot?"
That is a hilarious bit. That's
but they're
on
up.
right now.
They're up overall now.
Oh yeah. Overall,
Yeah.
they're on fire.
I figure if I was Reese, I'm making him pay for this. No contested lay-ins, all bunnies for my first one. Might even kick it out for the first time this year.
Yeah. That would change my style of play a little bit as well. If I knew this was the viral bet that's going around.
This will stop soon.
Now, I guess we got a Lil Wayne album that dropped, and I saw Lucius on Twitter. You chimed in about it a little bit. I have not seen a single positive syllable uttered about this album.
Sad too. Oh, no. Yeah, man. I turned it on when I was in the gym. You know, I'm thinking this Lil Wayne's gonna give me high energy and everything, but I got about to this Bono song. I think I was maybe like 7 songs deep, and after I had to press pause, I was like, "Oh my God, I can't do this right here." So I had to go back to some old stuff and get through this workout, man. I don't know what's going on with Wayne's situation. You know what? You got a whole lot of yes men around him, and some of the production is all right. I feel like there's some AI involved with the production, so it doesn't feel real.
That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, the production was really, really bad. Like, Wayne wasn't bad. It's really the mix of him and the production.
Yeah, I
saw
a couple of little clips of songs, and they were pretty damning in terms of wow, is that real?
Anybody say anything nice? Yeah,
I haven't seen anybody say anything nice about the new Lil Wayne album, so that's definitely an L for him. My L for the week, I had no further questions, by the way. Like Dawson, you can just take this to break, but
Let's go.
I did have my first Shartuation of 2025 this week.
Oh, okay. What'd you eat?
Back to
So supposed to move on from that?
Back to Dawson.
Perfectly timed.
Top 3 at 3 coming up.
What are you blaming it on? I did think the gastro was not in a good spot yesterday, to be honest with you.
Well, the way you opened the show was an all-timer. Is that when it happened? Did you sit there the rest of the show?
No. It was a few days ago in the street while my girls were riding scooters, and I said, "Take it inside, girls. Take it inside. We just came out. Doesn't matter. We got business. Do you throw those away? Are those throwaways after that?"
Absolutely, 100%. You throw those away.
All right, I'll have to throw those away. Then.
Burn them if you can.
That is
Nobody ever seen them.
and a half. Thank you, Chief. Biggest L, biggest W every Friday 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll hit the 3-piece in the top local sports stories. Haven't even talked about the Rangers. That was too painful. But we'll do it next. Here coming up next, it's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Tell you what's not painful. In fact, it's extremely comfortable. That is Collars & Co. If you don't know them by now, well, Collars & Co., they're making the 4-way stretch comfortable polo. The top's got a firm rest collar.
Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Hour 2, G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler's going to join us in just a couple of minutes. We'll be talking some Rangers baseball with Sands as they're in Washington tonight. The pregame coming up at 5 o'clock. First pitch, 5:35. It'll be Corbin against Soroka, then DeGrom and Parker, and then Malley against Trevor Williams, who's got a 6 ERA on Sunday afternoon here on your home of the Rangers. Fielding errors to blame, second game in a row. This time Josh Smith, who just told us Tuesday that he was getting his footwork down. Everything's not instinctual over there at first. Didn't he say first was the place that he, had the biggest learning to do?
Yeah.
So that's tough. At least Marcus Semien's back. That was great. Burger bomb. They could have threatened and scored a lot more in the 7th or 8th inning. But just, the way that it ended, what's it mean? How can you recover from that? Is that the dying embers of fight? I mean, obviously we saw in 2023 they could be down and out and much worse and come back to life. But I have to imagine that the turnaround playing today, it must just feel for leadership like, man, we're inventing ways to lose here. We're finally starting to get some runs, and this other weird thing rears its ugly head. I don't particularly blame anybody. I just think it's inexperience. Maybe lack of focus from Kamar Rocker, lack of focus from Josh Smith there, But reading the explanations, their instincts aren't there, and they need time. And definitely this team overall right now is snake bit. You hate to see it. Sands coming up in a few minutes will tell us where they go next. Nico and Dumont have not yet discussed whether the franchise would be willing to grant permission for Kidd to speak to the Knicks. ESPN with the updated report building off Mark Stein, who about 4 hours ago did report that the Knicks are going to ask for permission to chat with Jason Kidd. And I'm trying to say this once an hour just in case anybody close to the Adelson family is listening. Do not let this doofus son-in-law fumble another legend.
No. That would be, I can't imagine where they'd pivot to if indeed Jason Kidd took that job. I don't think that he would. He might just say, hey, I'm not even interested in interviewing. But that would be quite the turn of events. All of a sudden, a year ago, they're playing in the NBA Finals, and now we look up, and not only do they not have Luka Doncic, now, hey, you won the lottery, so the Cooper Flag mania, that's going to kick off here in about a month or in a couple of weeks, but now, if you're looking for a new head coach, I can't imagine Jason Kidd. With having won the lottery, you've been given the gift of Cooper Flag. Anthony Davis is one of your guys. Kyrie clearly loves you. I don't think he's going to go anywhere, but you never know in sports.
I mean, I thought a while back we'd gotten word that they realized Nico might not have the answers and we can't trust him with full authority. But to what extent would they, send this through the, hey, is Nico moving on from another legend? I don't think the Adelson family or Dumont really has their finger on the pulse of what makes DFW sport evolve and move. And if they would do something like this, like allowing the Knicks to talk to Jason Kidd without getting a first-round pick or very significant compensation, I would think this is just part and parcel with the same kind of mindset that led to them parting ways with Luka. You got to think Rick Carlisle left. He wasn't fired. He wanted to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Casey Smith was unceremoniously departed with, and that might have ticked off Jason Kidd, which has started a chain event over the last 2 years that have just been kind of building to this moment. He said all the right things publicly about Luka, but does he really feel that way, and would he want to move on? I hope that could be a catalyst. As Dumont and Nico get together with this thing, and Nico's like, yep, we're going to move on from Kidd, and we're going to do this thing, and Kyrie and AD really want to play for Kidd, but we're going to make this move. I hope that would be the time where he would go, okay, now I see with full clarity that you don't have what it takes to make the right decisions for this organization. I hope we're there. Halliburton did it again, and now we must consider, are the Pacers too solid in every aspect of the game to be dismissed as easily as I've dismissed them? I mean, the Thunder were up 15. and they only trailed for 0.3 seconds. So 111-110 is the final. Latest winner in an NBA Finals game since Jordan in the 97 Finals against the Utah Jazz. Trailed by 15 with 9:42 to go. Salute to Rick Carlisle and all the Pacers there for not giving in. I think they've come back from that many points in the fourth quarter, the fifth time this postseason.
It's truly historical, the amount of games that they've had to come back where the win probabilities are at all-time lows, and they find ways to get it done. It's crazy, especially when you consider, I mean, what was it, 20 turnovers in the first half?
Oh my gosh, it was smothering defensively.
How can you even be close enough at all to try and win that game? And they got defenders, I mean, 14 of 30 from the field for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nembhard, and Nesmith. I mean, they make him work, dude.
Yeah.
Kobe Toppin was huge, and shout out to Rick.
Yeah.
He's done this now twice. The last time the 15-point comeback happened in the fourth quarter in the finals was our Dallas Mavericks, Game 2. Rick Carlisle. The coaching advantage is definitely the Pacers.
I love it. I'm rooting for him. I do kind of feel like this might kind of be where Edmonton was after losing Game 1 against the Stars. You know, we have reasons to be confident. Maybe we're a little bit anxious right now, but I would not be surprised to watch the Thunder go win this in 5 or 6 from this point forward. But maybe the Pacers are just one of the rare teams that combines a great offensive scheme, quick decision-making, and great athletes to defend that can go toe-to-toe with the Thunder. We have enough skilled size that doesn't overwhelm us. Now something else is going to be the deciding factor instead of you sort of having your way with defensive mismatches against everybody you face throughout the season. And that would be awesome. You know, I think I still remember, Rick, after they won the championship, there was that holdout and they had a media fantasy camp. And I got to go there, and there were some other writers and stuff there, and we basically, Rick kind of ran us through a practice. The assistant coaches were there, and he was just talking about how, you know, the world couldn't imagine that the game's biggest star could be taken down by a group of guys that played together and executed a game plan. I remember how proud he was of that, and if that can spell championship again, all the success he's had as a coach, you know, you'd have to put him on a very short list, maybe after Pat Riley, of the greatest coaches in my lifetime.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, the legacy factor on this for Carlisle is absolutely ridiculous. This guy, what he did with the Mavs, what he's doing right now, and he was the coach that really built up that the early 2000s Pistons team. I mean, he built that 04 Pistons team before they said, you can't get us over the hump, let's get Larry Brown. But he was still the architect behind all of that. So, I mean, this dude is absolutely in the upper echelon. If he can find a way to win this, that'd be impressive, dude.
Well, salute to Texas Tech.
How'd you do at that field day?
Field day?
Whatever it was that you had to do, the little field, whatever.
Yeah, were you cashing buckets?
How'd y'all out there?
Broke my finger.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's never been this. That's right. You've told that story.
I reached out for the ball. I think on the first possession, I was kind of nervous. I reached to go get it and change directions, and all I heard was pong. You know, as my finger went directly into the ball, broke my finger. I came back, and Rick said, "Go see the trainer. Just get some buddy tape. You're fine." So they taped the fingers together, and I went out and played the rest of the deal in excruciating pain.
You're fine.
Hurt to type for about 6 weeks.
0 for 7 from the field.
Yes, it was not good. They had a shooting coach, and I remember him pulling me to the side one point, and he's like, "Okay, I want you to try to throw it at a higher angle." He's like, "You're shooting it straight." I was like, just like my guy Clyde Drexler. Thank you very much.
That's what I'm going for.
I like how they taped your fingers up, made you go back out there. The real
so
pro
fun.
experience, you know what I mean?
It was so dang fun. And I'll never forget it. Okay, we go with Sands here. He's at Jared
No, he's not
Sen
answering
on
yet.
Twitter. He's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Okay, yeah. We'll get him on here before we get to the pregame show coming up at 5 o'clock. Salute to Texas Tech. They get it done again. Kennedy, the exceptional pitcher, was massive once again in a 4-3 win. I think there was a story earlier that they've come up with the cash there with the Matador Foundation to keep her for next year.
Yeah.
So I guess they got another mill together.
Yeah.
But they were up 4-1. Wheels started to show maybe some signs they were coming off. She was approaching 500 pitches in the College World Series alone, and there was a fielding error behind her, then a hit by pitch, and then a double. And the Longhorns made it 4-3, but she ends up going the distance for the 5th straight game up there in Oklahoma City. So I know there's so many fans out there that are getting to go on this this fun ride right now. It's it's amazing, and it's really fun that the women's college sports have reached that level of the coverage that you can buy in and have fun with a lot of these stories. Okay, then with the Stars, I mean, to be honest, I don't know what this means for this team. There are so many big decisions that need to be made. If it wasn't for my respect to the GM, I would think, we need to blow this thing up, or maybe the Stars championship window as we know it has ended. I'll hold out hope because I know they can find another great coach, and they have so many good players. But it's been so many bites of the apple here and disappointment, and I think this is what happens to teams that face the expectation and they don't get there. It's going to break you in one way or another. And I think DeBoer was the strongest thing in that entire locker room. These guys, we know they're not physically tough. I got to question their mental and emotional toughness. All right, what is that? Feeling bad for your goalie who was getting whooped again? So we don't like how the coach held our goalie accountable and then didn't go sweet talk him afterwards. Yeah. That is cowering on the ice as 40-year-old Corey Perry is raining down bombs on you. That is the mental and emotional equivalent. And, of course, they have so much talent. They can definitely make this thing happen. But I'm looking for significant change if you're going to move on from the coach in this situation. How about you guys? How'd that news hit you earlier today?
I was a bit surprised. I was. To hear afterwards that there was basically a rallying cry, and it wasn't Otter, but it was other players that were, hey, we're kind of ready to move on here from Pete. It was surprising. I do think Jim Nill, he is an excellent GM. They are one of the most stable organizations, well-respected franchises in all of pro sports right now. But he's got to change some style and makeup of how this roster is constructed right now. It's obviously very good. You're not a good team when you make it through what I think is the toughest postseason in all of sports to get to the conference finals 3 years in a row. But yeah, they need to add toughness. They're out hit every series that they're in.
Yes, sir. It's time now to check in with Jared Sandler, who is in the nation's capital getting ready for Rangers Nationals tonight. How we doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Well, we're doing good. What's the mood around the team right now?
Well, I can't tell, if it was because we got on a plane after midnight and arrived at some ungodly hour, or if it was the loss last night, but it definitely was a different mood, on the bus. I think guys today, they flushed it, and, they do this 162 times a year, so, it's not like there's any lingering pouting or anything, but I'd say that, the losses that I recall, where we were traveling afterwards, so everyone's kind of grouped together as opposed to people kind of going their separate ways, back to the hotel, what have you. This was definitely one of the more somber moods, just frustrating. And I think it's the way it happened too. It's you have a lead, you lose it in the ninth, and do it in an unfundamental way, which, for all the challenges this team has had this year, that really hasn't, been one of them. But, that series against Tampa was not, a Tommy Mansky type series, and ended up costing them last night in the ninth.
Josh Smith, so good at the dish, 2 for 4. He told us Tuesday in our player interview that he has the least amount of confidence at first base, working on his footwork and everything. What's that say about a team back-to-back games that hadn't had that come up? Is that just maybe we should play guys at their normal positions until this blows over? What do you say, Sands?
Well, I'd say, and I appreciate him saying he doesn't have as much confidence there. He's looked fine. It's not like he's, had tons of problems. And also, what's been the biggest issue for this team? It's been the lineup. And so they're trying to find ways to get guys in the lineup. And Josh's versatility allows them to maybe put forth the best offensive nine without compromising things defensively. And again, and he said after the game last night that, maybe he hesitated a second, but if he, had to do it again, he'd still go after that. And we heard from Brad Miller, who's played first base in his career, but also, like Josh, was a shortstop who then had to move over to first at times. And he said, with the way things were positioned, Josh kind of was in a position to go for it. What if he doesn't go for it and that ball gets, squirts through, then the game's over, right? So, it's kind of a tough 50-50 play. But I think at the end of the day, you look at what the biggest challenge for this team has been. It hasn't been defense. It's been scoring runs. And so, I think Boat's just trying to do everything he can to get guys in there who are going to help them score runs. And obviously Josh Smith is someone that, we like to see in the lineup because of, how productive he's able to be.
So Patrick Corbin makes his return to Washington. We get to reunite with our old buddy Nathaniel Lowe. What do you think of this Washington team? Is this a good opportunity maybe against their staff to turn things around, maybe get a sweep of the Ranger zone?
Well, I hope so. I mean, it seems pretty lofty, right, to go in with that hope. But, I mean, winning a series, yeah. Let's look at the three guys the Rangers are going to face. They're not going to face Mackenzie Gore, who's the best pitcher for the Nationals. They got three guys who should not present such an imposing matchup where you go into it like a Skubal start or a Drew Rasmussen start where it's like, gosh, we just scratch across one or two. But, how many times have we said that? We said it about Bowden Francis a few weeks ago. We said it about this guy or that guy. And, at the end of the day, the lineup's not scoring. They're not scoring, and it doesn't matter who they're facing. So they just, I do think you're right, Zach. I think this is definitely a more favorable opportunity in that regard. But, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch because, this lineup just hasn't been able to put stuff together consistently. But to that end, hopefully this is a good opportunity for a bounce back and then go into Minnesota, team that just lost their best pitcher, and maybe, come away with a winning road trip because, the Rangers have this great opportunity playing in the AL West where no one is running away with the division. Mm-hmm. As down as, the Rangers might feel, as down as the fan base I'm sure feels, and it never feels good to have a below 500 record. The reality is this division is a 1 week hot stretch away from being in the Rangers' hands or, being a game away from being in their hands. I mean, it just, you don't have the Phillies in your division. You don't have the Tigers. You don't have any of these teams that are, getting off to such great starts where, you find yourself in a deep hole.
Now that Marcus Semien has it dialed like this, how long do we get to have this version of him, you think? A couple months?
I hope for the rest of the year. If this can be a remake of 2022, I'll take that, right? It's such a slow start. We talked about that and was really good the rest of the way. So if that's the case, then I think, they'll be in good hands with Marcus. And, he really does look locked in. And then yesterday, his 2 home runs, that's Marcus Semien. He didn't hit the ball 400 feet. I think one was 366. I think the other was 369. It wasn't like he hit the ball 110 miles an hour off the bat, but he was pulling the ball in the air. And earlier this year, it just seemed like he wasn't on time. And so instead of pulling the ball in the air, he was hitting the ball to center field in the air. And he just doesn't have the type of power to routinely, get knocks or hit it over the fence to center. He's a guy who, he's kind of like Alex Bregman, like Isaac Paredes, these guys who they understand what their skill set is, and they tailor their approach to fit that. And for Marcus, that's getting the ball in the air, hitting it down the line, and that's what he did yesterday. And, hopefully he can get into that type of rhythm or maintain that rhythm, then, could be a good few months for Marcus.
Hey, Jared, I was going to ask you, though, that the bullpen did a nice job until it got down to Garcia, and he gets the first out. But are there still questions about the closer here, that you can get this thing 7-8, but you have questions about what's going to happen in the 9th?
Yeah. And, it was tough yesterday because Chris Martin was warming and then, he wasn't able to go, right? Yeah. So, and I think, there were reports that perhaps Luis Crivello being up here and maybe he can help if, he in fact gets activated. But yeah, I think that's fair broadest. I think you can look at the 9th inning 2 ways, right? The 4-pitch walk to Aranda.
The walk, it was bad.
That's the one where, for Garcia, from a pitching standpoint, you're like, that's the demerit for him. But, there were a couple plays where if one of the 2 plays defensively on balls hit in the infield are made, we're not having this conversation. So it's always a tough one to reconcile when that's the case. But, at the end of the day, I think if you ask someone before last night, hey, what is your concern about Robert Garcia? It's not, he doesn't have good enough stuff or he doesn't miss bats. None of that. It's hey, is he going to be able to keep guys off base via the free pass? And so you look at last night, that 4-pitch walk to Aranda was tough. And here's the thing, too, guys. I thought Brad made a great point last night. When you put Aranda on, you put the tie and run to the plate, but you also change the way your defense has to be positioned. And so now it opens up holes for the hitters. And just with the way that inning played out, it ended up making a difference, right? Because now your first baseman can't play, further off the line. And now, your second baseman's going to be moved a little bit this way and all that stuff. So, that walk is more than just a walk, right? It kind of opens up an opportunity for the offense. And, credit the Rays. They put the ball in play and, good things happen. So, but yeah, if the Rangers are in a safe situation tonight, not sure, who it would be. But I'll tell you guys, it's not conventional. I'd be awfully curious if Hoby Milner, got some opportunities, what it would look like, because he has been absolutely outstanding for this club.
Great stuff as always, Sands. Have a good weekend there, and we will catch up with you next week.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Cheers. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. C-Note, fresh batch of Cowboys headlines as we go into the weekend. Get ready for next week's mandatory mini camp next here in the nation. I want to get you ready for the summer heat, though. It is heating up. It's humid. And new windows from Window Nation can make your home a lot more energy efficient. Plus, right now, buy 4, get 4 free.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some folks called?
We've got your playoff cravings covered. Grab your amigos and head to Mexican Bar Company in Plano. Mexican Bar Company, where sports meets Mexican flavor. More info at mexbars.com.
Welcome back, nation. Salute to the 817. Welcome back to you, sir. So has just finished up a week-long vacay with the family in Tennessee. Listening to you guys heading back to Weatherford. Welcome on home, sir. Hopefully this sports weekend is great for you. We're about 90 minutes away from Rangers pregame. We're trying to get off the snide. Just got swept by the Rays. Time now for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. Brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up here at about 3:45 here. It's right around the corner now. Let me try to get you updated. You got a story on Blogging the Boys. Damone Clark is diagnosing things quicker under defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus. Do you still have any hope for Damone Clark, Brian, based on what you've seen?
Boy, I'd sure like to see that be the case. I mean, the size, the ability, the athletic ability, always been pretty impressive with him. The problem is he just does not see things quick. And they had to even back him up off the ball to help him with some of his reading stuff. So, boy, I'd like to see that with my own eyes, that in fact that he's seen the place quicker. because you will see some times when he was in the game where everybody else is moving. It's almost like watching with Mozzie Smith, coming off the ball sometimes. He just doesn't see or read it quick enough, doesn't look at the block. You can read the stance of an offensive lineman and kind of see, like, okay, well, this guy's coming off of me, this angle. I've got to outrun this and got to get to the spot. But
just a half tick faster in the NFL.
He had some problems. It was nice to hear him. He had an interception the other day. It seems like Joe Milton's helping a lot of these down the line linebackers.
I mean,
get some decent plays at camp.
Talking to Damone Clark, it's so easy to root for the guy.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the intangibles, the desire. It's all there. But I think that's it. It's just like, can you read and react? And at linebacker, if you can't, it's tough. But maybe a schematic change can make him at least better.
Yeah.
Okay, Pro Football Focus here is doing their preseason rankings. Deron Bland coming in as the 32nd corner. Now, Chief, I think I got to lean on you here. They talk about how in 2023 he broke the record for pick sixes. His PFF advanced coverage grade wasn't great that year. And I don't know what the difference of a PFF advanced grade and a PFF coverage grade is. But his coverage grade that year was 6th, even though the advanced coverage grade was bad. And in 24 last year, in the 7 games or whatever he played, no picks. And the 71.4 grade was not good, which is their justification for basically, putting him at about league average here if you're ranked number 32.
Yeah, that's. He definitely didn't have his best year last year, that's for sure, and he was coming off that injury, and things in general defensively were just not really that awesome. But I mean, the play versus the Bengals, wasn't that Jamar Chase that stands out amongst the rest for sure? Like, he definitely had some down moments. So hopefully he can rekindle some of that stuff and be a little bit more consistent like he was the previous year. But also those huge turnovers, like that's not going to happen again. You're not just that guy who's getting pick sixes all the time. So what else are you bringing to the table? I do think the flexibility playing inside and his willingness to tackle and all that stuff is important, but yeah, he could use a better season.
Well, yes, and hopefully that injury explains why it just wasn't very good.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what I'm hoping for.
The 3 biggest positions of need for the Cowboys as training camp nears. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, wrote about that. We can go through some of his. Are they all on defense for you, Brian? Like, if I was going to ask you, or Wolchek, what's your top 3 positions of need here going into training camp? Are any of them on offense?
That's probably still corner, defensive tackle. I mean, it's depth, really, on your defensive side. I mean, I think that you've got enough depth at safety, probably. Edge, for sure, is really deep. But I think I'm still looking at the glaring needs as corner, defensive tackle, and I think they've done enough at running back, but I still think that could possibly be an area that could be improved if somebody became available, or maybe we got to camp and these veteran guys aren't really looking too good.
Yeah, there's a lot of positivity about Sanders and how quick he's looked. Love to get eyes on that in Oxnard to make sure that that's absolutely the case. But they're going to have to find a way to run the football. Do they have the right combinations of guys to run the ball? I really do like with Blue, the potential there. We'll see with the others if that's going to be the case. But I think there's some question marks there. Surely about that group. Is this group good enough? I think one of the players is good enough with Blue. Can they find another complementary piece, a more of a physical guy to be able to run with him? Because he's gonna definitely give you some explosive plays on the edge.
Defensive backfield, defensive tackle, and maybe running back, maybe linebacker.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I'm a little bit higher on, I think, Kenneth Murray than others.
I am too.
Sanborn, I think, is going to be very Eric Kendricks-like. I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I agree there.
And we'll see with some of the young guys. I mean, Damone Clark and Shamar James. It seems positive so far.
I think the clearly the weakness that they have is on the defensive tackle spot at that 3 tech. Or excuse me, at the 1.
Okay, here we go. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have the 18 greatest Cowboys players ever.
Oh,
Sporting News has ranked these. I thought you would like this, Wolchuk. You're into this kind of stuff, and I know a lot of Tolos out there, a lot of Cowboys fans are. I'll give hints, and let's see how many of you guys can jump in with the name first. Number 18 on the list, played for the Cowboys fairly recently, and he said he wanted to be a Hall of Famer at his draft press conference out of USC.
Tyron Smith?
Oh,
2011. Tyron
yeah.
Smith. Wolchuk's on the board 1-0. 1-0. Congrats to Wolchuk. He's off and running. Number 17 on the list is a player that I imagine Brian will guess first because he did play between 1970 and 79. 6 Pro Bowls, first team All-Pro 4 times, 2-time champion. He is the last player with Doomsday to make the cut because he was so consistent as an Ironman safety.
Charlie Waters or Cliff Harris?
Almost Cliff Harris.
Yeah, Cliff Harris. Yeah.
It's 1-1 between Wolchuk and Broadus here as my computer picked a really good time to do that page unresponsive. Do you want to wait or exit page thing?
That hurts.
I can't get her to go away. Go away.
Eric.
Okay. I closed enough tabs for it to go away. Number 16 is Brian's favorite player of all time.
Darren Woodson.
Yeah.
Chief has hit the board. We are now tied at 1, and we have about 30 seconds left before we got to go to break. How many more of these can we get in? Number 15 is the biggest Cowboy fan who is also a player of all time.
Irvin?
Michael Irvin.
Wow. He's at 15.
15. That's pretty strong.
Damn.
Number 14 is defending his son in the news this week.
Primetime.
You got it. Number 13 had something in common with Aaron Hernandez in film room and team meetings.
Charles Haley?
He nailed it. Wolchuk. You heard that story? Yeah. Yeah, you didn't know that one?
I didn't know he was doing
Charles was crazy for real.
Rub-a-dub-a-doo.
Yeah.
He's a DIY guy.
Number 12, it was sad because when he was out this past year, the team actually might have got a little bit better.
Zach Martin.
Yeah, Zach Martin there, number 12th, the Cowboy of all time. Number 11 is number 54 from 1961 to 73, Brian.
61?
Yeah, he was number...
Chuck Howley.
Chuck Howley, he got it. Look at that with the one-bar linebacker. That's just
different breed.
That's man stuff right there.
Underrated Cowboys ever.
Maybe we can get to the top 10 a little bit later on here. It's the G-Bag Nation. That's your C note. Every day at 3:20, we give you the top Cowboys headlines from around the internet. And coming up next, it is Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, how well do my guys know these lady softball players? We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we have Luke Bryan tickets to give away during the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock. Who's going to replace Pete?
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
We are your proud home of the Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day here. We got a short show, unfortunately, tonight. Rangers baseball is coming up at 5 o'clock, though, and it'll be fun to try to cheer them on to victory as they're going to take on the Nationals. Just about 500 teams, so it's doable. And I'm thinking sweep. I think the Rangers are going to go sweep these Nats. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement, Brian.
Thank you. I think this was like Mike Bassick's first, like a year ago maybe, that one of his first, when he got to be the broadcaster, he got to sub in. I think this was where like the Nats series was like his first.
He did do
where it all started.
Series.
Yeah,
right.
and then was that the one that was right before the All-Star break, and then they just went limping into the break and all that. But I think this was the place where Mike got his start doing these broadcasts and stuff. So Mike's doing a hell of a job, though. He really is. I mean, he tries to teach you a lot about the game. He really, really does. All right. So we talk about, our show is a big fan of women's athletics. You know, when we're on our show, there's usually some type of a volleyball game on. Remember the at March, the tournament, we were watching those, you know, and then with the baseball, those things, we've kind of picked all those things up as well. So I thought I'd give you guys a little quiz today.
Just what I wanted.
I just want to see if you guys, how well do you know your softball athletes?
I could go over in this game, I think. I think putting up a bagel in the box score for me.
You haven't been watching the Red Raiders and the Longhorns?
I haven't been keeping track of names, I'll tell you that. Yeah. I got Canada. That's pretty much all I got for
it. It's been
you pink shirt.
Yeah. The cute one, she's about 5'7", number 12.
I know there was a salmon. There was a salmon on the bump.
Yeah. The girl with the eye black on. You look great. Okay, here we go.
You look great.
You look great. All right, I'm going to give you a name, and you tell me, is this a softball player from, and you don't have to say the school. These are, I got Texas and Texas Tech mixed together here.
Love it, man.
So you just have to tell me, is this a softball player name, or is this, no, false. No, we're not doing that, right?
Right.
Okay. Here we go. Well, Chuck, I'll start with you.
No.
How about this one? Maddie Gordon.
Ooh.
Is Maddie Gordon and Maddie spells her name Maddi. Maddie Gordon, softball player or not?
I think Maddie Gordon's a softball player.
You want to even try and guess the team she might be? If you want to say she's a Red Raider softball player or a Texas?
I don't.
Does that sound like a Raider or a Longhorn?
I really don't, because I'm not for sure on this.
Maddie is a great old Western name. I can definitely see it. You know, probably a big first baseman, second baseman, maybe an outfielder. Probably hits for decent power, Maddie. You know what's throwing me off, though? Brian likes to throw these Easter eggs into it that are like false clues. Like he's like, oh, she spells her name Maddi.
Yeah.
Oh, you know?
Yeah.
But he knows what he's doing over there. See, he's playing coy. Now I'm on to you.
There's some very creative mom and dads.
There is no way this is real.
Yeah.
There's no way Maddie is real.
No, Maddie's on the swim team for Texas.
Lucius?
It used to be Matt.
Matty Gordon.
Sorry, that's Pac-12.
M-A-D-D-I. Matty Gordon.
Dawson. Jeez, man. Yeah, that sounds like a really good softball name in my eyes. Because I think about the cheer. Let's go, Matty!
Yeah.
Let's go! Come on, Matty! But I haven't heard of Matty on the broadcast. Is this is just Texas and Texas Tech?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Okay. Well,
I'm going to say no.
Dawson, you said a no or a yes?
Hell no. I'm on to you, Brian.
Chieftain, you said a no?
Yeah, she's a swimmer.
How about you there, Woolies? You said yes?
You said yes.
I said yes. I went with yes. She's a softball player.
Matty Gordon. She drives a top alcohol funny car.
There we go. Hanging out with John Force and them.
She's 20 years old. She's 20 years old.
Swolchuk.
She's 20 years old and she won the race here recently. But she drives a top fuel alcohol funny car.
I mean, what's the skill of that? You got to goose it, but not spin out, right?
You just got to hang on.
Yeah.
But no, that thing is rattling. You ever seen the in-car from that thing when it gets in the?
Yeah, I used to watch that all the time.
And that thing when it goes, it's just like it is just.
Do you have to go
shaking
through
all
the
over
gears in there? Are you driving like that? Like, bam, bam,
I think it's just a go. I think it's just a mash and a go.
Okay,
The mash and go. Oh, man. 2-4 is right. There is a Penn State Matty Gordon.
On softball?
Senior on the softball team. 5'7".
On Penn State's team.
Penn State.
That's
Not on Tech or
but
not
on Tech
Texas.
or not. Oh, wow.
That's just a Penn State. What are the
That's
odds of
saved
that?
me. Woo-hoo-hoo. I was a little worried. I'm like, wait a minute. I said Tech and Tech, right? I didn't say.
Also spells it like you spelled it.
All right. Thank you very much.
But you did specify.
That is amazing, though.
That is.
But there is, yeah, if you Google top alcohol funny car drivers,
That's awesome.
Matty Gordon. All right, Chieftain.
Yes, sir.
Is there a Gabriella Bryant? Gabriella Bryant.
Bryan.
Like my name. Bryan. Yeah. Well, that's her last name. Gabriella Bryant.
I just feel like that hits too close to home. The fact that we have a Brian's hosting the softball name game. But I think that's you trying to knock me off the scent. I think that's actually real. She's a softball player for the Raiders.
Lucius? Gabriella Bryant.
Gabrielle ain't hitting on the softball field. Let's go, Gabrielle! Gabrielle! Come on, Gabby! Yeah, Gabby.
Yeah, she's Gabby. She's Gabby on game day.
Gabby on game days. I'm saying no.
Willie?
This one's not ringing a bell for me. I'm going to go with no.
Dawson.
You got a Longhorn and a Red Raider sitting over there, both going no. I have no idea, Brian, but the smart money's with Wolchuk and Alexander right now.
Damn.
Gabriella Bryant?
Oh, my God.
She's a backup catcher.
Yeah, well, come on, fam.
Give me the good news.
She's a pro surfer from Hawaii.
Ding, ding.
I got it.
It's the game inside the game.
All right.
Damn.
How about this one? Mac Morgan.
Big Mac Morgan. What has she done?
Mac
I'm not going
Morgan.
to say it.
He knows. Yeah, this is real. Just put me down for yes. Both teams. She played for both teams.
On both sides.
What about you there, Dawson?
Too hard to make up. I'm saying yes. Put it on the board.
Yeah.
Lucius?
Yeah. I'm 100% behind this one right here.
Would you like to pick a team if you're so sure?
I believe she is with Texas. I seen it. The colors were Texas.
I think Lucius is right. I remember seeing Morgan on the back of a burnt orange.
Yeah.
Mac Morgan is a pitcher at Texas.
Yes. Let's go.
Mow him down.
Way to go, Mac.
It's only because the game was just on. The game was just on.
Did you saw her? You saw her?
Yeah, I was
saw her
watching
pitcher?
them games.
All right. Yeah, you always do. I mean, you always talk about it here. All right. How about this one? Haley Toney. Haley Toney.
Rack 'em.
Dawson?
Yeah. Haley Toney sounds made up. It's a double first name.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say no.
How about you there, Chieftain?
I think Tony gets it done in the outfield and at the plate.
Lucius?
Wolchuk, you said that with so much confidence, so fast.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure.
You just freestyling here?
Now he's pretty sure.
Yeah, like see what happened there?
Yeah.
Go with the Jets, man. Are you sure? Well,
I think we're gonna get this one, Lucius, if you rock with me. I'm pretty sure she is a DFW native as well.
Okay. Ooh, I'm riding with Woolchuck. Pause.
You want to guess school if you're so confident?
She's Texas Tech.
Rack 'em.
I'm switching my answer to yes, Brian.
Haley Tony?
Haley Tony.
She's an infielder from Texas Tech.
Infield, outfield, tomato, tomato.
Gosh, it's been an amazing couple days just watching the Red Raiders.
You finger rolled that one, Woolchuck.
Tried.
All right. Lucius. Reagan Jennings.
Reagan
Jennings.
Reagan.
That's a strong softball name, I feel.
I mean, that's a real strong softball name. SEC name, too, you know what I mean?
Just means more?
Yeah. Yes. What's the last name?
Reagan Jennings.
Jennings is different. Reagan is hitting, but that Jennings is different, man. I'm gonna stay with yes. I fumbled that one, so I didn't even feel confident saying it.
Now you know, Woolchuck Fields.
I know.
Woolchuck?
Reagan Jennings.
Reagan Jennings.
I'm going to say no.
Reagan just feels like a softball name, dude.
He does feel like a softball name.
It's too perfect. I think you asked ChatGPT to come up with a perfect softball name that isn't an actual player, and it spit out Reagan Jennings. I'm saying no.
Reagan spells her name.
Uh-oh.
Raegan. Jennings. Wreckham. She's an infielder for the Texas Tech.
Here we go. 469. She plays for Oklahoma.
Final one. Jenna Gray. Jenna Gray.
Which side were you looking at?
I think she's in a different industry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I knew.
That sounds different, dog.
I knew when I said that name.
She's got skills.
Yeah.
Pulling names out of your search engine history. I see.
Yeah.
She got a link tree right there.
Jenna Gray.
Not a player.
Not a player.
Lucius
Just crushes a lot.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Not a player?
Jenna Gray. Jenna Gray.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's really sure about this one.
Yeah, I can't.
It just sounds so porny.
It does.
She's familiar with the dong ball.
I'm gonna go with the no on the Jenna Gray.
Everybody's gonna go on a no on this one?
Yeah, that's right.
Poor baby. If it's true, she's got a call in after this.
Jenna Gray? She's a volleyballer.
Yeah. Hell yeah, she is.
Gentlemen,
great job as always, Brian.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank
guys.
you.
Enjoy
The
game
championship game is tonight. All the eyes of Texas upon a place in Oklahoma where they play the College World Series final, and we're looking forward to it. But coming up next, ESPN's Bobby Marks, former NBA GM, now an analyst. We'll talk to him about Jason Kidd, Cooper Flagg. They are taking him right, and modern team building discussion next in the nation.
But let's chat Cowlers and Co. Speaking of our Mavs, Mark Cuban, Peter Jones, they just invested $1 million in
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our DNA. G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to talk to ESPN NBA insider Bobby Marks, the former NBA GM, now an analyst over there at the Worldwide Leader, with a very busy basketball offseason coming up. The finals underway last night. Bobby Marks joins us now here on The Fan. How the heck are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you? How you doing?
Well, we're doing awesome. There's so much going on, man. If you're the Mavs tonight, do you want the Knicks to be talking with Jason Kidd about their opening? How would you handle this?
Oh, well, I think if you're the Mavs, that the Knicks have to talk to you first before they can talk to Jason Kidd. I think there's certainly a process to that. Listen, I think it's just a matter of how valuable or do you feel that Jason is to your organization. I mean, you basically control if you want him back or not, considering he's under contract, and we're at a period right now where if you do make a decision at head coaching and you do allow him to get out of his contract and go to a team to New York, certainly with compensation coming back, who's the person that you're willing to elevate? Is it somebody on your staff? Is there somebody else out there? You know, we rarely see coaching changes in early June, for certainly in Dallas's sake here. So we'll see how it plays out. It's a unique situation. I was part of the Nets in 2014 when Jason wanted out and wanted to go to Milwaukee, and we traded him for 2 seconds. That's the last time a situation like that has occurred, and we'll see how this goes.
How has Kidd evolved as a head coach? What do you think of him now compared to those times? I know there was a lot of conflicting opinions, as his first 2 head coaching stints wrapped up, and then he goes to the Lakers. We've loved him with the Mavs, Bobby.
Yeah.
What's been your perspective?
Yeah. I think he's been terrific. I really do. I mean, certainly, listen, when he came into Brooklyn in 2013-14, that was an extremely difficult situation. I think we saw the best of Jason in the second half of the season. Certainly, Milwaukee was, a young Giannis at the time. Couldn't get over the hump, a little bit, different roster each season there. I think he's evolved. I think he's a top 10 coach in this league here. That's why it's something you have to think about it. But as I said, like if the goal is to win a championship and you have a top 10 coach on your staff already, like why would you want to think about letting him go? And I know there's you want a happy employee and everything, but that would be a tough. I think that would be a no for me if I was in that Mavericks organization here. But I do think he's evolved tremendously. I think I think a lot of this is just relationships and relationship building and trusting players. And you see it with Kyrie. You've seen it, certainly last year getting to an NBA Finals. I think he's done a terrific job.
If I'm the Mavs, I think I might ask for like a 2028 first rounder. Like if Jason Kidd really wanted to go, do you think they could get that?
They don't have it. That's the thing. The Knicks don't have them.
Okay.
They traded them all to Brooklyn. The only pick they have to trade in the first round is a top 8 protected first from Washington in 2026. That's the only thing that they can trade from a first round perspective. They got some pick swaps in some future years, and I think they got 7 seconds. So you're looking at, the Doc got traded from Boston to the Clips in 13 for a first. That's the last time we've seen that happen here. And as I said, New York doesn't have the draft picks or the first round picks to go out and do something like that.
So the Washington top 8 becomes unprotected in the future. That would get me interested. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Oh.
It just goes away.
Oh, forget that then.
It just So it's likely that will never convey. There's a chance you never know, but there's a good chance that likely does not convey to a first. I think it turns into a second.
Are you hearing that New York wants Jason Kidd as a way to get Giannis?
No, I don't. I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think first of all, Giannis hasn't asked to be traded. I don't know if he's going to ask to be traded. I really don't. I mean, I think it's a situation that's going to play out, and I don't think they would have enough to get him anyway, even if Jason got the job here, just based on where they are from we talked about their draft picks and stuff like that. I think New York is looking at it like, hey, we think we're a championship roster. Who's a coach? There's, if it's not people who are unemployed, whether that's Michael Malone and Taylor Jenkins and Mike Brown, is there somebody that's currently under contract whether it be Jason or Chris Finch, guys like that who have certainly been in big moments, and they feel they can kind of take you over the hump a little bit here.
Bobby, when it comes to the Mavs winning the lottery, we're like, man, hit the golden ticket. Thank God. Let's go ahead and reset this thing. What are your thoughts on Cooper Flagg? And is there any type of possible trade a team could flirt at you that you'd say, you know what, I'd give him up. I'd give up the rights to draft Cooper Flagg for that?
No, I don't think there's anything out there. I wouldn't. I mean, shoot, Curry's in the twilight of his career. I wouldn't even trade him for Steph Curry. Even if I'm getting 2 years of Steph Curry. I mean, I think Cooper, I know we use the word generational and, franchise player and stuff like that. I just look at it the eye test. I've kind of used this before. I living in Southwest Florida, I got to see him play for Mount Verde in the city of Palms down here. I thought at the time that he could play in the NBA, and this was when he was 16 years old. I thought most of his teammates could play in the NBA. That's how good they were. I think his defense is probably the one thing that people don't talk about as much. I think he has all NBA defensive ability. I think he is high level. He is a terrific young man. I had the opportunity to sit down with him and help him out a little bit as this process goes. He is a terrific young man. He loves playing basketball, and that's the most important thing. These type of players don't come along very often. They really don't. And Dallas has a really, really good one that has a chance to be really good. And when you have a player on a rookie contract, it's not just the first 4 years. The likelihood is that you're going to have them for another 4 or 5, right? Like you have them here for a long time.
Hey, Bobby, my background's in the NFL as a scout, and I was just curious, in the NBA, do scouts talk as can't-miss prospects and things like that? Do they come into the room and you guys throw those things? Because it seems that when we're in the NFL, you kind of hear it from the older guys. Yeah. You don't hear it from the younger guys.
That's a good point. Yeah, the NBA draft is such a crapshoot. It's especially because it's only 2 rounds. That's the thing, and you're evaluating it. Most of these guys, certainly, I guess in the NFL, they're there 3 years in college. These guys are there 1 year, and some are in Europe, and it's you're coming off. Some maybe are coming off an injury. It's not always based on position of need. It's best available, and it's a crapshoot. I've been in rooms where there have been players that, draft rooms with the Nets where we've said this is a can't miss guy, and he was a miss.
Right.
So I do think it's more of the older, the guys that have been around a longer time. When they see a player and they think he could become a generational player, it's because they're comparing him to the guys in the 80s, the Birds, the Magic, the Isaiahs, the guys in the 90s, that grouping here, where I think the younger, at least personnel players, people, who are you comparing that to? Like,
right.
When Giannis got drafted, like, we didn't say, like, this guy's can't miss prospect here. Like, we were like, wow, he's going to take some time to develop, and maybe he has a chance there.
Bobby Marks, ESPN, with us here on the Fan, Brian.
Yeah, Bobby, if I can follow up on this too, I was just curious. Is it harder or easier to, I guess it would be easier to evaluate an American player as opposed to an international player? Do you feel more comfortable with that, or just because of maybe the information and stuff you get?
I think I do. I might tend to disagree a little bit with you there, because I think if you're just evaluating international players on like the now, them playing, most of these guys don't play many minutes, but I do think they've been scouted so heavily. Luka was scouted heavily because of him playing at the junior level and through international play. And I think there's more of a body of work with international players. Here it's really, besides college, you're looking at, what they do in the AAU circuit and, before that here and international. I think that the level of competition, I think, is better. Certainly when you're kind of growing up in the schools. And I think a lot of these kids have been evaluated since they were 13, 14, maybe even younger, 14 years old.
Bobby Marks, ESPN, with you here on the Fan. Great stuff. Just wrapping up. My question here is just about what the Mavs did with Luka, and is that a sign of what might be to come when it comes to team building? And I wrote about it like this, Bobby. I think there's an NBA trilemma where can you pay Supermax and a supporting cast and be profitable all at once?
It's a great point. It really is. I think if you're going to, and listen, Oklahoma City is going to go through it with Shea. They're going to pay him 4 years, $295 million, $300 million. But they can do it because they've got so many of the younger players on their roster and they've got so many draft picks. I think every team is different. I think a lot of it is what's your supporting cast look like? What do you have with draft picks? If you're limited, it makes it extremely, extremely difficult. The Supermax rules are designed to help you retain players. I also think the Supermax rules are designed to hurt you because of the cost that you're paying a player. Instead of $52 million, now you're paying him $75 million.
Yeah, no, I think it's fascinating. And then you look at who made it to the semifinals and who's in the finals, and it's not a lot of the top 20 paid players in the game. So I kind of concluded that I'll do a Supermax, but that guy better be in his prime and nasty both ways.
Well, I mean, you look at Indiana, Siakam and Halliburton are on max contracts, but they're at 30% max contracts. I think it would be really hard if both those guys were at, 35%, which is the third. The third, when you're dealing with the third, there's three tiers to this. When you're dealing with the third tier, which is the 35% number, that's a big number. And when you don't, if you don't get it right or you don't have the right team building approach, it makes it really hard to add around.
Bobby, what's your best guess on what happens with Kyrie Irving this offseason?
I think he opts out, and I think they work on a contract, and it's probably a little bit lower than his. I think it's at $42 or $43 million. And I think you try to help the player long term. You try to give yourself some flexibility where you're not pressed against the aprons, and you can add in trades and everything. I listen. There's two schools of thoughts. I think there's the thought, well, wait a minute, there's nobody else you're competing against because there's only Brooklyn has room out there. But I don't think it's really about this year as much as it is, year 2 and year 3 based on him coming off the injury, because I think he can still play at a extremely high level here. So I would think more probably opting out and then them working at a longer term deal, but at a little bit of a lesser number.
Are you expecting just a total buck wild offseason here with the league?
Giannis will play a big role in it. I mean, he will play a big role in it if he certainly does decide to ask to be traded here. Certainly Durant, we'll see what happens. I would expect him to be moved. It's what's happened is that free agency is not as great as it once was. Its roster building is a lot different. It's not a terrific class. There's not a lot of teams with room. A lot of teams next year with room. There's parity in this league. I mean, you could be, if you're Milwaukee at home, you think, wow, like we took the team that's in the finals of 5 games and we were in, same with Cleveland and same with Boston. And we'll see what the Celtics are a wild card in New York and all that. And I do think a lot of teams think they could be there with one move. And I think that the trade market is probably the bigger way to go.
Do you think the parity has been good for the NBA? There was a lot of talks about the ratings, right? I mean, is this where they look back and reflect and say maybe when the CBA's up or with the opt-out, we need to get back to, say, the super team era or the dynasty eras?
Team parity. I love it. I'm interested to see what the rating will be on a game 2 Sunday night. That's what I'm interested, because listen, everybody predicted Oklahoma City to win this and probably win it in 5. Mm-hmm. And now we've got a series, and I think last night hopefully opened a lot of people's eyes as far as what this Pacers team can do. And now we've got a 68 win team and a team that's won 80 total games. We haven't seen that happen as far as losing in the NBA Finals, I think, since that Golden State team did with when they lost to Cleveland here. So I'm interested to see what type of rating we get coming off of game 2, because this series is kind of up for grabs right now.
Wrapping up here with Bobby Marks. I mean, just terrific stuff, and we've held you for long enough. But if I could be greedy and get one more answer from you, Bobby, would you want your hopes tied to AD next year? And in a future where maybe Nico isn't here, what's AD's trade value?
Yeah, I mean, it's another, we were talking about contracts, it's a contract that increases each year. As he gets older, the contract increase gets larger. that's kind of a double-edged sword for you, right? Like it starts to become a tougher if eventually you do decide to move it. That's why I think your window with him, there's basically going to be a couple cycles with this roster. It's the 2-year window with him and Kyrie, or maybe 3-year window, and then it's the next cycle where it's going to be Cooper and what else is going to be left, or what do you add around him here. I think listen, AD is a terrific player. He showed it with the Lakers. He showed it in New Orleans. He showed it in the Olympics this past summer. But as you guys know, it's all comes down to health. I mean, that's the biggest thing is for him, is to be able to stay on the court. And he had done that. I mean, he had come off a year with Los Angeles where it was the healthiest he's been here. So I do think, like, if he's going to be your main guy, that becomes, I think, challenging as far as because how reliant you're going to be on him.
You're the man, Bobby. Enjoy the summer, and we'll catch up with you sometime soon.
Sounds good. Appreciate it, guys.
Salute. Appreciate you. ESPN's Bobby Marks here, former general manager of the Brooklyn Nets. Been a front office insider here maybe for the last 5-6 years. All right, thanks for setting that up, Wolchuk. Where are we going next, Chief?
Friday news dump. Why last night was a bang-free environment in OKC, plus Osa is not the only Cowboys defender feeling good about Eberflus. That's next in the dump.
But, gentlemen, do you feel like your energy just is not what it used to be? It's time to call a Men's T Clinic, 972-GO-MEN'S T, mensteclinic.com. Medical...
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, for you.
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
Keep your kids safe this summer with DFW Security. Get video alerts when they come and go. Monitor doors and windows, even the garage, all from your phone. Score a hot summer special for your home or business at DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Time for a Friday news dump. Rangers pregame is already coming up. It's at 5 o'clock tonight. They're in Washington to take on the Nationals. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Chief for that news dump.
A lot of good stuff in the dump today, ladies and gentlemen. We start with your Dallas Cowboys, Kenneth Murray. Walchuk and Broadus are feeling good about Kenneth Murray.
I like the idea of changing his position a little bit so he doesn't have to diagnose. Just free him up to run. He's a good athlete.
Run and hit.
Yeah, I guess he's working at Overshown's weak side linebacker spot in this new scheme with Eberflus. He was chatting with Clarence Hill, All City DLLS, and he says the new Eberflus scheme, he says, it's a great fit for me. I've been enjoying myself transitioning over from being traded, getting up to speed, stuff like that. Lots of things to work on, but everything plays to my strengths, coming downhill, playing the coverage, stuff like that. It's been good. It's been great being here during the offseason program, being around the guys, establishing the culture. He says, I'm extremely comfortable with being the green dot guy. I've done it majority of my career, getting us in and out of checks. So he feels good about the approach here and how he fits in the Eberflus scheme. And he talks about how the run defense was obviously awful last year, but he says it's a new style coming in. You got a lot of new players now. That's something that I take extremely personally. That's that mentality I'm going to bring to it. It's personal. When they're just running it down your throat, it's unacceptable.
Okay, there were 189 qualifying linebackers in PFF's run grading. Where do you think Murray was?
My guess would be he's in the triple digits.
Yeah,
that's my guess.
He was not good last year with Tennessee. And I think a lot of that was scheme specific. I mean, the tape's not really good for him, but He was, I mean, with the Chargers, he had some effective years for them.
There were only 4 worse out of 189. Yeah, like I didn't like the trade. I mean, if he was a free agent and you got him like on a super cheap deal, it'd be like, okay, you're taking a flyer on this guy, but they traded for him. I think he's got like a $7 million cap hit, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that'll be one that we might look back on and go, man, could you have allocated $7 million elsewhere and gotten more out of it? So I'm not as optimistic about this, but hearing Broadus and Walchuk say that they are, that gives me hope, and then him being in this scheme that's hopefully fitting his strengths a heck of a lot better. But I also think a lot of it has to do with who's helping you on your defensive line. And so can Jay Toya, can one of these young guys outside of Mozzie Smith be legit there in the interior to help on rundowns? I think that matters quite a bit. They've done some things on the edge to bring guys in that can stop the run. Peyton Turner being one of those guys. Marshawn Nealon in year 2. He had the injury last year, but he certainly flashes being a dependable kind of guy there on the edge. So from a run-stopping standpoint, but I think that one technique could make or break whether or not a Kenneth Murray is a plus player for you. And this guy is athletic, and he's a great leader, and he's got all the work ethic. So this is a chance, you know, and Eberflus is going to turn you loose. You know, and maybe that's exactly what he needs to be. You know, average run defense would be awesome for this team.
You know, it's really funny, though. And I was just curious who the 3 names were below.
Yeah.
David Long Jr. is on that list, too, and he's another Tennessee linebacker.
Yep.
I wonder if their scheme was just that.
I think it was.
That, you know what I'm about to say, kind of thing.
Bag of Assy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bag of Assy is usually where you go there.
Yeah, and again, David Long was, you know, Murray was 82nd on that list, and David Long Jr. was 84th on that list. So I just wonder if that's something that just overall they had a problem, or maybe those are just 2 bad players, you know. But I just find it curious that players that, you know, that played on the same team both have ratings that poor. So.
Yeah, it probably speaks to just that disaster situation. Hopefully, Kenneth Murray getting in a new scheme, new defense.
How did you guys feel just for his rookie year? How did you think that Maris Leofau played? Just for his rookie year.
Good enough to be encouraged.
Yeah. I mean, I think that he benefited some of those. He was able to knife in, get some sacks, right? I mean, some of the blitzing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if just of like a rundown linebacker getting off blocks and making plays in the run game. I think there's still, I mean, he's a little undersized. Let's be real about that. So, but yeah, absolutely encouraged with his rookie year.
He was the 79th best linebacker in this league. According to these guys. He's 6'2", 239.
239 is crazy to me.
Yeah.
I would have guessed 225 looking at him. But
like I say, the thing with Pro Football Focus, I think there's some things they're really, really, really good at, and I don't know if they're really, really good at watching tape all the time. I think they've got some really good scouts.
Yeah, they're grading the result.
I'm not. I just wonder. I wonder if a team is a bad team and they just kick that team in the ass.
And that team dealt with injuries in the secondary and virtually no pressure. You know, so they couldn't do anything well.
Elsewhere in the news dump, we got word. Obviously, Pete DeBoer getting bleep canned, and now the Stars are looking for a new head coach. One of the guys we are interested in, Neil Graham, head coach of the Texas Stars. And Bruce Levine says that the organization loves the way that Graham handles younger players, has great communication skills as well. And, of course, he's quite the winner. So just, I mean, I think the communication stuff with DeBoer and Otter and the rest of the team is one of the big reasons why he's no longer here. That particular skill set might be enough to get Neil Graham the gig. I don't know.
No, he was the top name. When I was asking around last week, like if they move on from DeBoer, what do you think they do? The answer that I got was Neil Graham. And he's done a lot of substantial winning there with the Texas Stars in the AHL. And he's coached, obviously, a lot of the young players that are currently up with the Texas Stars. Like Leon Bischel is going to love this dude.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't have done it myself, but they have so many good players that I guess, you know, if they want him out and they're gonna play better, but I mean, you got to get some real toughness on this hockey team one way or another, you know. And I think DeBoer was one of the toughest things to do with this team. You know, I don't get like the guys rallying around Otter like they did either. You know, from what I can tell, he's had great runs, but the inconsistency is enough to make him just a pretty good goalie. And what you need to for me, my perspective to understand here is when a head coach makes a decision like that, it doesn't matter what the sport. He doesn't feel like he owes an explanation to anybody. I think Stars fans have arbitrarily made up this idea that if you bench a goalie, you owe him some conversation. And if you don't go to him, then you're broken as a coach. No, you are hell not. What you do as a coach is you provide consequences for poor performance and then watch how the player reacts to it. Maybe sometimes a head coach wants to go be buddy-buddy with the guy after the game, but it is a perfectly reasonable approach to say, I'm not going to say anything to the guy. I want to see how he reacts. I knew our asses were kicked when we were down 3-1, 2-0. I want to make him better for next year. I want to get this guy locked into fierce dog mode so he can be the player that he wants. And me coming around right now, putting my arm around him is going to stop that. So what I want him to do is stew with that and decide when he is a man enough to come ask me a question. Then maybe we can start making some progress on Otter being consistently a dog instead of every other playoff series. I thought it was expert by DeBoer. I think if the players wanted an apology, he was like, nah, not backing down, guys. I got the answers. And that's the kind of strong sports leadership that, I think more and more is being pushed out of our games.
Wow. That was impressive. I just want to say, as someone who doesn't fully agree with what you said, that was maybe the best moment of the entire week. I mean, look at you going out of bang here. 4:34. We got one segment to go, and you're on freaking throwing heat right now. That was awesome.
I'm ticked.
I get it. We do need toughness. That was a sissy ninny performance.
And everybody that has kids in sports can relate to this. Every time something doesn't go right, we're going to the coach, and instead of talking about how we got to this disaster, we're like, how dare you do that? Are you freaking kidding me? He benched a player, and that's the problem? That's why the guy has to go? You're kidding me. We were underperforming. He benched a player and said, that's freaking right, I benched you. And that's why he's got to go. If you guys support that, that's fine. But you support the wussification of American sports. That's what we're looking at.
10 out of 10. Okay, let's get to
strong.
Let's elsewhere here in the dump. Last night with Mike Breen on the call, Halliburton with the game winner.
Yep.
Did that call for a bang? That feel like a Mike Breen bang situation?
That would be a bang.
Double?
Yeah.
Feels like a no-brainer bang, right?
Maybe a quad bang.
It was a bang-free environment on the call. Mike Breen was asked about it. Apparently, he's pretty much always saved the bang moments for strictly three-pointers.
Oh.
This, of course, was a long two. He says, I think in all these years, I only said bang for a two-pointer once. It was a Kobe Bryant game winner in the playoffs when he hit a shot against Phoenix. I think that's when Kobe went with, when he pulled the jersey over and showed him the Mamba over the heart.
Yeah.
That was iconic. And so that was enough to warrant the bang. But he says, that's the only time. I usually save it for threes. He's like, in hindsight, the magnitude of the shot certainly warranted a bang. But that's the reason why he did not go with the iconic Mike Breen bang call at the end of that game, which was absolutely historical. Tyrese Halliburton now, he's becoming maybe the clutchest player we've ever seen. This is ridiculous. He's 13 of 15 on these super clutch shots this season.
That's incredible.
Where it's shots to tie or go ahead in the final 2 minutes. And, what he did, it was just amazing. Tyrese Halliburton, the only player with 3 go-ahead shots in the final 5 seconds in a single postseason, by the way.
It just doesn't happen.
More of those in this postseason than Kobe Bryant had in his entire career. Just to give you some context.
It is incredible, these iconic moments, but you do the numbers on the clutch situations, it goes way below 50% because the entire team knows who it's going to, and you're basically looking at a fadeaway with a guy in your face.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? 30%? 25%? That's what the numbers historically look like. For Halliburton to do this, it boggles the mind.
Teams were 0-182 in the NBA Finals when trailing by 9 or more points in the final 3 minutes of a finals game. Now it's 1-182. The Pacers are just defying all sorts of comeback logic.
Team of destiny.
Also wanted to pay respects to the 2 Belgium soccer fans that snuck into a Champions League final by hiding in stadium toilet stalls for 27 hours leading up to the game. Now, I've not gotten any. I've been going article to article to figure out. They haven't told us exactly how they snuck into the stadium 27 hours prior to the actual match. But these guys get into the building, they hide out, they put like an out of order sticker on the bathroom to keep people out of there.
Yeah.
And then they're just kicking it in the stall for 27 hours. They brought snacks. They were using their phones to stay
I was wondering if they raw dogged
entertained.
it. Yeah.
They,
Just staring straight
didn't
at the
full
door.
raw dog it, but I do think like SEC, it just means more. No. Euro soccer.
Dude.
It just means
it's a different
everything.
What a great story. So they video blogged this basically? They strung together a story, or how'd they tell it? They told it on social afterwards?
Yeah, they told it on social afterwards.
Man,
Pretty
I love
amazing.
it. Congrats to those guys. I hope it started with like some day drinking. What are we going to do, guys?
Yeah, just like a willy-nilly.
Think about it, And once we're in there, we'll have the restroom. What's the worst that could
We
happen?
film it, we pop it
Execution
out,
was flawless. I
get
think
the
that was
views.
the best part of the plan, is because you obviously have to keep in mind that you're gonna have nature's gonna call at some point.
Yeah.
You can't just go hiding in the ceiling somewhere.
No. Yes.
You go into the bathroom out of order. No one
There it
comes
is.
in. Bing bang boom. We watch our team. Oh, and by the way, they won.
That does deserve a bang. Well, Chuck, where are we going next?
I think we're going to have a conversation with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. That's next to the nation.
Well, have you ever had one of those aha moments in life? You finally did something you'd been considering for the longest time. You loved it. And then you thought, how did I live on this planet for so long without this thing?
No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I feel like this is your hair. But that's the hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Is an amazing dog that is great with other dogs and cats and is one chill customer, like me. You can check out Peyton and other fan ambassadors ready for adoption at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, my bad, Lucius. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm chomping at the bit here to engage with the audience. The text is on fire. The YouTube chat's on fire. Salute to everybody there on Twitch as well. It's time now, though, for a proper round tripper with Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Nadel joins us here to help conclude this bad boy. On your home of the Rangers, pregame coming up at 6, first pitch, or I'm sorry, at 5, and the first pitch there about 5:40 in Washington. Good evening, Eric. How the heck are you?
I'm doing okay, like the rest of the Ranger fans trying to recover from those last two games. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that makes it worse. We talked with Sandler earlier. He said the flight was definitely down. I mean, is there risk here of those games pushing them further into a slump?
Well, there's always a risk. Yeah, you know, one thing Bruce Bochy is particularly good at is preventing any real serious downward spirals. And they'll have the guys ready to play tonight. The fact that they had a late night flight and get right back out there today, maybe it's a good thing. You know, normally it's not a good thing to travel after a night game and then play the next day, but who knows? Maybe this will be a good thing for the Rangers. Shock therapy or something like that.
Hey, I'll drink to that, man. That sounds like a winner. Now, how much of a problem is it what happened the last two nights with kind of a rookie pitcher not covering, and then with not a first baseman having the misread there? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad of baseball mistakes did we witness?
Well, it's kind of a perfect storm. You know, it was a really unusual play with the ball hit that far off the bag at first base. And, you know, Josh Smith, a guy who hasn't played a whole lot of first base, going for the ball when he shouldn't have. You know, everything just had to happen exactly right or exactly wrong, you know, for the Rangers to not get an out on that play. I don't know that it's a long-term concern, but, you know, every loss is a long-term concern right now, given that the Rangers are, you know, threatening to dig a hole for themselves. And, you know, however you lose is not a good thing, but when you lose by basically giving a game away, that really hurts. That's the kind that's, like I said, it's really hard to shake off even the next day.
What have you noticed from Jack Leiter here? I mean, last night, another great outing. It's unfortunate that I think they're 1-3 in his last 4 starts. I think all the Rangers starting staff right now is feeling that way.
He just doesn't get hit very hard. You know, it's remarkable. You know, people don't hit him, and about the only enemy that he has seems to be himself, you know, during those periods where he loses command. You know, he still throws too many pitches. He still has trouble putting people away with 2 strikes. But, you know, when you've got an earned run average, you know, well under 4, which he does now, and opposing batting average down around 200, you know, you're doing what you're trying to do, which is basically keeping people off base. I've been incredibly impressed by him and quite honestly pleasantly surprised after seeing how erratic he was in spring training.
Are you surprised to see Marcus Semien perhaps turning the corner?
Not surprised. You know, I thought that he would. You never know, though. You know, when a guy's 35 years old, you don't know if this is the beginning of the end or the guy's just going through a tough couple of months. But I'm delighted to see that, you know, Marcus has rallied. And, you know, the data that we were getting showed that his bat has not slowed down. That's the thing you really worry about as a guy gets older. And all of the data that we have now, and it's all measurable now, has shown that it hasn't slowed down, from last year or the year before. And that is what gave me hope that eventually he would come out of this, and he seems to be coming out.
Hey, Eric, I wanted to ask you this: is you guys live with these guys and you travel with these guys and you're around these guys. When things are going bad, do people come up to you and just kind of talk to you just because you'll be a friendly, encouraging voice, or do they tend to avoid you?
No, they tend to avoid us in general.
Do they?
It's just the nature of the relationship now between players and media. It's just not as convivial as it used to be.
Sure.
I think the players, for the most part, would just as soon be left alone by guys like me.
Yeah.
So when they're going bad, and I'm really most of the time not bothering them, it's probably what they prefer. But every now and then there's an outlier. There's a guy who wants you to come talk to him when he's going bad, because he wants you to know that he's trying. He wants you to know that he's working hard. And most guys, I think, however, would basically prefer not talking about what's going on when things are going very well.
What were your thoughts on Adolis Garcia, and that they sat him there? They gave the mental break for about 4 days. He comes back, gets a pinch hit there, and hopefully moving forward, we get to see the Dolly of old.
Yeah, I think it's too small a sample to make any sort of a judgment as yet. But, I like the fact that they gave him that much time off, and I like the fact that he seemed to embrace the opportunity. And now we'll see. I think these 3 games will be a better indication of, whether anything has really changed, whether he stops chasing all those pitches outside the zone or not.
Eric Nadel is with you, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. Rangers pregame is coming up right around the corner. What did you think of our big DFW breaking news today, sir? I know you're a hockey man, that the Stars have moved on from Pete DeBoer.
Yeah, I just wonder if, how much this has to do, with pulling Otter in that last game. I don't know if that was indicative of any sort of strife between the coach and the goalie, or the coach and the players in general. I'd like to see some comment on that from people who are on the inside and know a lot more than I do. I wasn't surprised just because, I'd been hearing the whispers in the last few days. And, anybody who follows Ralph Strangis on Substack, is aware that he had kind of dropped some hints that he had heard that, DeBoer might be on the way out. And so I wasn't surprised. Had it not been for Ralph writing that this week, I think I would have been very surprised, given the Stars getting to the conference finals now on a regular basis.
Yeah, it is crazy, but I think at some point you kind of become a victim of your own success, and everybody expects you to take that next step. I didn't get the feeling the team underachieved under him, but man, that last series was rough, Eric.
Yeah, the last series was rough, and I agree with you. I don't think they underachieved when you consider what they did this year, without Miro playing the majority of the season, with the other injuries that they had. I don't think they underachieved at all. They play with a lot of young guys. They achieve a very high level of performance, with a lot of rookies and second-year players. And to me, that's a credit to the coach.
Well, we thank you for joining us once again here on a Friday with the pregame coming up here in about 5 minutes. What you drinking and what you thinking?
Well, it's funny. I'm actually in Boulder, Colorado right now. I'm out here to see a few shows this weekend, including a show at Red Rocks tomorrow with Big Head Todd.
Let's go.
But I went to this famous place in Boulder today called The Sink, which anybody who's been to CU, to football games or basketball games, is probably familiar with. But their signature drink is a pickle margarita.
Ooh.
And it's
wonderful.
your basic margarita with just a little bit of sour pickle juice poured into it.
I'll keep you hydrated, That way it's healthy.
And I had to try it, it's the signature drink. And I really liked it. Nice. I was surprised, but I really did like it. It was obviously a little different taste, but, I drink margaritas in general anyway as my drink of choice. But the pickle margarita, I like it. I'm putting it on my list. So So that's what I'm drinking today. I'm not going to stop. I'm drinking pickle margaritas all day.
Huge, yeah.
And I'm thinking that's what I need to get ready for another Ranger game. Since I'm not working, I want to clarify that.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
I'm not working. And I was glad I wasn't working that Tampa Bay series.
Shoot you.
Lau and Lowe and Caballero and Caminero. I'm far too slow to keep all those guys straight. So I'm ready to move on to the Nationals.
You're still the man, dude, and we wish you a great weekend. We'll catch up with you next Friday.
Thanks a lot.
Salute. Eric Nadel, brought to you by Tylock, George Eye Care, and TXU Energy. Thanks to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 fits you. Just went 3 flawless once again, got it stuck on automatic. Thanks to Wolchuk and Chiafalo here, your Nosebleed brothers holding it down. And, of course, Brian Bross, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Have a great weekend. Rangers baseball is coming up next. Till Monday at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at Ease.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why